Oh boy.
Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, not only am I bringing you one great piece of content tonight, I'm bringing you two great pieces of content, of which this is the first. We have invited these lovely ladies on to discuss the men question. Is there a final solution that we can come to together when we discuss the problems of men? Let's find out. Why are women always choosing the bear, right? All sorts of reasons, I'm sure. We're going to get into it. It'll be fun. It'll be a great discussion. After this discussion, directly after this discussion, we're going to be having Destiny on to debate all comers, or at least the ones I've lined up to him, on whether debates matter. That should be fun too. So stay tuned. Kick up your heels. We got a show for you. But let's start with what we have now, these lovely ladies. I'm going to give them each a chance to introduce themselves and have opening thoughts. And to answer this question, what's the matter with men? We'll start with Goat there. Goat, go ahead.
Well, my name is Izzy. IGN Goat. Well, in my opinion, there's to matter with men a lot. Okay. Every guy has these weird ass opinions that make no sense. Okay, and there is almost no perfect guy that you can find with an opinion without this weird like misogyny opinion, okay, lurking somewhere in his mind, and you haven't once you find it out, you're like black pilled. Okay, and it makes me be black pilled, like, because every guy has this weird opinion, like either like that, like that prostitution should be legal, for example, is like an opinion that many guys have. It's horrible.
Okay.
And yeah, and whatever the reasons are, I don't care. Like, there are horrible things happening in the prostitution world, and guys should not have these opinions, and they're not informed on these, and they shouldn't like say it so confidently in something that they don't understand. And yep, that's it.
Okay.
You can move on.
Yeah, we'll get into it. So, is he coming out strong with every man has a misogynist opinion, and it's black pilder? Okay, fair enough. Jane Gypsy,
Yep.
what do you got?
Okay, and I did change my name, so it's now Ghosty, and the G is still 6. Just
I'll try to
like,
remember that, but carry on.
it's all good. Just doing a little rebranding, you could say. But I think as my main point, I think there's a lot of misconceptions that men have about women, and I think a lot of the male content creators really propagandize these false perceptions and profit off of them, and kind of use like young men's fear, like as fear tactics to push these false agendas to make money. And yeah, I think that's like the overall point.
Okay. Well, thank you. We'll get into it. Pushing young men's fear in order to make money off of women's issues. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you, Ghosty. And I'm gonna mess that up, but I'll try. Okay.
No worries.
Next up, we have River. River, first time guest on my show. I'm excited to have her here. What are your thoughts? Men, what's the problem with them?
Oh, thanks.
Oh no.
Is right left of center. What?
You're cutting out. You're cutting out, so we can hear every like other sentence you're saying. So just either get closer to the mic or turn up the.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Okay. Well, while she's messing with that,
Let me adjust this.
let's go.
Well, we're gonna hold it here for a second. Okay.
Okay. Go ahead. Give us what you got.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is this better?
Yes. What do you
'Cause I'm
got?
holding this like right by my face. Okay. Okay. Well, actually, I have a cold. I think it's RSV, so my voice is a little it might be going in and out too. It might not just be the mic. But my name is River. My channel is right left of center. And I think that the issue with men, one of their big issues these days, is their historically low testosterone levels. Their levels have dropped by about 50% in the last 2 decades. It's also leading to low sperm counts, and I think we have low fertility levels for both men and women. Men are facing, and I think that women who choose women who choose the man, or sorry, women who choose to be with the bear instead of the man, are probably women who have not had to have encounters with bears. I live in the country, so I'm a a 10-acre hobby farm, and yeah, bears are scary. Like I don't go out by myself because of that. I almost hit a bear with my car last year. We had a bear run into a garden center. Everyone was terrified. Yeah, I think you just haven't been close to a bear.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here. Hopefully we can get your audio sorted and it'll be great. Uh, yeah, we'll go. So low testosterone being the problem that men have. Next up, we have V. Go ahead, V. What do you got?
Oh, okay. Um, my argument is that men lack femininity and sensitivity while trying to be masculine. Which basically is they're clouded. Uh, they focus too much on trying to be the definition of what makes a man, and society doesn't often let them get the chance to like be in tune with their emotions.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll get into it as we go. And last but certainly not least, Ruby, what you got?
Hi, I'm Ruby SpaceX. Thanks for having me on Wick, and hi to all the ladies for joining the panel tonight. So the men problem, I wrote like a whole 5-page opening statement, but no one else is reading, so I don't want to be the only person to read something off of something. So, but the men problem, I broadly boiled it down to loneliness and the destruction of traditional masculinity without providing any kind of like alternative or path for men to jockey for success and create a life for themselves, and when that was such a like clearly laid out path before. And the fact is, women, like men and women, both need to see representations of themselves to like envision successful life to build theirs off of, so I think ultimately it boils down to loneliness. A lack of basic understanding of sex differences is a huge fucking issue, and that's been bleeding into every aspect of society and causing mayhem. But I do think if I had to boil it down to one thing, and we're broadly just speaking in the West, I would say a lot of it is loneliness and health outcomes. And I think that men are in an absolute state of crisis, honestly.
State of crisis for men. Interesting, due to lack of traditional roles and the deconstruction of traditional roles, if I'm understanding you right. So with that, I just want to open it up. I guess the first question I'd have for the panel, right, was who would agree with River's statement, right, that the problem with men right now in America, in the West, let's broaden out to the West, is lack of testosterone. Raise your hand if you agree. You got Ruby. And River probably agrees with herself, I'm assuming, right? Why? Can you elaborate on
It's a
that, River?
factual statement.
Yeah. Can you elaborate
I,
though
I
on why
haven't
that's a
looked
problem?
into
Yeah,
it,
it's a
so I can't
factual
say.
statement. Oh, can you guys hear me?
I don't
Yeah,
see
Is
how
my
that's
mic
a
asking you.
working?
problem,
I'm
though.
asking you.
Like,
Can you
what's the
elaborate on
problem
that?
that?
Yeah.
What does
Why?
it cause? What do you mean, like the low testosterone is a problem? What does it cause? Can you further elaborate, please?
Okay, well, low testosterone can be linked to infertility. And it's simply not healthy. You don't want someone who is in their 20s having the hormone levels of somebody who's in their 80s. It would be the same for us if we had like it's just somebody's physical health. I think
Oh,
anybody
okay.
who's physically healthy,
Well,
we want them to be
in
that
that
way.
case, I
It's a
agree.
positive thing.
I agree. Health
And
is
I
very
picked that because
important.
it was a factual statement, and I didn't know that we were supposed to have an opening
It's
segment.
okay.
I could have picked some
It's
other
a
things, but that was the first
conversation.
thing that popped in my head.
It's a conversation. We're talking today, just to reiterate, we're talking about what the issues are with men. So I guess I'll just ask you guys, if you guys don't mind, and you can choose not to answer, but can you talk about a thing you've seen that men do in your life that you find to be an issue, right? What behaviors have men done either around you or to you that you find to be not okay, a problem?
Mansplaining.
Mansplaining. Okay, what is mansplaining?
Well, I'll give you an example. I build my own PC, okay? And I've had a guy, I told him I build my own PC, okay? I had a guy like that a friend of mine that I've known for years, he was trying to explain to me what a graphic cards is for about 10 minutes until I stopped him, okay?
Why did you let him go on for 10 minutes though? If he was, because
I
the thing is, I feel like a
tried.
lot
I
of times that
tried.
men are,
I was polite. I mean, like at a
because usually
certain
a human is trying to explain something to another human. They're trying to help them. It's a way to be
yeah,
helpful,
but
but it
it's
is
not
absolutely
helping when I know.
being.
Yeah,
I know that's called being condescended to, and we already had a word for that. And then creating mansplaining, there was a specific epidemic
condescending.
of like having that men explain things in a condescending format to women.
Yeah.
But broadly, I don't think that's for me. That would be like probably the least important issue I face in my life overall.
Well,
I would say.
yeah,
I have
I agree.
experienced
It's
that.
not that problematic that people are condescending towards you. It doesn't have any more I believe
Well, it
there are
can be
a lot
indicative
of
of their
it
views
can
of you.
be
If they think women
yeah,
are
but
stupid, that's an issue.
yeah,
But I
but
just personally wouldn't be friends with someone who doesn't view women as equal and human and equally
well,
competent,
he
or
does.
is
That's the
not.
problem. Like I said, every guy has a misogynistic opinion. Every
But
guy.
that's not necessarily
But it's
Hold on.
misogyny.
lurking there.
Hold
It's
on,
not
It's
hold on.
necessarily
lurking
misogyny. It's
there
like it could
somewhere,
be.
and
I
it
wanna.
comes out in like once a while. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Yeah,
Like
Okay,
but I
but
you
don't
I
can
think
be
it's
a
wanna.
friend.
Hold on.
misogyny.
You
It's
Hold
can
on.
have a
sincere.
friend.
Ladies,
Sorry. Yes.
please.
Sorry.
We gotta do one at a time. You guys are both trying to talk at once, and no one can hear what
Yeah.
you're
My
saying. All right?
apologies.
No, it's fine. But I also want to
Sorry.
make sure everyone else gets a chance to answer this question and gets a chance to talk about it because mansplaining is an interesting one. Ruby's take here was also interesting, and I want to discuss that more. But I also want to hear other people's thoughts on this. So I guess I'll just call on Ghosty first, right? Men in your life, what is the problem that you see most often?
I do understand. I have had that happen where like guys will try to like tell me something that I just explained to them as if like they're teaching me it. And yeah,
Yeah.
I end up just like not end up hanging out with those guys. But I that's more of an annoyance. I think a problem that seems small that can grow into a bigger problem is a sort of like a fragile ego. I think because guys are often like raised in this like highly competitive mode, and I think they get they take things very personally a lot of times. Like lots of guys just like can't take jokes or they'll take things like very personally. I just think they have too fragile of egos, and it they and then on top of that they have a very um they don't have a lot of emotional intelligence. They don't have a lot of experience learning how to handle and express their emotions in a like mature healthy manner too. So when you have a clash of fragile egos with unable to properly express and go through your emotions, it can become a big issue.
Fair enough. What do we think about that? Men have an ego problem. Do we agree?
Well, I would
Um,
say that when it comes to talking about the
Well,
fragile
it
ego and
depends
and
on
who is like
who.
more sensitive, yeah, it's like there's a lot of variation there. But I do think it's kind of like a projection because women, we do tend to be more sensitive to things like jokes and stuff like that. Just look at the fucking
Yeah.
world, you know? Like I've lived, and the thing is, I'm coming from a leftist feminist background. I just have gotten so sick of mainstream feminism. I don't think it represents me or my interests. And I think it's devolved into a total shit show that's alienating men and creating a generation of incels who are all going to murder us and destroy the world. So I would like to move away from that by extending an olive branch to the men, to the incels. And I want them to meet me halfway, you know? And I think we could do that. And we both, but I think in conversations like these, we need to, while we ask for accountability, also point out our own issues and
Sure.
accountability. Women have,
But
especially recently in these
I
conversations, gotten really atrophied mentally because we're not used to pushback because you could get canceled for pushing
I
back, you know?
promise
So it's
you,
like,
we'll
Yeah.
get to men and women's problems. I promise that's coming. Okay, don't worry, I got you. But right now, I want to identify the problems with men, right? And I want to focus on that. So as regards to ego, I want to make sure everyone else gets a chance. If he was trying to say something, men's ego are in general, speaking generally, do you find men to have fragile egos?
Um, I don't want to say something along those lines just because that's not the whole issue, you know? It's like they can be sensitive about a lot, you know? And like I had to agree with the ghosty how um at this point it's just like how they grow up, they're told to deal with a lot of their emotions that they don't know how to deal with, and that like can be super duper explosive, and it's then labeled as like need to learn how to control their anger.
Okay, so you think that they have like they don't know how to deal with these emotions because they're never taught, and it can come across as
Yeah.
kind of like a fragile ego. Is that basically what you're saying?
Yeah, it's coming off as a fragile ego. It's just
Okay.
like
Okay.
they need a little bit of tweaking, you know. They need
Sure.
that guidance that they didn't like.
We'll get to the solutions. I promise you, we'll get to the solutions too. But I just want to identify the problems first. River, fragile egos for men. Do you think that's true?
Oh boy, that's really hard for me to say. Definitely not in my social group because I hang out with people and some of them are like really into like shamanism and it's like letting go of your ego. Um, so to try to guess on things outside of my lived experience is a little more difficult. I'm sure there are some who are definitely having that issue. I think those are probably more the men who are going their own way. That group of people, I think they are definitely having some ego problems, and that's why they've given up on women and have decided that they just rather watch naughty videos and play video games in the basement.
Well, you mentioned personal experience, and so if you haven't experienced that in your personal experience, in your lived experience, River, whatever you want to
Mhm.
call it, what has been the biggest issue you have experienced when it comes to men
Oh,
and how they behave?
well, with the men that I choose to surround myself with, I think we actually all get along really well. I live in a really odd way. It's kind of like this big tribal society. So it's nothing like what other people do. Like we all talk to each other. It's a very like family centric thing. It's almost a cult, not quite a cult, but
Hold on.
it's
Okay, this might be beyond the scope, but now I have questions. But you know
it's not
what?
really a cult.
No, you know what? We're gonna move on over that.
Okay.
Almost a
Yeah,
cult.
I'm an oddball,
We'll
so
talk to you later about the cult.
okay.
Fair enough.
It's
Okay,
not.
so no problems is what I'm hearing, right?
No,
No
no, we have a big
problems?
society. We
We
have
have a
we have a big
problem.
society and
I'm pretty
people
sure.
people handle things. We have a
Sure.
great way of
Okay.
working things out.
Okay. Fair enough. Uh, well, let's go back to Izzy then. Fragile egos. Have you seen this as a problem with
Okay.
men?
Well, okay, fragile egos is definitely a problem. Well, you can see it in when you look at red pill space. I mean, you have it like basically the blame goes on women for practically everything because guys can't like get blamed for anything when it comes to relationship problems. So I think you have a fragile ego when you can't like accept the blame you have in a relationship. Like in if a relationship, for example, goes bad and there are problems, it's supposed to be mutual like a mutual you should mutually work out these problems. It's not supposed to be just the woman's problem and how a woman's supposed to fix it. The two of you are supposed to fix it. It should be mutual. And in red pill like talk shows, for example, where you see where you see them trying to solve relationship issues, it's because it's usually blamed mostly on the woman, and the only thing the guy gets blamed was is not being man enough,
Do you
or
think that's do you think that's
the
indicative of of how men are in general though when it comes to relationships? Do you think that the way that the red pillars are dealing with that?
I don't believe so. I think that's the way. I don't think that's how men are, Okay, I think that's how society, like some red pill spaces, are trying to make them. If you, that you're not man enough, that's your only problem. The other problems go to the female. Like in my relationship, I really love my partner. We've been living together for 6 years. Okay, but sometimes it feels like um the red pill spaces are telling us that, okay, I'm the one that's supposed to fix all the communication problems. Okay, because I'm the only one who has the tools to somehow to fix the communication problems in relationship, and it doesn't come up in red pill spaces. For example, guys are not aware for to communication problems because they have low
Wait,
EQ,
Lola?
like they have low awareness of, like, I don't know, emotional intelligence and stuff like that. But like they
I get you.
how am I supposed to
One
be, why
one
am I the
second.
only one who's understanding of these, like, communication issues? And I don't see it just with me, I see it in a lot of
I
couples
got you. I
where
want to make sure this is a conversation, right? And
yeah.
my dog is crying for me to hold her. So I'm going to go get my dog and
Oh,
come right back. But you ladies discuss.
yes,
I'll be 1 second. I'm sorry.
Um,
Bring back the puppy. It's a really cute dog. So this
Popper.
dog is gonna steal the show. He's gonna be a
Oh
real,
my
Oh,
real
gosh,
bitch
I
in
know, right?
charge.
okay. Dog time. I
I
should
Yeah,
think a
treat.
but
lot of the red pill prescriptions are really counterproductive, to be honest. A lot of what they, even just like what they suggest, kind of ends up attracting or causing the things that they tend to fight against or criticize. And I think a lot of their advice is counterproductive. It ends up doing like the exact thing that they're trying not to do. So
Oh, it's the most
I mean, that's
Sorry.
beautiful
pretty
dog I've
broad,
ever
but
seen.
Sorry about that, gang.
Aw.
But let me look.
Show the Popper.
I will. I promise. She's comfortable in my lap right now, though, so I don't want to bother her too much. But let's look. I'm hearing a lot of problems. Okay, I'm hearing you guys all say that there's all these problems with men. Really though, like mansplaining or fragile egos, um,
Communication problems is quite a,
communication problems. Do you think? See, the problem I'm having with this
yeah, I think
is the
guys have communication
gentrification
problems.
of these issues.
women do too.
That's the
Women do
thing.
too, but
But
I
we have
think with guys
We
it's
specific
more
terms. We have
more
we have
of a
different
specific
problem.
gendered
communication styles, and
terms.
that's important. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, $5 from Testicle Johnson to say, to all the women on the panel, mansplaining is when a man will explain something to a woman she already knows. Thank you for the $5. But this is a problem I'm having. Like, do you not think, and I think Ruby touched on this earlier, do you not think that some of these ways we've genderified these problems have just exacerbated these problems? Like, when we talk about, like, toxic masculinity, we don't have toxic femininity as a discussion. It's always
Yeah,
through the lens
yeah,
of
that's
men.
And we
because
should,
the
because
We
whole
do,
toxic
yeah.
femininity
feminism.
goes hard.
No, that's not
It really
true.
should.
We do have that. It's just called feminism for guys. It just guys call it feminism. That's all. That's or
Or
feminazis
That's
or
feminazis.
though.
yeah,
We
exactly.
definitely talk
That's the
about.
toxic feminisms that are akin to toxic masculinity.
I think we need to separate them though, and have, because first of all, feminism in general is like, I don't even like saying I'm a feminist anymore because of just like all the negative like stigma with it.
Exactly.
And so I do think talking about toxic masculinity is valid, and I do think starting to use toxic femininity would be valid and beneficial too as a whole. And pointing out those.
What's toxic masculinity? When you say that, what do you even mean?
Anybody want to go?
I can
Um,
the general idea of toxic masculinity is that there's these toxic social expectations that have been ingrained in men from the time that they're children, and then because of these like toxic standards, they do things like suppress emotion. That's the big one that women tend to
yeah.
focus on because we're so expressive. But the fact is, I do think there's some value to like stoicism, and there is like a more male way of processing emotions that can be just as valid as the female way. And what I'm seeing is just people trying to push the female way on men without understanding that these are two complementary ways of communicating. Not always complementary, but they can be. If people get real about the fact that there are differences, because then we can like better navigate these conversations, in my opinion.
I do think like there it needs to be like less of an extremity though. I think like the men try to suppress too much and then maybe the women are just like too expressive sometimes. Like we need to teach women kind of how to manage their emotions a little bit better
Yeah.
in a healthy, mature way, and then men be able to express them and um, go through them also in a healthy, mature way and be able to talk about it without, you know, just having it be toxic, right? Like
Yeah, because we negatively
Absolutely.
associate men with not being caring, compassionate, or emotional. We just define them as like being protective because they are a man.
well, protective is
No,
caring,
I
but
haven't said like that
I
they're
know what
not
you mean.
emotional. I just mean like that they have low comprehension of emotions
In
within
general.
themselves and within other people.
Do you think
That's
that
absolutely
hold on,
true.
just hold
I
on,
think
hold
they
on,
have a
stop,
lower
stop, stop.
emotional IQ.
Please. So both Ruby and Izzy are in agreement on this point that men in general, as a species, I guess, as a gender, if you will.
Well, not a monolith, but
Yeah, but in
still.
general, I'm talking general. In
Yeah.
general, that men are less emotionally intelligent than women. Does everyone here, who here disagrees with that, if anyone? You all think that men,
I
in
don't
general, are less emotionally intelligent than women.
I don't think that they're I think intelligent is I think that's a word we shouldn't really use because it's not that they I think they just don't know how to process. They know what emotions they are
Or
feeling.
comprehend.
But
Like
okay,
Yeah,
so
I think
fair enough. So
comprehension
just in
is
general,
better.
yeah,
men are less able to comprehend, less able to
exactly.
process, less able to
Yeah.
deal with their
Yeah.
emotions than women. Is this a
Not less
Within
able, but
not
due
only
to like the
theirs, like and
cultural.
other people's. Sorry, yeah. Not
No,
only
no, go
theirs,
ahead.
but
No,
other people's as well. Yeah, go on. You were
so
yeah, no,
saying, Ruby.
I think I just don't want to like harp and just be like pearly things over here. Like I do think that there is an emotional IQ gap as there is an unregular IQ gap as well, and it doesn't always flatter women. But with emotional IQ, I think that it's not that men can't or don't know, but I think they get they've been suffocated into this fucking role from every angle, it feels like. From the left, like they can be suppressed by like these traditional masculine roles, and then there's just no alternative, and that combined with like the low testosterone, like River's talking about, I don't think it's crazy to think that that's why you're seeing more issues, because testosterone is linked also with like virility, and that can having the energy to process your emotions is important. So the low T could connect to the emotional intelligence. It's all
okay,
interconnected in that
I
way.
I
just
think that guys with more testosterone tend to be less comprehensive of emotions, but that's just me. Like I don't know if that's a
I
pattern,
don't
but yeah.
I don't know if I agree with any of you on this. I
Mm,
I'm just
What's your hot take?
curious, right? I'm just curious why you believe, and maybe one of you can elucidate this to me, why you believe that men in general, again, outliers exist, I understand, but men in general are less able to process their emotions or deal with them correctly. What evidence do you have to present to me?
okay.
Crime
I
stats all over the
think
world.
I don't know if it's like, you know, direct evidence, but I think with feminism and stuff. So if we look at like traditional masculine and feminine tropes, it was kind of like masculine traits and qualities were always like good and cool. They were like heroes, they were smarter, they were just like better, they were leaders, independent. You know, they were just cooler. And then when we think of like historical traditional feminine tropes are kind of like undesirable qualities, like just like dumber followers, kind of like helpless and like annoying, illogical,
Back to the
hysterical.
kitchen.
So yeah, so as we have like gender uh, norms starting to like just dissolve or whatever, women getting or adapting to masculine traits is seen as like a positive. So like women are becoming more you know, independent and proving that they're just as capable and smart and all that. But when men start to adapt female traits, since we have these like historical kind of like negative views of them, like we think like emotional just means like hysterical and irrational, when really there are rational and logical ways to handle your emotions. So when men try to, adapt to those female traits openly, it's viewed as, it's not viewed as positively and received in a positive
Well,
light in
let me ask
society.
you then, Gypsy, or Ghosty, I'm sorry.
That's
Apologize.
okay.
Ghosty, like, would you consider a poet or poetry to be an emotional endeavor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
So,
artistic.
yeah, traditionally, that was solely the purview of men. The 1800s,
Because women
1700s,
couldn't write.
1600s.
Everything
Because they were illiterate.
No one
Yes.
taught
Wait,
us
I'm
But
to
sorry,
write.
that's
what I'm
retarded.
what
I
I'm
won't even let you go down the path. I'm gonna save you. That's retarded.
why
Continue.
is that retarded? Because the position you all are positing is that men are less able to regulate their emotions than women.
Well, that's
Yet
because of
we have,
social roles.
if I may, and then I'll let you
Yeah.
counter, right?
Sorry.
If I may, we have all these examples throughout history, right? Not just poetry and the arts and things, which again were male dominated because of sexist reasons. I understand that, right? But these are indicative that men were very in touch with their
It's not
emotions, able
indicative of
to.
fucking
Why
anything,
not?
though, because
I
that was
agree
so
with
long ago
Ruby.
when women were all illiterate. We weren't legally allowed to
Yeah.
participate in any arena of society throughout the whole fucking
Certainly.
history of humankind.
Absolutely.
So why the fuck you cannot say that any broad wow? Did you notice that there was all these white poets in the 1800s? Like I think that's
Okay, but if
indicative
you're
of
positing
like
that
black
men can't
people not
process their
having this
emotions,
interest.
and I'm
It wasn't
showcasing
viewed
to you
the
that
same
throughout all
way.
of history we have evidence of men processing their emotions, you have
No,
to
we
demonstrate
don't.
why
That's
women
not
can do it
showcasing
better.
it.
That's
You talked
exactly true.
about
I agree with
poetry.
Ruby.
Meanwhile, they're blowing up the fucking world.
It wasn't viewed the same way because women weren't
No.
allowed to do these things. I mean, men used to play women
Exactly.
in plays. So because just based on the fact that men were making art and poetry, also art, ancient art was looked at with a much higher in a much higher regard and light. It was almost like philosophical and
There was a
it was
lot of
like
that, yes.
it was
Spiritual.
for the very like royal people. It wasn't kind of this like artsy like whatever, like, art school hipster, whatever kind of thing. It was very like highly respected and stuff. So it wasn't
Yeah.
it was considered more of a manly thing because they were even allowed to do it as a man in the first place.
People with high statuses used to be artists.
Yes.
And that guys with high statuses used to be artists.
Yes.
You would have to have so much luck to be a woman, okay, and be an artist. It's crazy luck because nobody would look at your art just because you're a woman, okay,
I know women
and
often used like men's
Okay.
pen
None of
names
that.
for when they
yeah,
did
None of
exactly,
when they
that.
did
just
publish
to
poetry.
escape
It
that.
was
None
Yeah,
of that.
often under a male pseudonym.
yeah,
None of that is indicative, right,
absolutely.
of your statement that women are more able
Bring
to
something
process their
modern up. Then
emotions.
don't talk
Saying
about
they're
poetry and something so
incapable.
broad.
Well, we
I
can
don't
look
think we're
at this.
saying they're incapable. I think we're saying that it's they don't do it as much because it's stigmatized. Like their guy friends will call them a pussy, or they think that the women, their girlfriends, are gonna leave them if they dare show 1 ounce of emotion. Like
That is something the Red Pillars have said. Do you guys agree
I
with
don't
that?
think
I
that's
don't think I
what's
do.
said.
I think that's bullshit. I think what the Red Pillars are saying about men who show emotions are less attractive. I think that's bullshit. But maybe you guys will correct me on this. Men who show emotions, do you find that more attractive or less? And can you demonstrate?
I
And can
find
you
it
tell
more
me
attractive.
a time where you found a man being vulnerable to be attractive specifically? Go ahead.
Okay, I'll bring something up. Today at work, one of my coworkers had told me that the way he gets along with me, um, he feels a lot more comfortable, even though like I act the way I act and like, I'm a woman, right? He said that I feel like I connect with you more than I can some girls just because you're very open to like sharing your experiences. And so like he's one of my friends who's actually been like sexually assaulted, and like I would have never thought of any of the guys that I met in my life to be sexually assaulted because it's just such a rare thing. It's not like impossible, but like you don't men don't talk about that. They don't talk about
Yeah.
those experiences.
Does that mean though that no, I would agree with you. If your statement was like it is more shunned, right? Like men's emotions
Yeah.
aren't taken as seriously as women's. I agree. 100%. But I don't think that's necessarily follows that therefore men are less able to process their emotions. In fact, I would argue that perhaps that has
Well, you need to
created
practice
men's
it.
ability to process emotions is higher because they can't just they have to do it by necessity. They have to process their own emotions because they can't be emotionally vulnerable without being attacked.
See, look,
That's
that's so interesting the way you word that, as if relying on someone else is like fundamentally a lesser processing. If you can individually process something, that's more processing. That's more so processing than if you communicate. Processing is processing, no matter how you go about it. I would just say it does seem like men overall are doing very poorly. I do in every quantitative outcome you look at, men are not, really doing too hot. Very, very worried about you guys.
Well, that's what we're
I also think
discussing, right?
it starts from like even just as children, like the way that we handle little boys when they act out versus like little girls when they act out, because um we have like we kind of raise and condition girls to be ladylike and thing. Now I definitely do not fit in that category, but I guess like if you're looking like over general, like girls are more likely to kind of cry or like maybe scream or something.
Yeah, but
And
socially that's condemned too, right? Women
it
can't
is,
show
but when
anger, they can't show emotion because if they do, they will be socially condemned as a screeching harpy.
I think they're given more forgiveness
Are
though.
they?
Like when little boys, especially like a little bit older, but they're still boys, when they start crying or showing emotion, I think it's
The
just
only
treated a little
yeah.
bit differently. It's kind of treated as like
Deal
uh
with it.
disgusting, or it's just like a bad thing, whereas like girls are probably a little more coddled and it's like more acceptable for little girls to cry, and then little boys are probably told like, yeah, suck it up kind of thing.
Like the only emotion that men are allowed to show when they're kids is anger.
I don't believe you.
I don't
I
I
mean
don't
like
think
look,
that's true either.
I don't believe you.
I don't think that men have been given the space where they feel like that they can
That
express their emotions for a
but that's the
long
problem.
time.
I'll tell you like what am I basing this on? I just met a lot of men who have anger um as a coping mechanism. And that shows that basically if that's the coping mechanism that their brain chose to use every time they have very intense emotion, it means they didn't choose others for some reason. I don't know what these reasons are, okay, but like
Mhm.
i I'm pretty sure that there's a reason why so many men have anger issues, and it comes by less at women, I think.
I don't
it,
can you can and I don't know if this is true or not, right? I don't know the numbers and maybe you can give me the numbers here. But do men have substantively more anger issues than women?
know.
I'm
Because
pretty
I would
sure
agree
half
that
of
when men have anger issues, but women have anger issues. This is why it's a thing. Let me read some super chats and I want to get River
Matthew
on
and
this.
how it
Let me
affects other
let me
people
read my super
because they
chats.
kill and murder,
And then
etc.
I will
Yeah.
get to River, right? And I want to hear River's input. She's been a little quiet, but we're going to get her into this conversation. $2 from the Empowered Man to say girls' food at Lost and Found section YouTube. I don't know what it means, but thank you for the $2. $2 from Russell Jargue. Women use men's vulnerable moments to attack them. Thank you for the $2. And then $5 from Songy and Stu to say women go from 0 to 99% aggression more readily. Men go more readily from 99% to 100%. That is why men shouldn't add emotion. That is why we men shouldn't add emotion to each interaction. Thank you for the $5. River, what are your thoughts on all this? Do you find men being emotionally vulnerable attractive? Do you think that men are more emotionally stunted, and why? Go ahead, please.
I suppose it depends on the situation. Normally, no, I don't find an emotional man to be attractive. But if it's a situation where, someone died or something like that, they grieve. You want a man to be able to be emotional in a situation like that, but not in a situation where you might be in a situation where like there's a home invader. I think that I don't agree that men are less able to regulate their emotions, I think that they are normally, or at least they're pressured to stifle them because, especially because of their testosterone levels, emotional men can be very dangerous men. So but it's also a cultural thing. So you'll have some cultures like the Japanese, for example, where both the men and the women are very stoic. And I'm not so much sure that it's that men aren't they're processing. I think it's more like they're stifling
Would you
their emotions.
would you say, and this is the river, right? You said the emotional men are dangerous men. What about women? Do you think emotional women are dangerous women?
Less so. I mean, a
Why?
man with their testosterone, it's the size.
Okay, so just the ability to do harm, right? The ability to
I think,
actually
yeah.
act out and
Well, it depends who. Some women
I
are
think
very good at emotional manipulation, for example, but some men are good at that too. So I don't know. It's
Right.
I
very
think men
Say I'm in an
bottle.
argument with my husband, and if I start screaming and yelling and flailing my arms around, it's not it's not the same as if he's doing it. Like it's
yeah.
scary if he
It's
does it.
scarier
Whoa.
with
It's
the
like
guy.
that size difference. You know, like he could kill me if he really wanted to.
I
Yeah.
Like I
just
can't
think
really do
that
much to him.
I think it has to do with a lot what environment you're in, like what's around you.
I
Like,
think oh sorry.
no, it's okay. It's like I don't think that size should matter when it comes to like aggression because I mean like there are obviously cases where you have women murdering their husbands, because they got a chance to because of what was around them. Wasn't even a matter of their size or anything like
Well,
that.
like Destiny
Or
said,
just
ever since women became more independent, the amount of poisonings of men has dropped.
I'm just
Think
speaking in
So,
generalities. I'm not saying that there aren't. Of course, there are
obviously, yes.
yeah.
times
Yeah,
when
there's
women,
more
yeah, but just
potential
in
harm
general.
for a man to like
In,
lose control just in general. But I think it's like the thing is it's gonna be maybe less common with women because it might seem as more often because they're kind of uh like are expressing their emotions more, whereas like men bottle it up to the point where it over explodes, I think, more often than women do. So like women might like get emotional more often, but maybe it doesn't get to that point where I think in a lot of guys they like bottle things and just like suppress to the point where they explode. I think that might be more common for guys.
I don't have the stats on whether it's more common in size. Ruby, you mentioned crime statistics earlier. Do you think
oh
that
yeah.
that is indicative of men being less able to control their emotions?
Absolutely, because
Yep.
Can
moving
you
about
elaborate?
society, I'm elaborating right now, and you just
'Cause-
threw me off my fucking train of thought. It's like every time I'm about to like make a point, Wick, you fucking dive into like, and then my ADHD, it's gone. It's gone. I forget what you even fucking asked. Can you ask it again?
Okay. So, you mentioned earlier that crime statistics as evidence of men having
Yes.
less emotional control, and I've asked you to elaborate on that.
Yes, yeah, I will elaborate. It's indicative of men having less emotional control because what precedes most crimes that happen are crimes of passion. It's murder, it's assault, it's rape, and I'm eliminating like not so much like crimes of poverty and things of that nature, even though they are completely disentangled. But to resort to murder, which the murder stats, it's like 99%
Sure.
males, perps. So when you look at things like that, how could you not say that's
So, so
connected to how like if you look at mass shootings, the mass shootings that are happening, how could you say that it's not connected to man's status when a lot of the things we're seeing low status jockeying for status by doing low status, the things low status men do to jockey for status, like an incel committing a mass murder. So he's a big fucking guy. He has instant status and adoration and all that shit. It's satisfying an emotional need in him
then let me ask you
that
directly.
wasn't satisfied.
Sure. Then let me ask you directly. If you think that the crime stats are indicative that men in general have less emotional control than women, do you think that black men have less emotional control than white men in this case?
Uh,
Is she frozen or am I
yeah,
frozen?
of
okay, yeah, she's frozen too.
You're
Oh,
oh,
frozen.
I thought I
You
thought I
cut out.
froze.
convenient,
Yeah,
saving by the freeze. Am I still frozen?
I mean, yeah,
No, you're
no,
good.
you're not.
No,
You're
no, you're
good.
not. You're
Answer
good.
the
Oh, oh,
question.
oh,
Do
oh.
you think
I was
if
like,
you're going
that's
to
that
use,
was
hold
like
on,
a
let
nice
me
time to get.
rephrase it so everyone can know and there's no confusion. If
I
you're
know,
going
I
to
know.
use crime stats as evidence that men are less emotionally stable than women, would it not follow that black men are less emotionally stable than white men?
Well, it
I can
won't
take that.
follow exactly for a couple reasons, but it doesn't follow in one way because men and women are so fundamentally different. You look at across the world, we've divided by the sexes for all of human history, So you're gonna, it's, I get so frustrated. I forgot what even what was the question we're on right now?
The
This is why I have
question
to interact with
is,
people.
if we're
I'll
going
take
to
that.
use crime statistics to
Oh,
showcase
okay.
that
Listen,
men
the reason
are
why.
less emotionally
Oh,
stable
dang it!
than
No, I'm gonna
women,
lose it again, Wick. You're killing me. Okay, I don't think it's indicative because men and women are so vastly biologically different, and you don't really see that between the races. I do think that there could be some degree of biological variability between what we call races and people of different ancestral populations that could contribute to crime stats, but we'd have no way to entangle that data, and that's a very treacherous conversation for another day.
so well, my
But
argument,
men and women so fundamentally different, black and white not as much.
my
I'll take
argument,
the black question.
go ahead, please.
Okay, I'd say that it's not a race thing, it's a culture thing, and if you're talking about like the African American culture in particular, because it's not going to be the same, if you go to Nigeria or Ghana or different countries, but if you're talking about what's happened with the black people here specifically, you have to understand that for generation upon generation upon generation, the fathers have been removed from the homes. So you have a lot of black men who are descendants of slavery who are being raised by women and don't have those positive male role models and those fathers in their lives. So the examples that they're going off of, they're learning how to be men based upon women.
On women, so
And
women are
so,
teaching
so,
them
so that's
to
causing
be
them
less
to be more
emotionally stable?
emotional. It's how they're raised. It's not by the race. It's
Sure.
by the
So
culture.
because women are raising them, they are less emotionally stable.
Yes, well, a father in the home is like one of the biggest indicators. Sorry,
It's okay.
it's one
Take
of
your time.
the biggest things that plays into how successful you're going to be in life.
Fair enough. Well, let's address that. Let's deal with that. So again, if this is true, and I'm not saying it is because I don't have the stats on hand, right? But this is what you guys are arguing. If it's true that women are raising like less emotionally stable men, does that not indicate perhaps that women are passing on bad habits to men?
I disagree. Okay, I'll
Please
tell you
tell me
why.
why.
Um, Men who have been raised by a lot of women, for example, like by grandma, aunt, mom, there is a dad, yes, but when they have been like sisters, men who have been raised in families that have a lot of female tend to be more emotional, okay, tend to be more connected to their emotions, tend to comprehend emotions better.
Tend to do more crime.
Crime, I'm not sure about that.
Well, having a good relationship with your mother isn't indicative of
I'm not saying a good
stable.
relationship with your mother. I'm just saying having more of a female based education, I guess, of how to act. And like when you're a kid and you're raised by lots of females, so these men tend to be more like connected to their emotions, tend to
They have
be
good
have
relationships
higher
with them,
EQs, for
I
example.
think. I think
They're
if they
more
have good
empathetic
relationships with them.
and
Yes,
understanding.
they're more empathetic and understanding.
$10 from Psychonaut.
Well,
Thank you for the $10 to say.
well,
So then, men are more emotionally stable by that logic. I mean, yes,
no,
by that
If
logic.
they're raised by women,
no.
By the logic that you
Yeah,
guys are
if they're
stating,
raised by
right?
lots of women,
If they're raised by
yeah,
lots of
but these
women, no,
Not
families
no, no,
aren't.
no, 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 no,
necessarily,
no, no, no,
because we
no.
don't see that
Yeah,
outcome
not
in the black
necessarily.
community as much.
Ladies.
Again, that's not a monolith.
I understand there are
It,
outliers, but
well,
again,
the
if
issue with the black community is not just the fatherless homes. I mean, there's the school to prison pipeline.
certainly,
There's the generational welfare.
There's the
The
hood.
issue with the mom, that's just one tiny part of a very large problem.
Well, I would think it would be a central part, right? That the fact that there are no fathers in the
I wouldn't
home
say
is
so.
what leads to them not having a role model on how to act, them not being able to have a
Systematic racism
positive
also.
way. Why is this racist?
No, I mean systematic racism
Oh,
also
sure,
jumps into the equation.
I
That's what I
understand.
mean. I didn't say you're racist. No, I
Okay,
meant
no, fair.
in general. One of the reasons that like in the black community, like that there is like the crime thing in the black communities is systematic racism as well. Not only being raised by fatherless homes in
It's a
fatherless homes.
multifactored, multivariate thing, but
You
given
also have
that
to think
Yeah.
too.
the
Oh,
difference.
sorry.
Go ahead. No, finish your statement.
I think a lot of the crime created or done in Black communities isn't necessarily done out of emotions, like not being able to handle your emotions.
Well,
So a lot
most
of it,
crimes are crimes of passion. At least that's what Ruby was
but that's what I'm
arguing.
saying. I don't think
I
most
don't know if
of the
that's actually
crimes
true. Are you
in
saying
the
that's
Black
just not
community,
true? Go
I
ahead.
wouldn't say so. Most crimes are not crimes of just passion. You don't. I don't know. It takes a lot to do a crime.
They're just
I wouldn't
crime.
say passion is the main reason for
Well, I
why
don't think
people do
I
crimes.
think it's pretty intuitive, and maybe again, if you guys have stats to prove me wrong, that's fine. But intuitively, most at least petty crime, right, is crimes of opportunity, right?
Well,
Um,
that's passion and
they're not
opportunity is
planning.
not the
too.
same.
It's it's programming too. It's the music, it's the lack of opportunities, but because I've spent a lot of time working in schools. I also was like raised in, I guess you call it the hood till like 7th grade, but it's normal for people. And so when you listen to like hardcore rap, a lot of middle class people, they don't take that seriously, but kids in that environment believe that that is the only way out. And when I try to talk to kids and I tell them, hey, study hard and get a scholarship, go to college, they'll say no. Like my favorite rapper over here, they have a bunch of kids out of wedlock and he's super popular and he talks about crime, so I need to commit crime. It's the programming, the brainwashing is awful, and it's
So,
not like
is
these
rap
crimes of
music
passion.
to
It's
blame?
normal. It's normal.
Whoa, that's
What?
an
Interesting.
interesting
No,
train of thought.
is it due to the music and the culture? Like you mentioned music, like rap music
Probably
specifically.
some
Do you
some
think that
It's
some
has a huge
things are
influence?
like that, but I wouldn't say it's a
it's
Well, I'm
main.
curious what
it's
Rivers
hard.
says because Rivers lived in that, right? So yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It, oh, no, that's fine. And just, I mean, other people could have lived in that too. It's more of at this point like an economic thing. It started off as a black thing, but there are people who are of all
Oh,
races that
white
are
trash. Yeah,
trapped
yeah,
in that system.
yeah. Okay,
So no, I mean
interesting.
it was so bad. They had to stop. The one school I was in, they had to ban dancing in kindergarten because the kindergartners were twerking. The things
That's
that
Oh
kids are
crazy.
boy,
being exposed to, and it's babies having babies. Like grandma is 35. Like that's the reality
that's
of the
just like
hood.
in anime.
Just like in anime. Anime is the root of all evil. $5 from Rapid Wombat to say, funny how when we quote crime stats for men, we wrap up men are bad in 30 seconds. But black men stats always lead to 20 minutes of caveats. Thank you for the
Who
$5.
said men are bad? And obviously, it's a much more contentious conversation, especially in a primarily white panel. When you bring up anything involving crime, like the public, that's just a very difficult conversation for
Why?
most people to navigate
Why is it
because
difficult for you?
race is it's not difficult for me, but it's hard for a lot of people to navigate those conversations comfortably. I'm responding to the comment on why it might versus
But
have
he's talking
people
about this
talk
conversation,
about
you
the
realize.
I know he's
Yeah.
exactly in the comment. He said that why for like crime stats for men, we wrap up men are bad in 5 seconds. I don't think we did. I do think that there are differences in how sexists react to different environmental stimuli, but I didn't think that the outcome that we came to was men are bad. And but yeah, of course, it's going to be a longer conversation. That's just the comment I was responding to is saying that. So
No, fair enough. I want to kind of like maybe we're circling and drain a little bit on there, and I know this is kind of like a trap for you girls, and I'll move on. I want to talk a little bit about how we treat, and when I speak of we, I treat men, like, right? What are some things that you notice that men get wrong when they're interacting with women. So it might not necessarily be a bad thing to do. But what assumptions do men have? What ways of acting around you do men have that are just not based in reality in your experience? Go ahead. What do you think?
A
Anyone?
a lot of men, I think, have a lot of false ideas of what women look for and what women want, and also what women look for. What women look for in
Can you give
them.
us examples?
Yeah, sure. So, I think a lot of guys really over exaggerate and over focus on things like height or having like a certain kind of lifestyle. But I think like especially height. Like I think there's like a lot of guys that really, just because of like the internet and stuff, they put like a lot of pressure on themselves for being like like a very average normal height. I think a lot of guys just they focus more on superficial aspects like money or your car or how you dress or something more than their actual inner self and like personal self and connection. I think that yeah, I think they really see dating more or as like a superficial kind of like exchange a little bit, or that's kind of the message that's being put out there.
Well, I want to hear what the other ladies here think. I would just before you go though, is that not what dating is? A superficial thing, at least at the very beginning, right? I don't. If I see someone, right, the first thing I notice about them is their outward appearance, right? Before they even open their mouths, I could see how they're dressed. I could see how they present themselves. Hopefully, I can't smell them, okay, right? And if I can, that's a problem. But you know what I mean? They're outward, and these are all
What do you mean, a
aesthetic.
good
These are
smell?
all just looks based
Looking at
stuff, right?
the brand of their clothes and like the price tag of whatever, or are you looking at like their
Just
style or their
all of the
aesthetic?
above. And I think everyone does this. Everyone
I
within, like, when I say everyone, I'm talking generally, right? There are obviously outliers. But when someone walks in the door, right, into a room you were in, you can immediately, right, form opinions about this person. Now, whether that's wise to do or not, different question. But we all do this. We form immediately opinions, and we can tell in the first 20 seconds whether or not we find that person attractive. Is that not true?
or
Yeah, I can
on
agree with that.
I think it's like there's more than just like superficial things like a price tag or like it's just like you like their style, their aesthetic, their vibe for lack of a better word. It's not just like, oh, this guy's has like the most expensive outfit. I like him versus like, oh, this guy like he's wearing like a Led Zeppelin t-shirt. And maybe it costs less, but like I like Led Zeppelin, so like he's kind of cute. Like that kind like I just think
Sure.
guys would automatically assume that the guy with the like more expensive clothes is going to be the dude that women go for.
So guys have a wrong opinions about what women look for in that regard. Okay, what are some of the other
Absolutely.
answers we have here, right? So what would you say, Ruby? What assumptions do men make about women that are just flawed?
Hmm. Assumptions that men make about women. I mean, I, that are flawed. It's hard to say because in the West, I've been spending more time arguing with women than men over these things. So to look at it from that perspective, I would say men do, they don't understand necessarily like what women want or need. And they don't understand necessarily that it's different from what they want or need. And they
Can you give me
just on like
an
a
example of
genetic,
a difference between what men want and need versus what women want and need that's different? What
we
does a man
both
want and need that a woman in general doesn't want and need, and vice versa? Go ahead.
Well, we all want and need the same things, but perhaps at varying levels. Like women tend to want and need more connection, more vulnerability, more talking, more communication. And men might need more time to maybe process their emotions by going for a walk or doing something in isolation. And they interpret like, oh, this, if their guy's not responding to them, like, oh, he hates me. And it's like, he just has to process this shit in his own way, and there's no better way to do it. It's just a difference in how we go about it.
Okay. Other answers. What assumptions are men making about women that are just untrue? I want to hear from V, Izzy, and then River. Go ahead, V.
What are assumptions that men make that aren't true? Um, Maybe I'm being a super big memer right now, but the whole thing of like being super emotional when, we're on our periods or whatever.
Damn, you took
Um,
my answer.
sorry. I think that's like a big like contender. It's just like I think it's a mix of things. Granted, like all the hormones like are adding to how you're feeling, but it's not always a case like, oh, she's on her period or whatever, like, and that's why she's acting like irrational. Sometimes men do things that can piss us off, or they could just go about a better way of doing something if we explained it to them. Like, if I get pissed off at somebody because um they make a crude joke or whatever that they know they shouldn't be making, right? Because I've talked to them about it. It's just like that's kind of on them versus
So
like if
yeah, no, but was I misinformed? Look, I grew up with sisters. I'm the only guy aside from my dad in my family, right? My dad was there. He wasn't arrested or anything. He was in my life. He was a great father. But my mom and my sisters, you know, they would always leave out the Advil, right, on the counter when it was their time of the month to let us know, me and my dad, that they would be a little extra cranky and a little extra emotional. So is that not true? Was I misinformed?
Well, it
I think it's
depends on
true.
who. Some
it does
women
depend
have
on
these.
who.
Yeah, it depends on who, because it's there's like they're like what's it called, um medical issues with in which women suffer from greater pain during their periods, but it doesn't mean you can apply that to all women, for the same reason that if you have someone who is has like chronic pain, you're not like applying that to the whole all of humanity. Like like the fact that some women like suffer from greater pain and therefore have are a bit more emotional during their period, it doesn't mean that all women are. Okay, and I find it very weird that people tend to apply it to all women during
I
their
think
period. It's just medical thing. I don't know,
it's
like
the way guys use it too. Like they'll just say,
they
anytime they
dismiss you,
disagree with
like
a woman or they think she's, they try to use it as an insult and it's like, oh, you must be on your period, or they just try to use it to, yeah, to yeah, dismiss you
Dismiss what you're
basically.
saying. No, I understand
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
But I promise you they make they also
I get
use
very sad.
generalizations.
I'll start like I noticed more recently, like later in life. I don't know. When I was younger, I feel like I noticed it less so, but like more recently, when I know my period's coming, because I'll get like really sad for no reason, like
So
over
you'll get
stupid shit.
emotional because okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
but that's something recently I've noticed.
Yeah, and I think it also the difference between women, it also matters if they're on birth control for whatever matter. Like I don't even get cramps and women are experiencing cramps. I'm just like I can't relate.
Fair enough. Okay, River, what's your answer? What assumptions are men making that are just erroneous when it comes to women?
I think that number one is that women can't think logically.
Okay.
I think that that we're strictly emotional creatures and we only think with our emotions and we can't broach a subject actually, which is why I suppose well, I'd like to think of myself as a logical thinker, which is why when I answered the question, what's wrong with men, I picked something that was factual. I didn't go with something that was emotional. It's not that I'm not emotional. I am emotional, but I think that we can balance that. But I don't think that we're given credit for being logical thinkers.
Fair enough. And once Izzy gets back, I'll ask her answer there. But that's fair. I don't have. In fact, I think that there are a lot of stereotypes about men and women that are just simply wrong, and I would agree with you on that one. I think that there are a lot of women that I've met who are very rational, very reasonable. Women can be just as logical as men. The problem I'm having, right, is when we ask you questions like, "Well, can men be just as emotionally competent as women?" And you all are like, well, no, that's impossible. That doesn't happen, right? That's not
Maybe so.
happening. But when
Well,
I
that's a
ask a question,
generality.
when I ask a question, right? or when I ask you what assumptions men are making that are erroneous, and you say, well, women can be just as logical as men. No, I agree with you. Any man who says that otherwise is just wrong. And so it's the double standard that sticks in my craw a little bit. Okay, I get a
Thing
little
too, like
emotional about it.
like
Okay,
they're not allowed. Men know this and they say this all the time. Like they feel like they're not allowed, or they're stigmatized for expressing emotion, or being vulnerable, or showing any kind of emotion outside of anger, because they pretend like anger isn't an emotion for some reason. Only sadness, I guess, like, is an emotion to them. But yeah, I think guys agree with this too. Like they understand this. I saw like somebody in the chat say that. I've heard guys say this before. I don't think we're saying they like aren't competent enough to be able to do it. They're not capable of it. I just think it's like society's perception of men that prevents them from allowing themselves to do that openly. Like I have a lot of good, like, very close male friends, and like my best friend, he always tells me like he loves female friends because he can kind of just like, he's like a very manly, like, masculine dude too, like very traditional whatever, but he likes being able to just like talk and have kind of just like freer conversations. Like I can't describe it like from his words, I guess, but he just says he likes the conversations he has with women a lot better than with men, because I think of that reason.
maybe. Izzy, your
Yeah.
answer, right? What assumptions do men make about women that are just wrong, just incorrect?
Um, that women have no hobbies, for example.
That's something men assume?
That's
Yeah, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
It's a meme for
Some
sure. And
Is
and
it?
yeah.
I've
Oh,
never
for
heard
sure.
this.
And I
Please.
just think
I've
it's so
never heard
funny
that
that they
either.
say that. Oh, I've seen it come up a million fucking times, the women have no hobbies meme. It's just so funny because every woman I know has like a million fucking weird niche hobbies. And
yeah.
men do too, but it's just so funny. But they just aren't viewing, like, they're not looking at like crafting or like needle felting or, these more female dominated like art
Sewing
spaces or whatever.
and
They
stuff
date
like
the
Yeah.
women
that.
that don't. It's just the women they
Yeah.
date.
Hold on. I just
Or they have different hobbies, or some women maybe actually this could be a valid issue that
Well,
a lot of young
yeah.
women don't have hobbies. They're maybe just focused on partying or something. I don't know. I'm not
Or
sure
just
where
like
this stems
being on
from
their
really.
phone and social media. I wouldn't consider that a hobby, for example. But but
Yeah.
but guys tend to assume that a bit more than other women. Okay. Well, I don't know, like, if it's the fact that we're the same gender that we don't assume that, or if there's a different reason for that. But like, yeah, guys tend to assume that a lot, and that's that's like one of the, like, you can see that a lot in dating, for example,
give me an
that
example, please.
guys will not start searching for like the hobby. Like, women are the ones that are searching for a similar hobby at the guy and not the opposite, for example.
Do you think
That's
that's a
true.
wise way though? Like if I wanted to play chess with someone, I'd find someone who plays chess. When I'm looking to date, I'm not looking to play chess with someone, right? Like
But
that's
to play
What
not
do you
chess with
mean?
someone you date is the dream. To find the
Exactly.
passion that you share with your significant
sure,
other.
but
I played in bands for years with my significant others,
the
and it
primary
was a joy.
look, the primary purpose of me
absolutely.
looking for a date isn't to find a chess partner or to find a hobbyist
It
or
should be a
someone to
life
share my
No,
partner
it's
and
hobby.
finding a
everything.
woman
That's
that
not the
also
primary.
likes the
Like
same
that's a
things that you like.
great bonus, right? But
I'm just
my
saying, not
shared
every man's gonna do
values.
well
See,
on
the
dating apps,
bonus
so
thing
it's
is a
important.
problem. You see, you said that's a bonus. What do you mean that's a
It's a
bonus?
bonus because I value shared values way more than shared interests. I don't
You
care
assume that
if they
there
like
is
the same
no
thing.
But a
nothing
shared
that you have
interest
in
I
is
just
a
common.
don't.
That's why
shared
you say
value.
it's a bonus.
If your interest is leftist activism, that's very indicative of shared values, you know? So that's why I'm saying I do think that men who are not
Oh
conventionally attractive
God,
should
I would
focus on
not date
meeting
someone
women.
whose whole hobby is activism, right or left. That
I
would
wouldn't
be
either, because
a
I assure
horror
you they're
show.
mentally ill.
I
I've been
agree.
on the inside. They're all mentally ill. I'm mentally ill. They're all fucking mentally
That
ill.
would be something like that. I would actively run away. That would be a red flag.
But that's like a high value to you. And you just mentioned that values are more important than interests. So wouldn't you want to date a woman who has leftist
Oh,
values?
that's a good question, Ruby. That is
Not
a
an
good question.
activist. however, who that was their hobby, right? I
Well,
love someone.
but to call it, but then how else would you find someone who shares your values if not like through common work trying to express those values in the
by
real
going to
world?
places where values might be shared. That might happen
Uh,
at a
uh,
leftist
then we're saying
rally.
the
It
same thing in different
might,
words.
right? Or a rally or a political event or a venue, right? But it also can happen at places like a church or places like there are a lot of
I put
places where
church
you
as
can
hobby.
find
Yeah, so
people,
yeah,
right?
okay.
Because there's an order of operations to these things. We got to look to see, one, are they attractive to you? That's the first goalpost, okay? Once you clear that goalpost, are they interesting to talk to and interact with? Like, do you want
Yeah,
to
but
do you tune out when
that's
they're
supposed to
talking?
be inside that whole. Are they interesting? Do they have any similar hobbies to me or any worlds of content that you have in common? You know?
There are plenty of
Like
people who I share hobbies with that I think are terrible people.
me and my boyfriend,
Okay.
I'm just getting back into actually like playing chess again. Like I was never like an avid chess player, but I enjoyed it when I was younger, so I've been like trying to play chess again. My boyfriend doesn't know how to play chess. He might have played like a little bit. He doesn't like remember the rules, but we like the same kind of things. Like he's like a little nerdy. I'm a little nerdy. We like kind of like heady things like that. So like that's something that I'm like would like to teach him. We've talked about like playing chess together and stuff. So even though we don't, that's not like this shared hobby because we have shared like values and interests.
The shared
You know,
value would be spending time together in this instance.
okay. Well, I mean, I think that the type of hobby kind of like uh correlates to the value like a little bit, like what we value, like kind of headier, like nerdier things.
I can understand how shared values might lead to similar interests in many cases, but that to look for someone with shared interests is putting the cart before the horse because there are plenty of people who have very different values than me that share the same hobbies that I do. Let's look at streaming, for example. There are a lot of people who love to stream, who love to have talk shows, who love to have these kinds of discussions that are just terrible people. Some of them have been on my show. You've seen a few of them. I'll let you guys decide which, right? But they would
Right.
never in a million years say, oh, well, we share the same interests, so there's a possibility we're going to date. No, it's just not something I look for at ever. So I just don't understand this
Who said that?
fixation on interest.
I'm just saying that's a way
Well,
to
one of
meet
the
people
things,
would be
the reason this
to
started,
gather around a shared
the reason
interest
we
is,
started talking about
Yeah,
this
for
it's an
example,
alleyway to
like
meet people. That's why it was mentioned. So
yeah, for example, if somebody understands like that the reference to Star Trek that I have on my T-shirt or something like that, for example, that then I find that person more cooler. Like Ghosty, I think said about Led Zeppelin. Hey, this guy has a Led Zeppelin shirt. I like Led Zeppelin. I mean, this guy's cuter now.
Yeah.
So
yeah, a
yeah,
lot of
it's
my
like
exes
common
I met like
interests.
through shared like common interest was playing music, and I had like a lot of great times
okay, how's
being
your
in
dating
band
life
with
going
like
for
both
you?
of my
How'd
exes.
that work out?
It, to me, I mean, I had like several long-term relationships that I view
Okay.
as successes. They ended. My last one after 5 years, we decided to part ways. But I would view them all as successes and of great periods of time in my life overall.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's reconnect here. I think we've gone down this route. If you could, let's ask this now. In what ways do women mistreat or misunderstand or harm men, in your opinion? And I want to hear all your answers here. So we're going to start with River and we're going to end with Ruby. River, in what ways are women the problem?
Oh boy. I suppose that women are are the problem with I suppose we are the initiators. We tend to be the initiators of divorces, but I'm not 100% sure that just because we are the initiators of divorces that that means that we are the cause of the marriage to fall apart. I understand that there are a lot of cases where, yes, a woman is initiating a divorce, but it's because she found out the man has a whole nother family and he left,
That'd
and
be a good
you're
reason, yeah.
initiating a divorce. Yeah, so it's like, causation or our
Sure.
correlation
But
isn't
give us
the cause
the
of the symptom.
strongest way though. So that's one you're not sure of. Fair. Give us one that no one could argue with, in your opinion.
Something that no one can argue with why
Why?
or
What? In what ways
women
do
do well.
women fail men? Let's say that.
How do we fail men? I suppose we have failed men by, I don't know, maybe through dating apps. I don't know.
Fair enough. I mean, if you
I
don't
know
know,
that
that's an answer.
the dating app thing I know is difficult because a lot of regular guys aren't getting shots, and so that's causing them to drop out because through this it's kind of completely changed the game. You used to just marry the boy next door, but I think most women, what is it, something like the top 80% of women are chasing like the top 20 to 10% of men. And so it's leaving a whole lot of men just
And you think that's
on their
actually
own because
happening?
through the dating app stuff, yes, it's happening, and that's what's
Super
caused a lot of that
disproportionate
manosphere
amount,
thing to
too.
grow. That's what that if you watch those videos, that's what that's like their number one complaint is that all the women only want those top guys.
The problem
Like
is too,
the
there's like a lot less
6 foot,
women
6 figures, 6 other things,
on those
6
apps.
packs, 6 yeah.
6 packs.
Okay, that's your answer. Well, what do you think, V? Why? In what ways do women fail men?
Okay. I just think from an emotional standpoint, I really think that we're too emotional to the point where like we push way too hard to try and figure out what issues men might have. And I can say for a fact that I've had like relationships where like I've pushed too hard and it's like they're not ready to talk about things just yet because again, they don't know how to like go through those stages of trying to figure out why am I feeling this way? What is it that's wrong with me? So I think women have the tendency to just um like I guess we just steamroll over everything for our benefit because we're
Steamroll
so
over
emotional.
everything. Okay, so
Like because we're so
women are too
emotional.
emotional, and it's hurting men. Is that your argument?
Yeah, I can admit to myself that I've been too emotional in some
Sure.
relationships that
Do
it
you think
has
that's
hurt my
a
partner.
general problem though?
I think it can be. I
Okay.
think like some women have a better hold on their emotions more than others. Um for like completely different reasons. Um but I think it's just like there's a big learning curve because it's two people in a relationship that have to like deal with both of their partner's emotions. Does that make sense?
Fair enough. Do we agree with this, gang? Like, what do you think? Are you all too emotional and it's hurting us?
I think it's just I just think it's the relations between how women handle emotions, how men handle their emotions, and then how we handle them together. I just think it's a
That
bad clash.
I don't understand what you just like. I know I understand each word individually, but not together. So can you please re-say it?
So
So
kind of like I was
they
saying earlier,
please.
like women will are more likely or like they do this more. They're more like accepted to openly express their emotions, and sometimes I think they go a little too far with it because they often don't get as punished for it. There's like less negative consequences
Do you
that
think they
come
should be
from
punished more? How? How do you want
not
women
like
punished more,
punished, not like
please?
punished, but like maybe I don't want to say reprimanded. I don't know how to say it. Like they aren't told that when they're younger, like
Should
this
men
is
explain to women what they're
unhealthy.
doing wrong?
I just think we should raise men and women better, like on how to handle their emotions and cope, learn how to
Yeah.
um just like deal with life and handle that and like and be okay with it. Men are like ignoring it or like maybe dealing it with it on the inside by themselves, and then women are kind of just like uh just all over the place with it, and you know, blaming other people, or just kind of making things a problem that aren't there. I think they're just like too open with it. And these are the extremes, right, on both ends. But when you have a general population, and then you have the internet, and you have people dating and stuff, it just ends up being like a bad clash. But yeah, I think it's how we condition
Okay.
men
Cool.
and women.
Any other thoughts on this
I mean,
one?
I'll say for that, it was like I was joking earlier about the men are from Mars, are from Venus book, but like I do think that we're complementary, but we are also there is like conflict in the way our styles of communication conflict with each other. We have sometimes opposing needs, not one worse or better than the other, but just different styles that can cause conflict because of the differences in styles broadly, but not better or
I wouldn't
worse, just
say it's different
different.
styles of communication. I disagree with that. Like I wouldn't say it's different types of communication. I think it's just like, well, for your initial question about like how did women did wrong with men, is I think that we haven't taught men how to communicate properly, whether how to identify what type of emotions is they are experiencing, and for like not teaching them that it's okay to have these emotions. Okay, the same way with women, it's okay to cry. Okay, it's okay to have these emotions. It's absolutely fine. You are entitled to feel emotions. It's okay. You're not supposed to hide them. And the same way we do with women, I guess we should also teach men like the same way, how to understand our own emotions. It's like, what am I feeling right now? Okay, what is this emotion that I'm feeling right now? How do I communicate that feeling with other people properly? Okay, I think that is not taught to men. Okay, it's like a stage that maybe is kind of skipped during their
I
own
wanna,
education.
yeah, I wanna question that, if I will. But let me get
Yeah.
to these two super chats first, and we want to deal with them. One's really quick, one's a little longer. $5 from Turtle Emergency to say, are any of the panelists married or in a long-term relationship with a man? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. 3 out of the 4. Okay, so most of them are either married or in a long-term relationship. Okay, thank you for the answer. $10 from Psychonaut to ask. Question for the panel. Since men are unable to express their emotions by your words, when a man does express their emotions, are women able to handle the way they express them? What are your
Oh,
thoughts?
absolutely do.
Yeah?
Yes,
It
I would
Repeat the
say
absolutely.
no
question
in
For,
again.
some situations.
Sure, I'll read the question again. Since men are unable to express their emotions by your words, when a man does express their emotions, are women able to handle the way they express them?
okay,
And
well,
Izzy says
like,
yes.
I'd say
well,
often
kind
no.
of. I'll say that like exactly what I said before, how to properly communicate your emotion to the
Mm.
outside world. Okay, that's the thing that they need to learn, that they lack of. Okay, maybe the way they communicate the emotion, okay, is like is can be like, I don't know, scary. For example, anger. Okay, there are ways that you can communicate anger in which is scary. Okay, and there are ways that you can communicate anger in a way that it's not scary. Okay, there are different ways to communicate different emotions. Okay, and it's all about the way you communicate them. Okay.
Interesting. Does everyone agree with this?
I would say that
Yeah.
often women aren't. Just look at like ick discourse, and you can see a lot of women stating online how repulsive they respond to men being emotional. And for some reason, that's become really socially acceptable, I find, for women to demonize and just kind of have this contempt for men that I find to be like a poison in life. Like contempt breeds resentment and anger and hate and so many other negative emotions that take you down a dark path. But yeah, I'd say often women can advance in this part and really actually, like you said, I mean, but it's a meeting of two things. Like, yes, men need to communicate better, but I do think that women need to reflect on how we are reacting when they try. They're not
Yeah.
going to come out perfect communicators, so we
Yeah.
do have to kind of meet them halfway and where they're at,
Yeah.
in that at least.
Yeah.
Interesting.
As much as we say that
Yes.
we're trying to be understanding, that's sometimes like the biggest things that we're failing at, not being understanding of how they don't know how to completely like accept how they're feeling and how to deal with it. So I think sometimes we can get very impatient because they don't know how to do that.
Yeah,
I just
I agree.
really disagree with all of you here, and I'll tell you why. Right? Like, so we've already went over the why I disagree with the fact that men are just less capable of expressing their emotion. I just disagree with that premise right off.
Not less capable.
I think they
I
just
wouldn't
need
say. I don't
more
think anyone thinks
help.
that the capacity isn't
That
there.
they're
It's
doing it
just
less. That they're
at the
doing it
current
less, whether
rate,
they're capable
they
or
are doing
not.
it. Yes. I think that's
How
an
it's
important distinction for the
fair enough.
conversation.
Fair enough that whether they're capable or not, they are performing it less well, right? Like they're performing it less well in general. I don't think that's true. The second thing that I would say on this, right, is the idea that like one of the reasons that men don't express their emotions is because how, and not just women, but everyone reacts when they do. And how can we, if I ever told a woman, hey, you're expressing your emotion incorrectly, that anger that you're feeling to me, you should just need to calm down because you're expressing this incorrectly. What would, do you
Well,
think that would
you're saying
calm them
don't
down?
express it at all. That's not a
There
what.
are
That's
I
not what I'm saying.
personally,
ways
Do you,
to express
what,
anger.
like, I just do not, like, I have never, okay.
I don't think anybody has said that to somebody. Like, I don't think
Yeah.
we're saying like, "Oh,
Well,
no,
then
stop right there. You're
explain to me.
expressing your emotions to me
How,
wrong."
if I express an emotion, right, and I'm a pretty emotional guy, right, like, eh, say I was to come and I can't even express emotion wrongly to you, even in jest. But you saw someone who was expressing their emotion in a way you didn't find acceptable. How would you communicate it to them in that moment that what they're doing is unacceptable? Someone's very angry. What would you tell them?
I don't think
Well,
that's how you come
Sometimes you can't.
across it. I don't think that's how you should come
well, you
across
say
it.
that the way you're
I would
doing, I don't
say,
know,
hey,
like
we're
do not
pretty
wave
heated
your
right now.
hands.
You know.
Do not
Yeah,
wave your
exactly.
And
hands
don't
and
You
do
wave
try
not
your
to
hands.
throw things
de-escalate
at
the
me or
situation.
something like
Okay.
that.
Have you ever,
Well,
and
the key is
I want
also
you to
to
be,
talk about it in
okay. I want you
detached
all,
environment where emotions are less
I
heightened. Is
want
the
you all
key
to
to
turn
talk
up the
then.
honesty, okay? Turn up the honesty on your answers to this. This is a real question, right? Like, I want the real answer here. If a man were to tell you, hey, stop being so emotional, stop being so
Define
expressive, stop
emotional.
waving your hands around like that, stop being
Stop acting
crazy,
crazy.
how would you respond?
I would never
If
wave my hands around in the first place. But
But
Mm,
this is a hypothetical that
Yeah.
it's like
If I'm doing this, I shouldn't be
Remember the
doing this in
last
the
time
first
that you
place.
felt emotional and a man tried to calm you down?
if
How
I
did you
was
well,
respond to
that's
that?
happened
if
to
he
me.
says that it's not acceptable that I'm waving my hands and yelling, okay, for example, which happened to me, like I can wave my hands and yell if I'm like very, if like
Sure, why
the
can't they? Why
argument is
can't
very
men?
intense, okay, like with my
But why
partner, if
can't
I
men?
like what.
Why couldn't a man do that?
Well, if he,
there's a
but he
different,
can't tell. Wait, wait. He can't tell me. Okay, lower your volume, okay, and stop waving your hands. We're having a conversation like two humans, okay. He tells me that, and then I lower the intensity, okay, of my words, like of how I'm talking. I'm taking a deep breath, and I'm realizing that he's saying a logical thing, okay. He's
Mm.
making sense, okay. He's not trying to calm me down. He's just trying to change the route of the conversation is like being led to for, and it's like not a good place where the conversation is going if both of the sides are like screaming over each other and waving their hands, okay. So I don't know, just like communicate what you want from the other person. It's like
Okay.
not
I
that
want to hear the rest
difficult.
of these. I want to hear the rest of the ladies' answers. Right. Last time, a man, you were emotional with a man, and the man tried to um, communicate with you that your emotional outburst was just not okay. How did you respond? Be honest with me,
I could say how I responded. I
please.
responded poorly to there was, some conflict in my life semi recently that I responded very poorly to. And that was expressed to me that I handled it poorly. And so after that situation had de-escalated, we talked about the things that we could have done differently and that we will do differently going forward, so that it doesn't even get to that point again. So I think that we have to have a conversation, but we have to have a pre-conversation about how we communicate before it gets to that point, so that we're able to understand each other when the emotions are heightened. But how I'd react if someone told me I was
But
being
how'd you
emotional,
react in the
it would
moment? Yeah.
depend.
Not before it de-escalated, in the moment.
Yeah, in the moment, if I'm already in a heightened emotional space, it would depend on the person and how willing I am to meet them where they're
Well, I
at.
asked you what
If I
actually happened,
respect
not the
someone,
context, but if you're okay with it,
oh,
just give
well,
me
then what
your
actually happened,
yeah.
after, having this conflict, we ended up talking it through and coming to a resolution. It was fine.
Okay.
But of course, I don't like hearing unflattering things about myself, but I realize that's an important opportunity to learn something about myself that I can be working on.
Okay,
But
about
usually, so I'll say, handle it poorly in the moment, better after. That's my style.
okay, fair enough. V, do you feel comfortable sharing?
Uh, sure. How do I? Yeah, I have a tendency if somebody tells me that
Stick to the last time that happened. Last time it happened, you were angry or emotional. A man in your life, brother, sister, husband, whatever, told you, "Hey, this is not okay to express your emotions this way. To calm down, etc." How did you respond?
I have the tendency to shut down or walk away. Um and I come back composed because I don't want to yell at I don't want to like escalate it more. So I either shut down or I walk away and I tell them, "Hey, whatever you said, like XYZ hurt my feelings." And I'm just all like I tell them exactly how I'm feeling and I say like what is it that exactly is the problem, what we're fighting about, what exactly is your issue and how can we fix it?
Okay, what do you think, River? What about you? The last time that a man, you were emotional and a man in your life, husband,
Mhm.
brother, sister, I don't care. Not sister, right? But husband, brother, father. No, please, forgive my slip of the tongue. Um, how did you handle it? I'm curious. If you're comfortable with sharing. If you don't want to share, you could just tell
Oh,
me and
no,
I'll
no,
buzz off.
I'm totally fine with sharing that. No. I'd say like public embarrassment is actually one of my husband's deal breakers, and because I like being married, I don't do it. So it was probably the first time that I started to do it because especially when I was younger, I was way more volatile. I calmed down a lot. And he was just like, "Hey, like this isn't going to work. You can't like yell in public, you've got to be calm." And then I was like, "All right, I want this relationship to work." So it's just I let it go. And so if I got upset or something, I'd walk away now. Now I don't yell. I don't raise my voice. I guess my tone changes and sometimes he doesn't like that, but sometimes I'll get even quieter, but I'm very, very quiet
Well,
now if
that
I'm upset.
seems like a healthy way to me, but that's just me. Now, we've had a pretty good mix of people responding well, people responding poorly in the moment, but doing better afterwards, in the words of Ruby. But the reason I'm asking these questions is because I am not convinced, and perhaps you ladies can convince me, that men are any different in this than women, because I can cite times when I personally have responded poorly emotionally and when I've responded well. I've done both. And I think most people, men and women, are the same. But my problem
Hmm.
here is we are making assertions such as men need to be taught to communicate this better because they're not doing it right. And I just don't believe you, frankly.
I think that's the issue, isn't it? There is no right way or wrong way to go about trying to fix an issue.
I
Like
mean, no,
it's an
there's
in
there's
the
plenty of
moment.
wrong ways,
There's
right?
plenty
But
of wrong
but I mean
ways.
like
Yeah.
if you're in the heat of the moment of an argument, like emotions are high. It's a matter of just like, you like I can atone for the fact that like I've said like some shitty stuff and like I was really apologetic with it afterwards because I was in the heat of the moment. So for me, I just think it's a little bit of like a situational thing.
It's a situational thing. So you would disagree then that it's a gender thing. You say it's more of a situational thing. Yeah?
Yeah, I
Okay.
because like I think men's emotions and women's emotions can run high, but again, I think men don't have that space to like they have I want to stay away from like being taught anything because they can always grow up to be better, if that makes sense. But I just don't think that they've we haven't opened up that space for men to, in a healthy way, exhibit their emotions in like arguments or in any situation.
Maybe. Uh, Ghosty, not Gypsy. Ghosty's back. Okay. And I'm curious her thoughts on this if she's been listening. Yeah, what are your thoughts on the emotional like communication, right? Do you think that there's a substantive difference where men need to be taught how to express their emotions better? And I guess I'll just ask you, right? How would you teach a man in your life, right? Whether husband, spouse, boyfriend, father, brother, how would you teach them to be more, to communicate better their emotions, please?
Oh, you're
Oh,
muted.
yeah, you're muted on your end. Sorry.
Thank you. How to teach an adult something is kind of hard, but I think I would just, if we're going through something, and it depends on the situation, but he's distressed about something, whether it's sadness, anger, frustration, stress, and he's kind of incapable of telling me the situation, I just think I would try to like comfort him, calm him, and then just like ask him to just like tell me what's on his mind, how he's feeling, what can I do to help you, if anything. Do you feel like talking about it? Just like kind of like walking him through the. Sorry, I'm like out of breath because I was running, but just like walking him through the motions of
Was the bear chasing you?
getting through that the steps of processing how you feel.
Okay, fair
Kind
enough.
of like that. I've dealt with like guys on both spectrums. Like my current boyfriend is great. Like the other day, maybe not the other day, a couple weeks ago, I was a little moody and I was kind of just like a little sassy. Sorry. And then he was like, he didn't really like call me out, but like kind of just like the body language. And then eventually, I like kind of came to him and apologized a couple minutes later. And he was like, yeah, I get it. And we just kind of talked to him like, yeah, I'm sorry. I overreacted. And we're very good at communicating and, apologizing when we realize we're like, acting irrational or something or being like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Whereas like previous relationships, it was not like that, and it was usually it was just really bad, and there wasn't really anything I could do, and that's where I got the fragile ego
Gotcha.
thing from.
I want to make sure that we get into closing statements, and you guys can tell people where they can find you and all that. I know we're having to end a little early today because, gang, if you're watching this show, this isn't going to be the only show we have today. In about a little less than 20 minutes now, Destiny will be coming on, and he will be confronting his detractors, people who say that debates don't really matter. And we're going to talk about it. It's going to be Destiny versus the world. It will be one Destiny versus 5 commies. Okay, it'll be fun.
Debating why
Damn.
debates
It'll
don't
be
matter.
fun.
That sounds mad.
But for now, I want to give you all your time and your due. And I want to thank you all for coming and discussing this with me. I really appreciate it. And I hope you'll all be on other shows, right? And we can have a more mixed audience, if you will, right? But please
Thank you,
tell
Wick.
people where they can find you. Please give any closing thoughts. And yeah, and we're going to start with V and we're going to end with Ruby. So V, closing thoughts. Where can people find you? Go ahead.
Closing thoughts. I wish society, this is including women, I just wish that like society was better in having men have better male role models, to be good at communicating and being feminine, and that leading up to good relationships, friendships. Um, be, but they fail to like acknowledge the right way to go about these things. Like a lot of red pill spaces often do that. Um, and people can find me on X or Twitter, at Sweet Stalking XO.
Check her out, gang. She is one of my strongest soldiers, likes every single one of my tweets, even the stupid ones. Okay, so we love her here. Thank you. Really appreciate you being here. Check her out. Sweet Stockings XL. Thank you, thank you. River, what you got?
Well, I'd say that, especially in this day and age of computers, that community and family are more important now than they've ever been because so many people are lacking community. So, I'd say, one good place to find that is religions. Um, just like don't be alone. And I guess where you can find me, I have a channel. It's called on YouTube. It's called Right Left of Center. It's a political channel. I do political comedy and commentary, and you can find me under that name on Rumble, YouTube, and Odyssey.
Great. Thank you for being here. Check her out. Wick, why don't you never link the panelists in the vids? What do you talk about? They're in the description. If they gave me a link to share, I have put it in the description. So check out the YouTube description and you will find links to all these people who have given me a link. If they didn't give me a link, I didn't put it in. So it is what it is. But no, thank you for being here, River. I would love to have you on again for some other topics. I appreciate you. Hope you had fun. Izzy, what you got?
Okay. First, my name is Izzy. Yes, goat. You can find me on X and at goat underscore Izzy underscore Keck. Well, closing thoughts. I think that men have kind of more communication problems than women. I think, but not by a lot. Okay, I think many couples therapies are like dealing with exactly that. The communication problems also arise between both sides, I guess. Okay, because it takes two for tango. So I would say that basically I wish humanity would teach itself to how to communicate like your thoughts and your emotions to other people, okay? And no, like, and like, instead of, like, just skipping that step, like, I wish like people could communicate better. Like, our society would look so much better when if like we didn't have these communication problems. And well, that's it, I guess.
Where can people find you?
Well, as I said, on X, I guess, at goat underscore Izzy underscore kick.
Check her
And
out.
that's it.
Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you.
Thank you for giving us like this platform
Fine,
to say our feelings and what we think.
You're welcome. Ghosty, what do you think?
Okay. Yes, thanks for having me. So I think the biggest issue is that we, for some reason, pivot or divide men and women, and we like to, I don't know if it's just like, there's so much problems that as one gender, whatever gender you're dating, you have issues with because that's the person that you're dating. So it's gonna, feel good to hear other people online or like content creators call out and validate the issues that you have. So they do it for women and they do it for men. These are things that are wrong with men. These are the things that are wrong with women. And I think a lot of people are going into relationships as a not like a competition, but kind of like a war. When in fact, I think that we should make, your relationship be the army. Like you are the team versus the world. But I think we're pitting like men and women against each other. Um, it could even be like a whole deeper thing, like in a whole government conspiracy thing for some kind of I wouldn't doubt it goes that deep. So I just think we need to work together more, listen to each other's problems, take more self-reflection on both sides, and yeah, just like not compete with each other so much.
Cool. Where can people find you?
I think that testosterone issue solves that thing.
Oh well, again, I'm sorry to make this quick, but
I'm kidding.
we have
I'm
a
kidding.
time limit. What?
I'm,
Where can people find you, Ghosty?
Yeah, Ghosty, it's 6HOSTII. I'll put a link
Okay,
in the
please
chat.
do, and it's in the description because you're one of the ones who gave me a link, so I appreciate
True.
that.
True.
Okay, last but certainly not least, Ruby, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Ruby Spacek. You can find me on YouTube as Ruby Spacek and on X at Ruby Spacek. Yeah, thank you for having me on the panel. I agree with a lot of what the other panels were saying in different ways and to different levels and variations of what they were saying. I think that men have a current like loneliness epidemic that is steeping into other indications of life outcomes like their physical health. It's all connected, and um, violence, mass shootings, incel, the sex wars, all these things you see happening. I think that a lot has to do with each sex being willing to reflect and actually be accountable for their own shortcomings and then come to these conversations with that mindset. Like you can be accountable and say, hey, yeah, women suck this way sometimes too. That's totally a fucking thing. And like men should be able to say that about women. And I do feel like often they aren't able to. We don't have that same lighthearted spirit that we do in other ways. Anyway, yeah.
Where can people find you?
I said at the beginning, but Ruby Spacek everywhere.
Just like
You
to
got it.
make sure everyone knows, because gang, whether you like them or love them, these people were brave enough to come on and express their opinion. So please, please, please go out and give every single person on here a follow, a subscribe, all these things. Make sure they succeed. We're going to say bye to these ladies, but don't go anywhere because we have in 10 minutes Destiny coming up. So bye, ladies.
Bye,
I'm
thank
gonna
you.
send you away.
Bye. Thanks, Vic.
Bye.
And now they're gone. No, it's okay. Gang, we are going to turn off our Twitch now because Destiny's coming on and we can't have Destiny on the Twitch stream. I have provided you a link to my YouTube. If you were watching me on Twitch, and I see you there, I see my Twitcher wickers, right, doing your thing. I need you to go to the YouTube or to the Kick. Your choice, right? Because we're going to end that in like 2 seconds. So, the links will be in the description of the video. $10 from Psychonaut. How can someone become a panelist? Just DM me. My DMs are open on Discord at WickTV or on Twitter at WickTV. DM me, and I can't promise anything, right? But we'll do our best. Do I ever read the bit chats from Twitch? I try to, but I am worse at that. Much worse at that. Did you throw bits at me and I missed it? Please remind me before we end, and I will read it. Okay, well, either DM it to me or something. You know my DM. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to end this. I'm going to use a restroom, and I'll be right back. Sounds good, gang? Sounds good. Okay, so bye, Twitch. Bye-bye. Okay, now that Twitch is gone, we can start bringing other people in. But again, first and foremost, I got to use the restroom. Give me a minute, gang. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. I've washed my hands, and I've gotten a couple snacks, right? Something to keep me in line. Okay, gang. If you were watching Destiny earlier, you might have seen him debate a guest that was on oh, I'm going Wisecracks or something like that. I don't know this channel, okay? But Wisecracks had a clip where they were misconstruing what Destiny had said, or Destiny claims they were, and they had a gentleman come on to debate him on the efficacy of debate. I saw most of that. I think Destiny did quite a good job, but there was one thing he did that I thought just was terrible. He conceded a point, which I don't think he should have conceded. They were talking about how the main purpose or the sole purpose, or the sole benefit, I should say, either the main benefit or the sole benefit, I'm not sure which word was used, of debate was to gather people together in an entertainment sense so that you can utilize that audience to do other things. Destiny conceded, or seemed to concede, that point. I think that was wrong of him to do. I think he shouldn't have conceded that point. I think that is one benefit of debate, but it is by far not the only nor the main benefit. I think that the idea that debates don't matter is silly. Persuasion is a process, and I'm saying all this now because once Destiny and them get here, I'm going to talk a lot less, okay, obviously, right? But my opinion on all this is obviously debates matter, right? Persuasion matters. We live in an electoral system where the more votes you get, the more representatives you get, and the more representatives you have, you can put legislation that agrees with your ideology, right? That's the system in which we live in. Debates change minds. There's a reason why representation matters when it comes to media, because we know that the media people consume influences them in ways both consciously and subconsciously. Debates, especially online debates, are a form of media. They obviously have influence. It's why you'll see that a lot of people will decry, like, oh, we shouldn't platform this person. We shouldn't platform this other person, right? We shouldn't platform Nick Fuentes, or we shouldn't platform Lauren Southern, or whoever, or Destiny, right? Or whoever it may be, because they're dangerous. Why are they dangerous if debates don't matter? Why are they dangerous if none of this matters? Obviously it does. Obviously it has influence. Obviously there is at least some, use to them. Now, I'd never argue that it should be the main tool we use, right? There are other tools to use that we should also use, but to act as if it's just ineffectual is silly, in my opinion. I don't know. We'll see what they have to say tonight. It's going to be, the format is going to be Destiny versus 5 people who don't think debate matters. And it should be fun. It should be good. I'll do my best to moderate it, and yeah. Do we have agreed on working terms for words already set? No, we don't. We never do. They never, see, you guys say that as if this is something that is just a thing that we should do. Every time I've tried to do this, people will redefine words regardless of what they agreed to, if it helps their argument. Everyone does this. It's a waste of my time to try to get them to agree to terms beforehand, because no one sticks to it. And I've done a lot of these debates, so I know what I'm talking about. 9 times out of 10, they just won't stick to what they actually agreed on. And look, they won't even stick to the topic half the time. Getting them to stick to the topic in and of itself is hard enough, let alone getting them to stick to predefined definitions. It's just an exercise in futility. But let me start to bring on these individuals, and I can start testing their mics and stuff. And let me send Destiny the Discord link. He's already in the Discord, but he probably is in like 100 Discords. So let me do that. Give me a second, please, gentlemen and ladies. Just jump backstage whenever, and I'll start bringing in everyone to the table. Okay. Hello, gentlemen. We are live, by the way, so just No slurs or anything like that, please.
Fuck.
That's not a slur, but fair enough.
Bitch.
Also not a slur. But hello. And when I say slur, I mean words that could get me banned. That's what I mean by slurs. How's everyone
Wick
doing?
is a bitch.
Say one more time.
Okay. I'm okay.
You're okay? You're good? What about you,
Yes.
Ancomscicom? It's been a while.
It has.
You were low. Can you let me see. Can you turn yourself?
Oh no, I can fix that if I'm low.
Yes, you were low. Okay, fix it. Talk a little more. Make sure your audio is
All
fine.
right, give me just a second to make sure my mic levels are where they need to be.
Please. Yeah.
Usually this is not a problem with me because I am a loudspeaker, but
Okay.
perhaps.
And non-smoker, your camera's not working.
What? Really?
Really. Destiny, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing great.
Great. Okay, we have one. I think we might be waiting on one more, but when they get here, they get here. Okay. Kevin Logan, how are you?
I'm very well, sir. How are you?
Great. I'm glad that you are all able to make it. I'm glad that we're all able to be on time, right? We had a women panel before this. They were late, okay? We started 5 minutes late, so I'm glad that we're all kind of on time for this, okay? I appreciate that. Let me say that, okay? But yeah, let me see if we might have one more coming. Give me 1 second. But yeah, if you need to use a restroom or get a drink, now's the time before we start.
I want to do that 1 second.
Can you guys see me?
Oh
Yes.
yeah, your camera's working now.
Oh, cool.
And just to make sure my levels are good now.
Yep, you're fine.
Perfect.
Yeah, and our last guest was brought on a little late in the game. He has very big issues with debate culture, and I thought, you know what? One more won't hurt. We'll bring him on, and hopefully he'll be here in a second. He's saying he's having little problems with the Discord.
Who is this mystery
Justin
guest?
Freakin.
Okay.
I don't know him, but yeah, here he is.
Based Justin.
Hello, welcome.
Okay, well, we can hear you. And once Destiny gets back, we'll start. Well, there we are. Your
Yeah, there we
camera's
go.
working now. Great.
Yay,
We can see.
cool.
So let me give you kind of like the rules of the road here. There's a lot of you, okay? So if I interject, it's for a couple reasons. Either you're all yelling over each other, no one can hear what anyone's saying, in which case I will interject and try to get a little order in the court, okay? The other reason I'll interject is if something's being said that I don't understand. And if I don't understand what you're saying, it's likely my audience doesn't understand either, so I will try to get clarification. Are there any questions before we begin?
Nope.
Great. Let's get right into it. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, have we got a show today for you? Recently, Destiny has been called out, right, by Hassan and a few others, and had a debate earlier today on the efficacy of debate. Does debating matter, right? How much stock should we put in to these online debates that we have, if any? Do they change minds? Do they influence policy? Or is it all just entertainment, right? Is it all just blood sports, just money, just grift? And we're going to be talking about that today, right? And I guess I'll just start, right? Just ask the question straight up. Do debates matter? Do debates influence people? What do we think? Go ahead. Not all at once, please.
I mean, I guess I'm giving the affirmative. So, yeah, I think that they matter. I think they convince people to change their mind on things. But, I mean, it's a small part of a huge political process. Like, debates aren't the be-all and end-all. There's plenty of different parts of a huge political machine that can make people change their minds. This might mean documentaries, it might mean video essays, it might mean protests, it might mean politicians. Like, there's just a lot of different parts to changing somebody's mind politically about a thing, and I think debates are a part of that.
Can you give me an example of one time when you feel that you have changed somebody's mind with your online debate?
I mean, I've gotten like at this point at least hundreds of emails of people saying like, oh, like I used to be a fan of XYZ person, but after listening to you have this conversation with them, I don't feel as strongly about this topic, or I don't follow this person anymore, or I've changed my mind on this issue.
So you feel that your job as a debater is to expose people then?
That's a byproduct of what I do. I mean, the exposing would happen if they're really incorrect about something and can't defend the idea. Yeah.
Do you think you've ever been exposed?
Insofar as I've had a debate where I wasn't fully informed or I didn't have like the correct idea, yeah.
Okay, cool. I mean, this is an open discussion, so please, like, I know we'll get warmed up. Come on, get more comfortable. Come on, loosen your.
Well, I would
shoulders.
like to
Go ahead.
say that online political debates are mostly done by streamers who typically aren't really experts in any sort of field that would require like political discussions, because politics is a very intricate subject to tackle, as well as many social issues. And I think it's not very good for audiences or viewers if what they're getting is information from people who are just laymen, just like themselves. Whereas I think there should be better. If we're going to do panels like this in certain spheres, we have to be very meticulous in who we allow to come on to debate these very complex issues. So that's one of my issues with it. Why it doesn't really matter ultimately, because it's mostly laymen talking to other laymen, and so we don't have many experts on here.
Well, that's my real problem with it. Is it's not just that I don't think it's particularly effective; it's that I sort of don't want it to be effective, because the people that engage in online discourse are not usually experts in the field. In fact, actually, they're largely fucking ignorant, loudmouth pricks who should really shut the fuck up about things they don't understand, myself included, on many occasions. The idea of people, and not just Destiny, but he is here, having a massive influence over political culture is slightly terrifying, given the slapdash way in which he approaches topics.
Oh, agreed.
Can you give us an example? Like, so in your opinions, then, it's not the fact that these debates are happening, it's the fact that we are letting just anyone on to debate that may or may know nothing about it. Is that an accurate kind of representation of your guys' point here?
Well, okay, as someone who did debate in college and high school, like it's highly moderated, and there's somebody that, understands logical fallacies and doesn't let people get away with gish gallops or coming up with straw man arguments. And that's not a thing that exists online. Like, what's the guardrails in order to protect against, fallacious arguments that may sound good and win people over, especially if they themselves aren't well versed in critical thinking. They can be won over by just horrendous arguments.
That is a
I
big
think that's true, but I think
problem.
there's a big difference between like what like are debates effective? Do they change people's minds versus do people participate in debates in the best way? I mean, I think that there's definitely issues relating to how people do debates, but none of the topics brought up so far, none of this is unique to debates. Like, there are plenty of activist leaders that are wholly uneducated in a topic. There's politicians that make statements that are incredibly ignorant about particular social or economic issues. Like, lots of people, it's like philosophy. Like, you don't have to have formal training in philosophy to be practicing it constantly. People do it all the time. You're always making like ethical judgments or deciding what's right or wrong or figuring out like who you believe in a particular thing. So I agree that there are problems with debate, but that's not really an argument against debate. That might be an argument with like the way that people engage with it. But whether you think people engage poorly or not, people are still doing it and people are still convinced by it. So you kind of are forced to engage with it.
Of course, people are engaging in philosophy when they talk about these type of issues. But then, of course, there comes the issue with what was your name again? JustinFREAKIN?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like what you mentioned about how when you watch like actual scholars or academic types engage in debates, when they do it in like moderated settings, they typically are pretty well versed in the areas they speak on. Whereas everyday people like us, all of us in here, when we're talking about these issues, we may not be as well versed in how philosophy necessarily works with epistemology, like how our methods, like, because we all have different epistemic frameworks. We all understand knowledge and how we can understand issues differently. But when we do this sort of thing of changing minds in this area, a lot of the people who watch these type of streams are people who just kind of want to see their favorite streamer just kind of get one up on the other people on basically empty rhetoric games that may not be even well argued. So that's
Sure, but again,
whether
but
you change
nobody,
someone's mind.
but
If you
people don't
change
watch
someone's
these, right?
mind, oh, sorry, what?
I was saying, but people don't watch these. Like, usually they tend to be incredibly dry, and sometimes over not like the most contentious issues, which I think is a huge problem. So,
Well, that's an issue with people, I think. That's just
Are
an
you on
issue
some
with
kind of
how the
speed,
masses are.
Destiny? Like you're like doing your mouth thing like somebody who's on speed.
I had a lisp when I was in school. This is the correction that I've made to my lisp. I've spoken
Oh.
like this for my entire life.
Apology, I'm not that
Yeah.
familiar with you, to be honest with you. Anytime
No.
I see clips, it's like really you getting owned.
Yeah, that's fine. Do you have like a mental handicap, or do you just sound retarded all the time when you make points?
Oh, good
I'm not
one.
familiar
my
with your
friend.
background either. So,
Oh, the
I
serious
condemn that.
political discourse has started then.
yeah,
Okay.
clearly. Okay.
Okay.
We accept all types
Oh.
here.
So I guess.
Um,
Oh, non-smoker, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I figure I should probably say something instead of just sitting here. I mean, okay, my perspective is I work as a high school teacher, right? And I work in a facility where we deal with kids with mental health issues, right? So I'd say a decent amount of my job is involving both educating and persuading people. And I would say that my issue with online debates is that it doesn't really educate or persuade in an effective way, because we have to kind of dumb down the content to appeal to a bigger and bigger audience in order for it to be, worth our while, right? To be monetized and all that. And it becomes this weird contest of like dunking on each other and like trying to own someone where, it's not really very educational in that sense. And it's persuasive in like a public shaming kind of way. It's like you want to be on the winning side of the debate because you don't want to look stupid. And I don't think that that's a very effective way to present any kind of information. And, yeah, I see what you mean with the philosophy stuff. Like anybody can talk philosophy and all that, but we're talking about like sensitive contemporary political issues that really matter. And I think, facts and being accurate with your information is actually really fucking important. You don't want just anybody talking about that stuff in front of massive audiences. So yeah, I mean, I have a number of issues with it. That said, debates can be fun and you can learn surface level shit from them. But if we're being honest here, I mean, like, if it's going to be something that has mass appeal with this kind of, viewer base, like gamer type people who watch Twitch and shit like that, it's more about like dunking on each other and that kind of thing.
That's true, but again, this
Exact-
isn't like this isn't a thing against debates. This is just like political discourse in general. Like people go, I mean, like Donald Trump was our last president, and he's one of his most popular things is known for giving stupid nicknames to political opponents. So I mean, like I agree.
We
it's
all
not 'cause
agree
of-
that's a problem, right? Like that's like a major dumbing down of the discourse that we all indicate is like a huge issue, and we don't.
Yeah,
like that.
it's an issue, but the solution isn't to disengage from it. The solution is like to find ways to engage with it in a healthier, better way, rather than just saying like, oh, well, this thing is ineffective. It is effective. It's very effective. But then the next step should be, well, how do we engage with it in a responsible manner? Not like it's just.
But
"Ah,
how
we shouldn't do it at all."
effective? But how effective long term is it? Because any person who can be rhetoricked into a position can just be rhetoricked by someone equally good or better out of that. I feel like a lot of the people you're converting, for want of a better phrase, are just listless individuals who don't really believe anything and just listen to whoever tells the most convincing bullshit story to them, and then they'll go on to be convinced by Joe Rogan the next week or whatever,
I mean,
Or
your
does it
goal
with
is
the most charisma.
Yeah, your goal is to. I mean, your goal would be to be that person. If they have to follow somebody dumb, or if they have to follow somebody, rather you than somebody dumb, right? I mean, when you go to the ballot box and you vote, nobody cares what your epistemic justification is for voting on a particular presidential candidate. The only thing that
No,
matters
but
is who you
my
vote
point
for.
isn't about epistemology or anything of the sort. It's that you're not really converting them. It's that
I mean, that's. I mean,
they
that's.
are
I mean, there's going to
temporarily
be some
swayed to
people.
your side of things, but they can equally, if they're that weak-willed that a fucking debate streamer is going to pull them to one side, then another debate streamer or another cultural figure more powerful than you can just equally pull them away from that, because they're not rooted in anything. It's just they're just being buffeted by the winds of culture.
I mean, it depends on how you convince people, I guess. If you make that type of argument, that's a really emotionally appealing argument, and you convince somebody that way, then yeah, I mean, somebody with a better emotional argument can take them away from you. But I mean, it depends on how you engage with them and how you argue against a particular thing. I would imagine is going to determine how people, either stay with you or leave you in the future.
I agree with you, Destiny. But with that being the case, you asked, okay, if we don't engage with Trump and all the insane stuff he does, then how do we engage with it? I would say we try to be a little bit better than how people like that engage. So kind of avoid the memeing, the constant dunking. Like that's a way to engage with it that would go against that sort of grain. I mean, it's difficult because a lot of people enjoy that, but you can't really change the dynamic unless you at least try to do it.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, I think you should generally try to be better than the people you're criticizing. Yeah.
So
Can we hear from Ancom? I haven't heard from him yet.
Yeah, sorry,
I
I've been
promise
trying
he's
to
a
cut in
big
a
boy.
couple
He
of
can
times.
interject when he wants. But go ahead,
I
Ancom. Go ahead.
I can. I do have. It's something I'm trying to work on, which is when I'm not interrupting people, but in a situation like this, interrupting
just give us your
people
thoughts.
sometimes has to be. So my thought on this whole topic is, while I think I agree in the general case with Destiny that debates overall can be persuasive and can have an impact, I think the field in which we currently exist with the online debate is far less impactful. The question that I've been getting in the run up to this debate is, comparing this to like a presidential debate, which is televised nationally, which millions of people watch and respond to the point where they have opinion polling going on during the debate to see the the up and down swing. In something like this, in an online debate where it's a panel of people or even just one on one, the viewership is incredibly small. Most people there are there to support their favorite or their favored debater, and very few people's opinions actually get changed. In those cases that do, as rare as I think they are, the amount of impact that has on the overall society and culture is effectively meaningless. It has some small impact, but I don't think it has any major any major form of moving the conversation on a national level or even a global level, um, to one side or the other. So I don't think that what we're doing here is particularly useful if the goal even is to change political opinion, change minds. So that's why I don't think it's particularly helpful. It's entertaining, but it's entertaining sophistry in a way that we're not getting any closer to you know uh increasing our understanding of the issues in most cases, much less actually convincing people to change their mind on a particular topic.
I don't think that this isn't a criticism about debates. This is just a criticism about the size of the audience, right? Like if you've got a small audience, literally almost anything you do is going to be meaningless. If you do a donation drive for starving children with an audience size of 50, you're going to raise like $100. If you do it with a larger audience, you have a larger impact. This isn't really a critique of like debate in and of itself, just of like the audience size of a person that is doing debate.
Well, I thought we were just talking about online debate, and
Well, we're talking about
particular in these type of fears.
to kind of
That's the point, isn't it? There's a qualitative difference between different types of debate. I mean, Destiny, I think the clip that I think inspired this debate or this conversation was him responding to Hassan and comparing himself in some respect anyway to the founding fathers or the what you call it, the papers. I forgot what it's fucking called now.
The Federalist Papers.
Federalist
like,
Papers.
Our country has like
yes.
a rich history of like debating stuff. Like that's
Well, exactly, but there's a qualitative difference between learned people actively engaged in the foundation of a country and dickheads online who don't really understand the topic.
Yeah, but the question is
choosing an opinion and going with that based on.
Yeah, but then there's two super
research.
separate things being argued right now. So the question is like, is debate effective or is debate done with like any kind of intellectual rigor? Those are two separate questions, and it feels like to counter the is debate effective, a lot of people want to argue, well, a lot of people that debate are dickheads, and it's like, okay, sure, but the first point is it effective or not? If it's not effective, then at the end of the day, none of it really matters.
Well,
if it is effective, which I think we all agree. Effective in that it gets people to change their minds on things, and it seems.
But is that the only way that anything can be effective? The Federalist Papers weren't just about changing, or the founding fathers and their political debates weren't so much about just changing minds. It was about actually setting down policy. So
no, the Federalist Papers were about changing minds.
when you have, well, no, I'm not suggesting he wasn't a part of it, but I'm suggesting
No,
he
that was
goes
the
far
goal. That was
beyond
the whole
that.
point. They were
You
published
have
under the published
you
in
have
newspapers. I'm just
no,
I'm
I'm
sorry,
not
go
talking
ahead.
about just the Federalists, but I'm saying the founding fathers and the broader movement of founding the
Sure.
United States or anything like that. The engagement with actual politics, the engagement with actual legislation and things like that is much more about having either an intellectual basis or some sort of legal basis for doing something, whereas online debate is about trying to convince someone with better rhetoric. And so I think it's much more worthwhile and much more effective in a genuine long-term lasting way to have an intellectual debate in, say, a university campus, and that university campus provides a presidential advisor that then goes on to actually impact a political decision that gets made or a piece of legislation, than arguing about whether being called a cracker is a problem or
Yeah,
something.
I think the
Well-
issue is that of what you described for politics, the latter is actually more important politically than the former. Like, you can have all of the intellectual rigor and all of the well-reasoned, rational stuff you want, but at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is how many people you convince. So you can stick the smart, like, if we're talking just like factual levels of information that Hillary Clinton possesses versus Donald Trump, it's not even close. Hillary Clinton knows more about every single facet of government, domestic, and international policy than Donald Trump, but it doesn't matter. Donald Trump won the election. At the end of the day, politics is about the power that you have to express your political beliefs, and part of that is, or really all of that, is convincing
Right, but
people
he
to
didn't
follow
convince.
you.
But he wasn't really the main factor in that. I think
It doesn't matter what
right-wing
it
media
doesn't
echo
ma-
chamber
it
based
doesn't
on a
matter.
number of other people.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what we say got him there. It wasn't intellectual rigor. It was rhetorical
No,
convincing.
no, I'm not
Regardless if we
arguing
say the media or
international
factors or
rigor.
whatever.
I'm saying there are different ways in which success in debate is measured, and I don't think it should just be about, oh, well, some people are temporarily convinced of my position.
Well, it's not just about that. So I guess I'll ask this to the debate deniers here, for lack of a better term. Is representation in media important?
It depends on the
shows.
representation and what is being represented, I would
So
say.
representation, like diversity. So making sure that the you have black people, you have LGBT people in media. Does that matter?
Are you just trying to get one of the panel members to use a certain word? Is that
No,
what you're doing?
I'm
there? Are
asking
you baiting?
you why,
What?
if, right, representation matters in media. And if it does, which I think you all would agree that it does, then why? Why does it matter? Because, and I'll take you down the road, because media influences others. And media, right, can have an impact on how people view the world, for better or worse, right? You all mentioned the facts that they had people who have just sophistry or who just get dunks, and how that kind of influence is dangerous. But it sees the position that these things have an influence, small or large, right? And while one debate streamer, such as myself, might be small, when you have hundreds of debates happening online, right? You have hundreds of these types of shows. Obviously, it would have an influence. Is that not correct? Where am I
But
wrong?
I don't think
Why
the
am I wrong?
I mean, that
analogy
is true.
I don't think the analogy is fair, because the purpose of representation in media or in any kind of a business isn't to necessarily convince people of anything or try to provide people of like some ideal that they're living up to. It's to succeed in the capitalist framework that we're in. So you want a diversity of opinion so that you can appeal to as many people as possible and get as many consumers, viewers as you can.
Or voters. Right?
Also, let's be honest, having diversity in TV shows is really good for annoying people, especially white people who should be annoyed by that.
Okay, fair
I'm
enough.
just saying.
When it comes, but and to answer your question about representation of different people, of course, it's important for people who haven't been represented that widely in certain media outlets to actually let their voice be known. That's good. But what my issue is the effectiveness. Destiny was talking about how the effectiveness, as long as you have a larger people being influenced, that's all that matters. And then you said there's a lot of panel streams going on like this. But when I think about it like that, if there's a bunch of panel streams discussing stuff like this that are very serious issues, and you
Debate
have
streams.
multiple
They
guests,
could be panels. They could have one-on-ones. There's all different.
it can
sides
be
to it.
very difficult. It can be very difficult for the people who watch this to kind of juggle all of these different perspectives from just so many different people who are ultimately just people like them who may not have an expertise in that. So I don't see that as necessarily a good thing.
Okay, fair enough. I take issue.
Yeah, I mean, what
with
you're
the-
describing, Wick, is essentially just the normal discussion you would have as a national discourse, which is fine, but that's not really debate. And if
What's the
people want to have
difference?
discussions,
Hold on. What's the
like
difference
in
between?
a pub over a fucking drink or something, that's one thing, and that has an impact in of itself. But that's not really debate as such, is it? Debate I think, should mean something more than just two people talking. Otherwise, two crackheads at the
Well,
bus stop shouting at each
at
other
the
is
end of the
also
day,
debate.
it's
That can
about
be very
You know?
persuasive.
it's about persuasive, though, right? It's about being persuasive, and we look at debate as a tool for persuasion. And when I think about persuasion, and when I think about what persuades people, obviously different people will be reached in different methods. But I think you would concede that there are ways, right? That there are people out there who debate, watch these debates, who are swayed one way or another, right? That's why that's why a lot of people would say that platforming someone like Nick Fuentes is dangerous, because there's a possibility that he will sway people to his beliefs, which are wrong, right? So again, we know that charismatic
So you're
figures
saying that
who
that Destiny platforming Nick Fuentes was a dangerous thing to have done?
it's always dangerous to have people on, but I think it's more dangerous not to. I think it's more dangerous not to, because I'll be real, there's a lot of people who say that they don't like debates because they know if they do come on debates and their ideas are tested and challenged, that they will be exposed for what they are. And this happens all the time. There's a reason.
Whoa. A lot of people that are engaging in those debates may not have ideas that are getting exposed, but just aren't as charismatic or able to employ rhetoric as well.
That happens as well. Like, there's always a risk you will lose.
No,
But
I
there's a
think that's
reason.
predominantly what happens.
You think
No,
that-
I would say predominantly what happens is that people don't have the factual foundation. More often than not, that's the case. Because the people that typically argue that they can't engage in the rhetoric or whatever are usually only engaging in rhetoric. The pathos and ethos part, very rarely are they engaging in any form of like factual analysis, so they don't feel comfortable bringing up in a conversation. That almost never happens.
But
Dude,
depends on what
I'm
the
sorry,
facts are of any issue and where you're getting
look.
it from.
And that's
God.
also the main reason why, and this is purely an opinion thing, but I think debate being about persuasion rather than about actually determining what the facts are and trying to gain a better understanding is a problem in the general format of most debates. If I go into a debate, generally speaking, I'm hoping to have an opportunity to have an actual exchange of idea to try and get an understanding of the other person's point of view, not necessarily for any persuasive reason, but to actually gain understanding and knowledge on a topic that I don't already have. And I don't see that as being what most of these online debates are doing. Most of them are about who can dunk on who better, not about the actual substance of the ideas, the actual facts of the matter, and trying to get a better understanding of the world in general, which I think is what a lot of these debates should be. Now, again, that's an opinion on my part. I don't see the sophistry side of online debate as particularly useful, but if we can actually get into, proper philosophical discussions and actually, explore ideas, then my mind can be changed.
You can tell it's largely about sophistry rather than, some sort of learned discourse to arrive at some better understanding of the world, because so rarely do any of the people involved ever concede a point or like fundamentally change based on some new argument or piece of evidence. It doesn't really happen, and so they end up arguing fucking absurd positions because to not do so would be made to look like you were foolish and you got wrecked and owned in the marketplace of ideas. And I think the ultimate example was Destiny the other week with his Hamas are making cookies into rocket fuel bullshit. If you just start rambling on absurd points, never conceding anything, then clearly you're not doing this because you actually necessarily even believe anything. It's you've chosen a position and you will fucking defend that to the hilt because you're a sophist.
What part?
It's
Wait,
not
what
only
part, well, for
that,
the factual
Kevin,
analysis. Wait, what part of that was incorrect?
Man, when Ryan
They were-
Grimm
they were
hits you
turning-
with the fact that the
Wait, I want to hear a
most
response to that. What was the factually
They were
incorrect part
turning
about that?
cookies into rocket fuel.
Yeah, what was the factually incorrect part of that?
They're processed
That's
cookies,
nonsense.
man, with flour and chocolate and everything.
Hold on,
Yeah.
this happens. Wait, this happens so many times when they come up. So just to be clear, you're the one engaging in sophistry and rhetoric right now because you're taking something like a cookie into rocket fuel. You're doing an appeal right now,
Because
right,
it's
to somebody's
absurd.
emotion, to the
You did say
incredulity,
that,
to the
motherfucker.
yes.
We saw you argue that point.
I know, but I'm
dickhead.
asking you why
Yeah.
it's wrong.
Because it's not fucking true. That's not how that up. You think they were turning fucking cookies into rocket fuel? It's not real.
Do you know
That
how?
isn't
Do you know how
correct.
rocket fuel for
Complete
crude rocket?
idiocy.
Well, wait. Do you know how rocket fuel for crude rockets is made?
There is a
presumably the
Mythbusters
fucking
episode
Maryland
on
cookie
this where
company do
they
it. I
had to
don't know.
use a shit ton
Okay.
of gummies, which are pure sugar.
Yeah.
You're talking about a cookie,
Okay.
which is
I just want to be
processed,
clear. Just
contains
clear. To be
chocolate,
clear.
flour,
to be
baking
clear,
powder. Do you
that's
understand
great.
how chemistry works?
Gotcha. I'm more than you, I promise. Okay. So just to be clear, I just
I doubt
demonstrated the sophistry
you think
right
you
here
can-
happened, and what I said
I would
earlier
love to
happened
see
in
one
real
Just
time.
do
Hold
it.
on,
It's
hold on,
like
hold on.
bullshit.
Hey, we gotta go one at a time. We gotta go one at a time. Let Destiny finish, and then you can all go at him.
Yeah.
I
So
promise.
earlier, what was said, this just happened in real time, where a bunch of people say, "I just want to talk about the facts," and I think that online debaters only engage in rhetoric and sophistry. And then I just got two people going, "Cookies into rocket fuel." There was no factual
I just
analysis
explained
there.
why that's impossible.
Okay, so let's actually dig into this cookies into rocket fuel thing then. So
Do we want
a
to?
cookie, as Justin
Please,
is
God, no.
pointing out, I'm gonna go into it. A cookie, as Justin pointed out, is a combination of flour, chocolate, sugar, a number of other ingredients. Turning that into rocket fuel is not likely to be very effective. Certainly, maybe possible, but if you want to have actual, proper rocket fuel, you're going to want to go from the raw ingredients, not a post-processed product like a cookie. So if you want to get the the carbohydrates for energy, the oxidizers, all of that shit together, getting it from a cookie is not going to be the most efficient way and is likely going to result in an incredibly poor product, as opposed to going to the raw ingredients to make a rocket fuel, various forms of high level combustion compounds, oxidizers, etc. So
Correct. That's the whole point, is people making rocket fuel when they have poor access to supplies. Yes.
No. But I think the knockout blow from Ryan Grimm to you was the fact that their number one thing they're employing to make munitions is unexploded munitions from Israel, because so many are dropped on Gaza. And I can't believe you had the audacity to even argue after that. That
How do
was
you think?
embarrassing.
How do you think those unexploded munitions get over the wall, Justin? Do you think they throw
Not
them
from
like
cookies.
footballs? Do you think they throw them like footballs?
They're not using cookies as rocket
Justin,
fuel.
how do you think they get over to the wall? Do you think they throw them like footballs, like in an American football game? Do you think they
Are you
throw them?
arguing they're using cookies to fuel them?
Justin, can you tell me how you think they get over the
Destiny, are
wall?
you arguing they're using cookies to fuel them?
You've no idea. Okay,
this
you're
right
talking
here-
about the explosive part of a rocket, but it needs fuel to make it travel so that it can go explode somewhere. You can't use unexploded munitions to fuel a rocket to travel somewhere. They don't throw them like footballs.
This right here is a perfect example of why this style of debate is so toxic, in my view, because
I'm glad you pointed
both
out.
of you right there were just talking past each other instead of actually trying to come to a shared understanding on the topic.
I'm
Justin
sorry, hold
kept
on,
asking,
no.
Do you? Oh, no. Hold on. Let me finish. Justin keeps asking, do you think they're using cookies? Destiny keeps asking, do you think they're throwing them over the wall? Neither of you is actually trying to get to an understanding of, okay, how is the fuel being created to send these rockets back over the wall? No, it's just constantly yelling back and forth, and it's nonsense.
What do you think, Destiny? You can respond. to
So
that.
yes. So the claim, first of all, he cites an irrelevant point, which is unexploded munitions being used as warheads. Warheads are not delivery vehicles, so that's already an absurd point. And then the second
No, but
point
you
is to
denied it.
reductively
It's a
attack.
hold on.
factual point
You
that
gotta
you
let
denied.
him
The
respond
second-
fully,
the
and then
second
you
point
can
is
another
promise.
lie.
Promise.
Yeah.
The second point is the reductive part of, like, are they using cookies to make rockets? They probably don't have a fuel tank labeled double stuffed Oreos. That'd be my guess. But that's not the point. That's not even my argument. Like, the argument is whether or not, and there are videos of people that say they've done this. I tweeted one out, if you don't believe me, where you can extract sugar from things, you mix it with fertilizer, and you have a very, very crude form of rocket fuel. And you can use that to send things over the wall. The warheads may be unexploded munitions, but like it's possible to do this. It's not, so whoever's citing chemistry as it being impossible, that's not a correct argument. If we're saying, well, they actually use unexploded Israeli munitions as warheads, that's not really relevant. We're talking about the delivery vehicle.
Then you should have pointed that out to them before they just went on that diatribe, and you guys just went in that back and forth. You should have just.
I didn't
pointed
even
that
have
out.
nobody even asked it. There's no critical engagement with the topic. They already brought this up as something they're highly critical of without, after accusing me of being a sophist, without even having.
Got rhetoric. That's all this is. This is all this.
Hold on.
Is.
No. You're doing rhetoric. You haven't engaged in the factual analysis.
He just wants to defend one position, and that's it. It doesn't matter at this point. He's not engaging in any kind of. There's no coming to of minds between two people, because Destiny's got his position, and he will never ever move from that.
Except that's not true, because
that would be to just reveal his entire fucking debate structure as bullshit.
Or I'm the only one here that's done the factual analysis. You had no idea what you were talking about, but you were ready to criticize me for the opinion.
You didn't know anything about this until October the 8th. Shut the fuck up, dude. You're now the world's
You just did it again. Hold on. Do you think that not knowing something until a certain date means that particular thing is wrong? Or if something appears on a certain website, does that make it wrong?
No,
you just engaged in another sophist argument.
You have engaged in nothing but just looking for your pithy little one-liners so you can go out there and say the thing.
Then demonstrate how I'm incorrect. Then all you have to do, sir, is demonstrate I'm incorrect. It's so simple.
Because Hassan Piker believes a thing, I believe the opposite thing. You just
then demonstrate how I'm incorrect. That's so easy. It's so easy. None of you guys are able to do this. Not a single one of you on this panel will be able to demonstrate a single point I've been incorrect on. Instead, you all engage in rhetoric and sophistry while accusing me of doing the same, and then walking back feeling like you made a point.
You actually denied in that Ryan Groom debate that they were using Israeli munitions as well.
I said I wasn't feeling his claim. First of all, I can be wrong about a thing. Number one. Number two, his claim was that the majority of the rockets were made out of unexploded munitions. That's what I took umbrage with. I don't believe that's true. I haven't looked that up. It may or may not be true. But on the third point, it's not really relevant.
With it, even though you hadn't looked it up.
Because I hadn't heard that particular point before. It could be true, but it doesn't sound right to me. But the third point is also that it doesn't matter. We're talking about the delivery vehicle, not the warhead.
Okay,
do you understand the difference? Hold on, wait. No, I'm sorry. Do you understand the difference between a delivery vehicle and a warhead? Like, for a nuclear missile, an ICBM, those aren't powered with the nuclear warhead. There's two different things, right?
Well, I mean, the actual argument was about why they banned cookies, right?
They only use cookies, yeah.
And then you hyper-focused on this one issue.
What did I You're the one screaming, can you make rockets out of cookies?
No, because the actual argument was why they banned cookies from entering, right? Why Israel had banned cookies.
Correct, yes.
And your argument was that they were using it as fuel, and that was why Israel was justified.
The larger argument is, does Israel ban things as a form of collective punishment, or do they enact these bans for security measures? And when they point to certain products that I'm familiar with have been used to create, basically shitty rockets, the first iterations of custom rockets, that there are probably reasons for doing this. Now, it might be that banning certain products, the thing is that there are good arguments against my point, and you guys don't even know them because you haven't engaged with the topic. For instance, they didn't actually ban any refined sugar at all. Well, if they're going to use cookies to make rockets, why wouldn't they ban refined sugar? That would be a good counter to the argument that I have. Another argument might be that they actually lifted this ban
later after that debate.
Because I did more reading and research on it afterwards. Yeah, correct. That's what you do when you're trying to become a more educated person, is you do reading and research. Yes.
Do you think that debate?
Hey, Destiny.
Just real quick question, Destiny. Do you think that debate spurred you to do more research into the topic?
If I ever feel like I'm wrong or have an unsatisfactory answer to something, I'll do the answer, or I'll do the research and figure out the answer to it. But it's really pathetic when I'm
to justify your position on Twitter and tweeting through it as everybody was trying to own you.
But do you see the issue is that I know deeper arguments on both sides of this than you do, and you're trying to critique me on my position. You don't even know what my original position was. You don't know any of the counter arguments to my position.
Is. I've barely said anything.
Your position was screaming at me about whether or not you can use cookies to make rockets. If you had the answer that I just gave you, which now you can use against other people in the future,
for that.
Now at least you have the right answer. But
Okay, hold on.
Destiny.
What are we doing with
Hello. Let's
careful on careful. I don't want to get tossed or what. I don't know what you're going to put up on the screen. Please don't do that again.
Destiny, I just wanted to say that only those two were the ones talking with you about the rocket fuel issue. Don't say it like we were all arguing this, because I don't know anything about this, so I'm not going to comment on it. So, but that also adds to this whole issue that I have with online debates, is that people are talking about issues that I don't know how rocket fuel is made over in the Middle East. I'm not going to pretend I do. But yeah, that's another thing why I think this is a very big issue,
Sure,
because we're
Origin.
having just laymen talk about this.
Origin, do you think that it is that it has a use if someone is exposed as not knowing what they're talking about? So if a layman comes on, hasn't done any research, and is exposed to be wrong live on Wick TV or something, right? Do you think that there's no value in that?
I say there is value in it, but it depends on who is actually exposing it and if they are
Fine.
actually in a position to
If
expose.
I, as a layman, someone who doesn't have a PhD, can expose a point to be wrong, why is it different than someone with a PhD exposing that point to be wrong? If we both can do it, if we both know the actual, if we both have evidence for our claims, if we both have research to back it up, why does a PhD after my name matter?
Well, in that case, I would say that all depends on context. It depends on what you have as evidence against another person on any given topic, and if you actually have some understanding of it versus the PhD person. It depends on context, I would say, in that instance.
Non-smoker, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, no, I kind of want to jump in on that. So look, I mean, it's I guess it can be beneficial to point out when someone's factual. It's obviously beneficial if someone's pointed out to be factually wrong about something. I think there's a problem, a major problem actually, though, in the way that this like online debates culture operates. And that's if someone who is even someone who is an expert or a PhD is shown to be wrong, factually wrong about one thing or one argument, it's treated as this like major fucking own, and suddenly everything that they say is subject to being wrong, and it's like more about like embarrassing the person or whatever. And it also, because of that, it kind of creates this climate where people are afraid to say they don't know something, or they're afraid to acknowledge that they're wrong on a factual point when they get into these debates. So then it's this weird contest of like trying to find where the other person slips up to get the big like own, rather than trying to clarify the entire conversation for everyone. I think that's a major flaw in all of this. Yeah.
Great point.
Yeah, but the people that engage in this sometimes the most are the people that also screech and cry that debate isn't worthwhile, which is why there are people in here screaming that I guess that I'm on speed, and people screaming that I read Wikipedia.
Brother, you've been the one doing the screaming right here.
Dude, I mean, you're the biggest streamer, so you're going to get a lot of people, especially other streamers, criticizing you for stuff, all sorts of shit,
just
obviously.
within this room right here, within this conversation right here, the past 30 minutes, this has happened in here.
Right. I mean, I can't speak for everybody else. I could say, like, from my standpoint, the issue I have with your content in particular is not even so much the way that you debate or even any of your positions, even though I disagree with a lot of the stuff you say. I feel like the community around it, from my vantage point anyway, is sort of the problem, right? Like, there's very much this mentality of like this kind of ironically an echo chamber is developed. And it's when you engage with people, it becomes like this, almost like this project to try and own them or present them as a fool. And then everybody in that echo chamber, like, kind of perpetuates that. And it's all about like finding faults and flaws and little mistakes that they make and then tearing them down and owning them, rather than clarifying the position or deepening anybody's understanding or opening other people up to different ideas. And,
I understand what you're saying, but this is a thing that's just said and passed on with no analysis, right? So all of the cookie pro and against talking points I can give you because my community was critical of that position. That's why I know there are other talking points against that particular thing as well. But I don't know it because of anything people like Justin or Kevin have said, because they have no critical engagement with it. They just screech and scream on Twitter going, "Can you build rockets with cookies?"
Just keep saying it. Yeah. That's
I am,
all
yeah.
you've got to say is just
Okay,
all you've got to say is, well, see, actually, I'm not the sophist. You're the sophist.
Oh well, okay. Yeah, this is
That's it, and you
wait.
win.
Do
And
you
you win.
acknowledge
And you
that?
win.
Do you acknowledge that saying that you didn't know anything until October 8th and you read Wikipedia? Neither of those are real arguments, right? They don't preclude me
think
from
about
being right or
cookies.
wrong
I
on
wasn't
anything.
at that point. I
Spaghetti.
wasn't trying to make an argument. I was
Oh,
just,
okay.
I
Do you
was
okay,
just
that's
saying
fine.
it.
prior to that
There's a difference
saying,
between like there's a difference between an ad hominem and just saying
Okay.
a critique of somebody or whatever.
That's fair.
Or
So
just, or just insulting somebody, you know.
Okay, so prior to that going, are you saying you could build rockets out of cookies? You understand that's not an argument either, right?
Well, no, because it just felt a bit silly. You saying, well, you should engage in fact, the best person with the factual arguments is going to win.
Saying
which
that it
obviously
feels a
isn't
bit
the
silly,
case,
that's
is
not an
it?
argument either. You haven't made a single argument in all the talking you've done. Can you name?
Yeah,
Can
just
you
keep
name one
repeating that same
factual?
line. Just keep
Okay,
repeating-
I'm sorry. Then prove me wrong. I'm giving you the opportunity. Can you name a single factual argument that you've brought against anything I've said, anything of substance?
Well, apart from they weren't turning cookies into rocket fuel.
That's not.
Literally, that
First of
hasn't
all, you
happened.
didn't say that. You incredulously asked if it was even possible. You made it sound like it was impossible.
Oh god! So this is the point. It's just bullshit.
It
It's
is the
just-
point. Thank you.
It's just
It is the point.
sophistry.
I agree. I agree. It is.
And
You
it
you already
reveals-
admitted
and it
to it. But
reveals
this is
the point.
everything.
The whole
Every
point
single
that I
time I
was
run
gonna
into people
make
that
here-
say it's
the whole-
rhetoric.
The whole point I was just trying to make with it was that you haven't come to this because of an honest inquiry. You've chosen a position which is pro-Israel, and you will just defend it to the hilt.
That's hold on. Wait. To be clear, wait. That's not true. The way that I got to it was I was curious how a long time ago, like months and months ago, how does Hamas fire so many rockets into Israel? And what I learned was that part of the way that you do this is through combining fertilizer with sugars. You can make crude rockets. That's why the first generation of rockets that Hamas fired into Israel were so imprecise. Why like 10% of them fall into their own fucking territory. But how they're still able to do it without shipping in a bunch of rocket fuels, because you can make crude rockets by combining fertilizer, something nitrate, and then some type of simple sugar to make rocket fuel. That's why I knew that particular thing. So when somebody says, "Oh, Israel banned cookies from this particular thing," oh, okay, well if they did it, I imagine this would be my guess why it is. If you want to argue against that point, if it's not, but I didn't die on it. See, I changed my mind because I gathered new information. No thanks to your kind, who know nothing about anything that's being spoken about right now. Yeah, the people that go on Twitter and engage in sophistry while accusing you of doing the same thing.
Don't worry, I see
Wait,
it.
okay,
Ancomscicom
in debate
will get
panels,
to
you can try to obfuscate as much as you want, but like it's the same thing. Yeah.
I wanna get a chance to Ancomscicom's being very cordial right now, so I'm going to reward him by giving him a chance to speak.
wanted
Go ahead.
to I wanted to kind of springboard off of non-smokers' idea that your audience, your kind of general environment, it has become an echo chamber, and ask you, in your view, has there ever been a point where, say, you've brought someone onto your stream and spoken with them and had your mind changed, and in doing so changed some segment of your audience's mind? Is there an example, or even just kind of a sense that this is something that's happened in your environment before?
Yeah, there's plenty of them. Do you want me to just like start running them down? Do you want it over a particular topic or a particular time frame, or?
I don't have any particular criteria. An example would be nice, but I'm not going to demand it.
Sure. I mean, like historically, I've been a long time ago. I had huge issues relating to abortion. I was staunchly pro-life. Over several arguments, especially one with a vegan, I think, member of my community. Like, I slowly changed my opinion to being pro-choice. I used to be anti-lobbying. I thought it was a huge issue for politics in general, that you would have lobbying and donors and stuff. And then I had a big debate with a community member called X Kills Me, and then I slowly changed my mind over that after that. In relation to like Israel-Palestine stuff, for instance, I thought that in the 6-Day War, I thought that Egypt and all the surrounding countries were like super keen on attacking Israel, and through doing more research and having conversations with that, I was like, oh, okay, there was something more complicated going here. It wasn't necessarily that that Israel or that the countries were more posturing and didn't want to. I mean, I'm sure I could probably dig and think through more topics if you want, but like, yeah, my mind have been changed on a lot of things. Yeah, my community sometimes has been critical of things that I've believed, and they've said. So, for instance, the cookie thing is a good example where people did a lot of research and they said that, like, well, whether this ban actually happened or not, it seems like unclear. It probably didn't happen, or there's a ton of different things that my community will fact check me on, or other people will come on and debate me on. Loner Box has like adjusted my opinion on quite a few things. Dylan Burns, when I did a debate with Ben Shapiro, a lot of people in my community were critical that I was a little bit too soft on like the Ukraine thing, and I should have leaned harder into that. And I kind of like adjusted my rhetoric and my thoughts accordingly. I don't know. I can think of like, there's tons of examples. We can go through more particular and more macro topics. Yeah.
The examples you've given have largely been people in your community changing your view, and that's fantastic. But I'm curious if you have a sense of that influence going the other way, where your mind being changed has led to the change of mind of large numbers of members of your community. Do you think that's something that occurs around the same frequency?
But that's way easier. If I change my mind on something, or I put a new position on something, then people will grab to it pretty easily. The easiest example of this is like my opinion on like certain types of words we should say or not. So I go back and forth on like whether or not we should say retarded. And as soon as I say yes or no to that, like my community will change almost immediately. So as soon as like, fuck it, like we can call people retards again, like a whole bunch of my people in my community started changing on that. So yeah, I think I mean, there's going to be some level of change there. Like if I say tomorrow, like actually I'm a huge Donald Trump supporter, my community's probably not going to follow me on that. It depends. There's literally like a meme in my community of like a Pepe steering a steering wheel where like when I give an opinion, some people will change their mind just because of it. Yeah.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay, well, great. I mean, I guess I'm just trying to understand, right? So I guess for the debate deniers here, has there been any debates you've listened to, whether offline or online, who have edified you, or what I mean by that is educated you, or changed your mind on anything? You can't think of a single time?
Well, no, I wouldn't say like debate denier. I think debate is once again I did it in high school and college. Also, like when it comes to like presidential debates, I don't think modern presidential debates are very effective. I think they're more political theater.
What's
but, like,
the difference between when it was effective and why it's not effective
when the League
now?
of
What's the
Women
difference?
Voters put it on, and it was far more contentious and hard questions were asked as opposed to like pre-approved questions by both campaigns through the presidential commission.
Okay, so when it was
And
Yeah,
it's
that's
hard
always
for me.
that was always strange to me that they allow pre-arranged questions. Like it should be a completely independent process, right?
That's the way it was with the League of Women Voters up until
Yeah.
'84.
Really? Okay.
interesting.
And for me, it's hard to say, Wick, because in order for me to, I guess, change my mind on anything when it comes to watching debates, a lot of it is going to have to be internal, and also it has to do a lot with if what the people are talking about is some insight that I haven't heard before a million times, just rehashed from different people. Because typically people will just kind of say the exact same narrative or talking point that they just hear other streamers or people talk about, and
No,
it's
that
just like I'm
happens.
not hearing anything different.
No, but you would
There have been
acknowledge.
there
Hmm,
there
go
have been a few debates that have, I think, been. Like, I think edifying is the word actually. And it's not about necessarily rhetoric, but about literally being being a really good orator beyond rhetoric. That I think is good. I think there's a it's very old now, but James Baldwin versus what's his name?
William F. Buckley Jr.
William Buckley, yes, at Oxford University, which I think is an excellent debate, which I think everyone should go and watch for oratory and putting together arguments and stuff, because I think they both do a very good job. So I like that kind of thing. I just think there is a qualitative difference between something impressive and worthwhile and that, and then whatever this space is, you know.
The difference
I'm gonna-
between that, I just want to say that James Baldwin and William F. Buckley Jr., I think what makes that a little bit different and a little bit more clean and a little bit more well-lettered is the fact that they were both well-researched, well-lettered people. And James Baldwin was addressing a really critical issue at that time, which was during the civil rights era, and how African Americans weren't being treated fairly and how we have to see them in a different light. And he brought in insights that were very poetic.
And you don't think that can happen in this space?
And ironically, given
It
that I'm just
could.
I'm interrupting now to say this, but the fact that they weren't interrupting each other, they were given 10 minutes to speak and then a wrap up and all of that. That I think that more formal structure leads to something,
Non-smoker
like I
was
said,
trying
more
to.
edifying. It won't
Yeah.
necessarily convince more people, but I think it's more edifying for me.
No,
personally.
go ahead.
Okay, yeah, look, so I mean, I always hated debates. I always hated engaging in debates. I always hated watching debates. In fact, the only reason I do it is because I kind of have like a side interest in getting into broadcasting, and the lowest barrier to entry is like Twitch streaming, and the best way to get viewers on Twitch is to debate. That's really the only reason I engage in it. I think it's a total fucking stupid waste of time. That said, some debaters and some of that content, I find entertaining, and I guess it's maybe persuaded me to do more research. But I don't think any debater has ever made, like, at least online, has made a really good case where I was like, wow, I gotta really think this, like, major issue. Most of it is, like, retard level, like, blood sports for the internet, It's clout chasing, it's silliness, it's stupid, it's dumb. I mean, that's the way I've always felt about it.
To be clear, the majority of you guys that are saying you'll never have your mind changed by a debate is because you're incapable of considering an opinion that's not your own. So when you say like I've watched some debates and they're really good, it's because you probably watch people that you already agreed with.
Oh,
So of
no,
course, like
that's not
nothing's going
true.
to change your mind on a particular thing because you're not looking
No,
to
I've
have your mind
because I've
changed, which is
changed
the
my
biggest problem for us.
positions. No, that's bullshit. I've changed my positions multiple times in my life on various issues. You know, you and I are actually the same age. I've gone through a bunch of different political changes, rethought things, done, reading and research. It's not about I'll never have my position changed on something. It's just it's hard for me to have my position changed on something by two people who are having like, a dunk fest. That's really retarded.
Yeah,
And
but like your opinion doesn't change overnight. You see a thing, you have a doubt, and then it happens over time. Just like a single book, a single class, a single whatever doesn't change your opinion. Like you hear something and then it, sows the seeds, and then over time you might move in a certain direction. Like that's generally how people change their minds.
Yeah,
It
definitely.
just hasn't
With that
happened.
being-
Hold on,
but
hold on,
wait,
one at a
hold
time,
on,
one at a
wait.
time, one at a time.
It,
I'm
ha-
gonna let
it
Nosmoker
hasn't
go,
it
then
hasn't
we're gonna go
happened
Justin,
with
we're gonna go.
online debates, is what I'm saying. I haven't been motivated or compelled to change my view based on online debates. Even from the initial, arguments made in debates. I mean, I've only been in this space and really engaged with this content for like a year or two, and in that time, my positions haven't changed a great deal.
And I was just going to say, Destiny, that I actually will look more into things, but it really depends on if I'm hearing something from a person, if it's an expert or not, if they're giving me an insight that I've never even heard before, or something that seems like an angle that seems like I've never read or heard from any other area. So it really just depends on what is being discussed. And if I'm just hearing the same few ideas repeated over and over again, it's not going to make me want to look into it because I've heard it all before.
I know Justin wanted to speak, so I'm going to get to him. And then at the top of the hour, gang, I'm going to read these super chats, right, so that people can give me money, and then we'll continue on with the discussion. Go ahead, Justin.
It's weird that Destiny throws out a lot of accusations and like ascribes position to us, and then like tries to make us defend against his accusations. I think that's a dirty rhetorical tactic he's employing.
Nice, good
Do
contribution.
you want to respond to that, Destiny, or?
But there's like nothing. There hasn't been anything of substance to respond to yet.
Sure, fair enough. Okay,
I mean, well, can I just say something on that?
He
quick?
also is not caring enough about the debate that he's like eating spaghetti off to the side. This is wild.
I was eating burgers, and I care about the debate, so it's okay to eat, right?
Maybe he didn't eat earlier.
I mean, in fairness, like this is not a fact-based conversation really at all. So to make it interesting, you kind of have to throw accusations out, and some of us have done that to
Wait,
him
why
too.
is this not a fact-based?
Well, it doesn't have to be fact based. It would be nice for there to be good examples. So like when
No, but
somebody
what I'm
says,
saying is like you throwing out a quote baseless accusation just to get the ball rolling in one direction, I think is fair game given the context, is what I'm saying.
sure, but like I'm just saying for earlier things, I'm like, okay, well, what's an example of this happening, or what's it like you don't like, not you personally, but somebody here or somebody in general doesn't like sophistry in a debate. What's an example of that? And I just haven't heard good examples
We'll get
of
to
that
that
so
after
far, I
the
guess,
after
so.
the super chats. I am going to ask you guys' best examples of Destiny engaging in sophistry because I think it'd be interesting to explore. But let's get to these. Slongian Stew for $5. We think he called them DGGers because the Destiny Gish Gallop is his only rhetorical tool, even though we hope he crushes commies this evening. Thank you for the $5. $20 from Lawson Harrison. I'm curious how the anti-debate side feels about street epistemology. Anyone here a lover of street epistemology?
I've seen it. I don't watch it regularly.
Okay. No bites on
I've
there.
seen it. I've seen a few videos at one point, like a few years ago. Not too bad. I mean, I can't remember his name, but the guy who asked the strangers the questions of what they
Peter
believe and
Boghossian.
why. It's interesting.
$10 from C Goach 87. Sorry if I got your name wrong. Kevin Logan. What makes you a more ethical online debater than Destiny? Are you? And this is to non-smoker. What do you think could be done to prepare kids to actively participate in their local, state, and national politics? So Kevin Logan first and non-smoker.
I go into it for my own entertainment. Hopefully other people are entertained. I'm not really trying to necessarily change minds. I don't see this as part of my activism particularly. Whether that makes me more or less moral as a debater, I don't fucking know. That's, but at least I'm being honest about what I am.
Sure. And non-smoker. What do you think could be done to prepare kids to actively participate in their local, state, and national politics? Concise, please.
I mean, that's a great question. I wish I had the fucking answer for that, right? Like, who doesn't? I mean, speak to the issues that matter to young people. I know it's very general, but like, I can say this, even if you try to do that, I mean, almost all of my students love Trump, and it's based on nothing other than the fact that they think he's funny. It's like they're teenagers. You know what I mean? They're fucking, in
was gonna
some
say,
ways,
what-
brainless. And you try to inform them, and you try to get them to understand, their economic reality and all that kind of stuff, social reality. And, but I'm also limited into how I can try to persuade them one way or another. So you know what I do? Actually, even though I don't vote myself, criticize me for that all you want, I get them all registered. So, at least they have the option.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what age do you teach?
It varies. Like, the youngest I have is 14, and the oldest I have is 18. So it's an alternative school, so it's all different ages.
Yeah, let me get through the rest of these. $10 from Psychonaut. I think debate is less about changing someone's mind and more about exposing them to another point of view. Without debates, how will one side ever find out about the other side's point of view? Thank you for the $10. $5 from Turtle Emergency. The debates don't matter, guys. Should live their values and would have logged off after opening remarks if they were serious. Missed opportunity. Thank you for $5. But no, you guys should stick around.
Can I just respond to that? That's silly. Just because we don't think it's necessarily as politically efficacious doesn't mean it's not personally entertaining or whatever. Like, it's
Or we
could
like
pick the
clout
content
and
you
money.
want to, yeah.
I don't debate. Like, this is like one of the few panels I've ever done.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't do panels super often, but like I think it can still be interesting to talk about the topic, even if I don't think anyone's mind is going to be changed. Like, hearing the arguments that Destiny has been making has at the very least been interesting to me. I don't necessarily agree with him, but I also can't articulate the reasons why in a convincing or persuasive way. So in this case, it's just for my own interest.
Fair enough. $2 from Gelatinous Rube. Debate deniers want us to despair and fudge dice. Thank you for the $2. $5 from Turtle Emergency. If debate makes you want to do research, isn't that a success? $5 from Normal America with Rob Noor. Say, this debate is just a bunch of guys who suck at debate complaining that debate isn't important. $5 from
Rob,
Venus...
we've heard you talk before, right, Rob? Come on now, mate.
$5 from Venus Bloodflow. Destiny.
I have debated Rob before.
Yeah. Destiny, did you let Fuentes search your room for cum? And then $10, final one, from SGM. I don't understand why you're all here if you're not trying to persuade people to understand your position and gather a following to gather literal influence. And we're gonna cut it off there. Justice 35, I'll see you. At the end of the show, we'll read the rest. Don't worry, keep sending me money. But I guess
was that reference earlier to Rob Noor?
Yes.
Oh, Rob Noor is one of the few people that's actually capable of, like, factually and reasonably, without being a sophist, engaging in debate, which is funny to hear anybody here make fun of him, but sorry, go on.
Yeah, so I guess
that's hilarious.
On the sophistry angle, right? So you've all, well, not all of you, right? But a few of you have accused Destiny of being a sophist. Can you give a specific example of that for us, please? Not all at once.
Well, I'll go ahead and say I have no clue because I don't watch any of your content. I don't watch
Don't worry, we know.
other streamers. I don't like other people's opinions seeping into my own and stuff, and so.
Yeah, we could tell.
Okay, but you did accuse
You
him of
really are
sophistry.
upset with me in the comment I made at the beginning, aren't you?
Well, I'm
Like,
I'm
was
not
gonna
upset at all.
apologize 'cause I
This is
didn't
good
know
for
about
me
your
because
list.
August will
That wasn't the
repost this
only
video.
reason I was asserting that because you're talking really fast, blah 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 blah, like you're on fucking speed, dude, and like
I've always spoken like this. I've got 15 years of content that you can go
I
back and
don't
watch.
fucking know you, dude,
If you don't know me, why would the first accusation be that I'm doing drugs?
because you were fucking grinding your teeth. Or
I'm not grinding my
looked
teeth.
to
What are
be
you
grinding
talking
your
about?
teeth like somebody who was on speed, and you also talk like somebody who was on speed.
Okay.
So it was an innocent question that you turned into like a fucking personal attack.
Yeah.
And
So
I
this
didn't
is like,
mean it that
at
way.
the very
Sorry,
least,
I came off that way.
I
And
would
once you said
appreciate
you had
it.
a lisp, I felt sorry about it. But then
Trust
you
me.
had a stick up your ass about it.
I don't need any sympathy from
the
you. You're
beginning.
fine, okay? Yeah, just like you won't even own the insult, right? Like, oh, I didn't know. So it was just an innocent question. That's not an innocent question. What are you talking about?
No. I am very.
That's an
very
innocent.
much
Are you
aware
on
of people
drugs?
using drugs? Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So then, in that case, my mental handicap, like comment about you earlier, wasn't an insult. It was just an observation, I guess. All right.
Oh.
Okay.
I mean, I explained why I thought that, and like you have.
And
all
I just
the,
explained why I thought it. Yeah.
the examples of somebody who is on speed. I apologize. As I said, I felt bad about it.
Okay.
Do we have any examples in this group of Destiny?
Well, I mean,
We're getting there, don't worry.
I sort of brought it up earlier, but the recent outbreak of racial slur nonsense, the idea that the N-word is fine, but saying cracker is somehow some terribly obscene thing, and we should be seeing that as racist is pretty obviously and nakedly bullshit.
Wait. I love this. No, wait. I love this. It's such a good follow video. Do you even know what my argument or position was on that?
Why don't you tell us all about it?
No, you brought it up as an example for sophistry that I engage in, and now my counterexample is that
you have
engaging in sophistry. So I'm not going to give you the answer. I want to hear
is an anti-white racial slur. Yes.
Are you asking me or are you telling me?
I'm telling
for clarification.
No, he already declared that this was a sophist thing that I engaged in. So if I've engaged in sophistry, you shouldn't need clarification. You've already made the declaration of what it is. So I just want to hear how it was sophistry.
You've argued that the word cracker is racist, yes?
Don't ask me. Just tell me my position. What did I say that you believe was
motherfucker?
Wow.
What did I believe that was sophist?
So pathetic.
I'm not pathetic. You brought up the example. I'm sorry that you brought up an example where you're not familiar with what my position is because you're engaging in rhetoric and sophistry. That's what you're doing. You're demonstrating it in real time.
Believe that? Do you not? Okay, here's your chance to clarify. Do you not believe that then?
Oh, if you want clarification, I think that cracker is a racial slur. Yes.
Right, but you're okay with the N-word.
Those aren't the same question. Can you ask the same question for both?
Okay, but my point is, that's obviously ridiculous. You must know that's ridiculous.
What's ridiculous? No, wait. I don't know. You didn't ask the same question. You didn't ask the same question. Ask the same question for both things.
The idea that one of them is offensive, but the other word is not offensive. When
Who
you
said
know
that?
The other way
wait,
round.
Did somebody say? Is somebody blacked in here, Wick? Is there somebody in here talking that I can't hear? Who said that? Who just said one was offensive and one wasn't?
About how you should be able to say the N-word, yeah?
Did I? Have I ever written an you're engaged, you're doing it. You're in 4K right now. I've written a manifesto defending the use of the N-word?
When did he say that?
This is every conversation I have about people that say, it's always the same pattern too. Debaters just use rhetoric and they don't actually factually analyze anything. And there's always people that just engage in rhetoric and sophistry and don't use any factual analysis. Every single time. Every single time. Every single time.
I feel like he's asking for clarification on your actual position.
No, he's not. He's already made up his mind on it. I'm sure if we dug through his Twitter or streams, he's probably already made judgments about me against it. That's why he brought this up as an example. I didn't bring these up. He did.
So just for my
I have opinions about you.
Destiny, come at it from good faith right now.
Hold on. Just for my edification.
No, it's not about good faith. If somebody comes up and they say like, "Hey, are you a pedophile? I heard that you fuck 4-year-olds. Is that true?" That's not a good faith question. That's an insane question.
It's a loaded question.
You don't think it's a loaded question to go? Didn't you write an N-word manifesto? Didn't you say that one word was more offensive than the other?
Manifesto.
That's what he was just hinting at. That's what he was getting at the end there. That's what he's referring to.
You're ascribing a position to
that's
him that I didn't
that's what he was just saying. You just missed that part of the conversation.
Okay.
I'm crime.
Enough.
And you literally having said the N-word.
Kevin Logan, I'm just very curious for my own edification, right? What about the argument, regardless of what you think he said or not, right? Regardless of what he actually said or not, to you, what about that argument that he makes is sophistry? Like, why is it sophistry? Educate me, please.
I'm going to say he's not so stupid as to not understand the social use of either or both of those words. He argues, I think, in bad faith, in a sophist way, that cracker is offensive, and you shouldn't be able to use that or whatever on that whole fucking Twitch thing that happened a million years ago now. But will defend his use of the N. No, not because of me. No.
Hold on, let him finish. I'm very curious to answer. Go ahead.
Well, Destiny Kevin. Was one of the. It was a Destiny Hassan bit from ages ago. Yeah. Anyway, that's an old.
I remember
drama.
when it happened, but I had no clue what it was.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Kevin
whereas
doesn't either, apparently.
No,
the use of the N word is apparently just fucking super fine and dandy.
So
And you must
you're-
know that the other way round is basically true because no white person has ever actually been offended.
So
by
if I'm
cracker.
hearing
That's
it right, and
ridiculous.
please correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm
Yeah.
misconstruing it, please. This is just what I heard, so you can correct me if I'm wrong. You're here. You are arguing that Destiny absolutely has a position on this that he doesn't actually believe. That he knows, he's smart enough to know that the position that he has outlined is faulty in nature, and therefore he's arguing it from a position of bad faith, where he's not being honest. He's really believes one thing, but he's arguing another just for why? For clout? For
To play, I suppose, devil's advocate. I think he enjoys
For a
playing the
contrarian
kind of
nature?
at the edges of edgy discourse or whatever. Yeah.
Wait,
Let
I'm
me-
curious.
let me-
Wait, real quick. Let's play a game. Can you steel man my argument? Can you give me the strongest version of that argument?
Oh, dude, I'm not going to play your stupid fucking games, mate. You steal your own fucking argument.
Unreal.
Well, suck my arsehole.
All right,
I don't
let
really
me-
give a fuck.
Let me ask, hey,
Well, if you're
Destiny,
gonna
what
suck
is...
ass,
Yeah.
I'm very convinced.
It's just like it's the perfect encapsulation of like a bad faith actor. But then like
All right,
crying
Destiny.
that I engage in sophistry. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question. Okay, what is your position on the N-word and on the word cracker? What are your positions on those
My position
words?
is that you probably should never call people racial slurs. It's not good to call people racial slurs. So whether that's the cracker word, whether that's the N-word, you probably shouldn't call people racial slurs. As for people using individual words, I usually just don't care that much. I don't care that much. It's not a big thing to me. But I do find it odd that people will defend deploying some racial slurs against some groups, like cracker, while being adamant that another word can't even be used in a non-pejorative context. That's really hypocritical.
So
That
it's
was my
the double
position.
standard problem?
Yeah, I guess, sure.
So can I
Okay.
ask a clarifying question? If you were to put these two words on a scale of inappropriateness, just from your own opinion, would you put them on a different level? And if so, how different would they be? You know,
They're both racial
ends up-
slurs, but I mean, one is clearly like has more social gravity than the other. The N-word is clearly there's a reason why we're saying the N-word and then cracker.
Yes. Okay. So in that case, your argument a moment ago seemed to be that the thing that bothered you about it was the fact that one of these is allowed to be used while the other is, so taboo as to be completely, completely non-usable, and it had to do with the specific communities against which they were being used. So like the fact that it was acceptable to say slurs against white people is a problem when you're comparing it to the fact that it's pretty much universally recognized that people can't say slurs against the black community. That was
Yeah, I
kind
don't
of
think you should
your-
defend racial slurs against some groups of people. I think that's insane.
Okay, so do you take into account the power dynamic, the difference in power dynamic
No.
between those two communities? Why not?
Because I don't think it's relevant for a racial slur. If it were to be the case that one day like black people gained more power than white people in the United States, I don't think that we can greenlight the N-word as a racial slur then. Or we can't use racial slurs against Chinese people in the United States, but if I fly to Beijing, now I can use racial slurs against... That argument just doesn't hold any weight to me. I think that racial slurs aren't bad because of power differentials. They're bad because you shouldn't insult somebody based on their race, generally, especially using a pejorative for it. I don't think that's good, generally.
Fair enough. Thank you.
So what about that? Just to tie this back to the debate thing, just to tie this back to sophistry. So from that argument, Kevin Logan, you don't think he actually believes these things?
Like I say, I think he wants to be an edgy boy, and he wants to get away with saying the N-word. I guess. Yeah.
How am I the
just
edgy
wanna
one
be tied down to that.
when other people are defending using racial slurs against white people? How does that make me the edgy one?
You're the you're the one that literally says the N-word, knowing that people will be offended by it.
Yeah, but that's not you understand you didn't respond to my question at all.
No,
there.
but that's
You're
that's
just,
how
like,
you're being
completely-
an edgy boy. Like your use of the R word as well.
Yeah, but
which
that's not
again,
related
you
to
know
this
people will be
argument at all.
offended by.
If you want to argue that I'm edgy, that's a separate conversation. I am edgy,
No,
obviously.
no,
But you're claiming that
Well, you're
edginess
not
is the
edgy,
source of my
you're
argument
fucking
here.
idiotic.
That's not my source of my argument. I just gave you a completely and totally coherent, absolutely
Well, no,
understandable
you
argument
said
for.
no. You just argued that context basically doesn't matter.
I gave you.
Word
Hold on.
used
I said the
differently in China than would be used here, which obviously is the case. Of course, it would.
Wait,
Context
what?
matters
Hold on. I
enormously.
just said the context is whether you're using it as a slur or not. That's the important part, not where you're using it or who you're using it against, although that could vary depending on the thing.
Okay. So to kind of get us back on track a little bit to talk about debate and persuasion and things like that. So
No, wait, don't go back on track. Make him concede or make him acknowledge that my argument is completely and totally consistent and coherent. There's no
cannot
part of this that is
force-
bad faith or stemming from being edgy, or like make him at least acknowledge that he has no idea what he's talking about. One, he didn't know my position initially, and two, he has no attack against my position. My position is fully coherent, and it's the more empathetic one, and it's the less edgy one.
By Cracker. You know no one's offended by Cracker.
It
You
doesn't
know
have
that,
to
but
do.
you
Hold on, and
argue
I
the
can be in
point as
certain,
if it actually matters.
and I can be in communities where people aren't offended if I say the N-word. Does that make it okay to you?
No, because you know some people will, and you haven't checked with all.
Oh,
of those
hold on,
fucking
wait.
people
So if I can
anyway.
show you some people are offended by the word cracker, which they were on LSF, and which people do get when Hassan defends it, or other lefties defending against white people, would that make it not okay?
Yeah,
Is your rule
dickhead-
that you can't use this slur if some people are offended by it?
Pretend. Dickheads will pretend to be offended by Cracker, but no one's offended by Cracker.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No
So now
one.
you're mind reading. So you think that like a black
no,
kid
I'm
in the
looking at
hood is
white
mad
people.
when a
Look
guy on a video
look
game
at
says the
white.
N-word, but white people aren't mad when Hassan says we can use racial slurs against white people? That's you can mind read that.
Can you do anything without mentioning Hassan, or is it just you just?
We can
keep
say
Hassan
lefties in
separate?
general, we can say Kevin you, we can say is that
Is your position literally just if Hassan believes a thing, I believe the other thing?
was that the justification that I gave earlier for my position?
No, I'm asking you a question now. I've moved on from that because
I fully justified my position without ever invoking Hassan. I could do it again if you need me to. You probably shouldn't justify using racial slurs against people. If you want to use a word that is seen as a slur, but you're not using it against somebody or like as a slur, whatever, you're probably fair to do it. I don't care that much. That's my position. Notice how I was able to do that without invoking Hassan or any other person at all, or referring to an N-word manifesto or anything.
I don't think we're gonna get I don't think we're gonna get a concession here.
Of course not, because he's a sophist. He's out of logic. He's got random pivots and ad-homs, and that's it.
I'm not a sophist. You're a
So
sophist.
I think in the interest of the
It's so
discussion,
boring.
That's fine.
we should
Okay.
let that is on record. People can go back and watch about it, and I hope you do, right? And see, right, what happened there and make your own decisions, right? And I want to get back on topic just a little bit and ask just like, if not debate, right? If not people having discussions with each other and testing their ideas with each other, what do you think is persuasive in a meaningful way, right? So if not debate, then how should we convince the people around us who do not believe like us to adopt our values? What is the best way forward here? I want to start with Ancom, and I want to hear from all of you. Go ahead.
So personally, as someone whose political view is pretty minority, the best way I've found is just through conversation and relationship. Actually taking time to get to know a person, to to try to understand who a person is, build that relationship, and over time, as you share ideas, hopefully the most effective way. Whether or not it's the fastest, obviously not, because it requires a lot of one-on-one time to make that happen. But that's not necessarily what was being asked here.
Okay, what do you think, Kevin Logan? Debates, you said largely not persuasive. What is?
Well, I think they can be persuasive. I just think they're rather more short term persuasive or can sway people. I think in terms of what can be effective, I think personal engagement and the way in which you comport yourself in reality. So it's about as the former girl, apologies, I've forgotten your name, yellow t-shirt chap, just said, talking with people, your interpersonal interactions with people is important. Engagement with like community groups can be really important. Being politically engaged in other ways beyond just necessarily trying to convince somebody of your ideas, organizing on the ground, being involved in whatever. I mean, it depends exactly what your causes are, what you want to achieve with it. Yeah, your personal conduct, I think, is really important, and engaging in larger movements. Touching grass, basically.
Touching grass, basically. Non-smoker, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think persuasion. Well, I mean, I think most people are motivated, at least politically, primarily by like lived experience. And so I would say then the most effective way of turning people's lived experience and thus motivations politically into like discrete, coherent positions would be education. And then I would say there's probably like a hierarchy there, and at the very fucking bottom is online debate shit. I think it's like totally fucking useless.
You think online debate shit is less persuasive than, say, protests or something like that? Yeah.
Yeah, significantly less, I would say.
Okay, fair enough. Origin, what do you think?
What was the question again? I need you to repeat it.
If not debates, what is the path towards persuading those around you and convincing them to adopt your belief systems?
Well, I would say the best way to go about that is just to have normal conversations. You can be in Discord, Twitter, like even if you're like if you know people personally, you talk with them in personal settings. Just be very I would say that we need to be a little bit more considerate in how we approach these issues, and we need to be willing to understand each other. But if we need to lay bare what our expertise is in these areas. If we don't know a lot about a given subject, if we haven't researched it, and if we have no education on the subject, we should lay that out beforehand and try to be as honest as we can about our level of expertise, because that's the biggest issue I see with these online debates, is that when we have just so many laymen coming in here pretending like they know so much that they don't possibly really know, influencing big masses of people, that's the biggest issue. So I would say just try to be upfront with your level of expertise and try not to talk on issues that you're not aware of, and just be honest about it like that.
Okay. And last but certainly not least, Justin.
I don't think you can ration somebody out of a position they didn't come to rationally to begin with. And most people aren't rational. So I employ mockery, like calling right wingers morons.
So mock them is more persuasive in your opinion.
Relentlessly.
Mocking people relentlessly is more persuasive.
Yes.
So the
I
problem
mean, that's
have,
what online debating is, a lot of it, you know? Like I think that's actually what makes it ineffective, is people just making fun of each other.
do you want to respond to that or no?
Well, I mean,
Me?
like
Oh, him.
No.
So after I graduated, I thought I could, have cordial debate with people and make rational arguments, and then you just get called a libtard or a wokerd or whatever, a democrat or whatever the fuck the right wants to say. So I just ended up mocking people because there's no reason to engage with people who don't want to engage in good faith anyway.
Noted. Any thoughts on this, Destiny? I have some thoughts, but I'll let Destiny go. He's our guest, so.
Yeah, I feel like different people change their mind in different ways on different topics. So, for instance, if you got a guy and you want him to be accepting of gay people, sometimes having a friend who's gay that you do other things with makes him more warm to it. Like he might have a friend, he goes bowling with him, he finds that he's gay, or you might have a child, he finds that he's gay. Sometimes it helps to, humanize people to these individuals. Now, also times or other times it can have the exact opposite effect. But having people close to you in your personal life that exhibit a bunch of characteristics you like, and then one or two that you're poised against, can make you warmer towards those other things. That's why liberals tend to be less racist than conservatives, not because they're better people, but just because we tend to be socialized in cities around other types of people, so you just have warmer feelings about them. Other people, I mean, if you engage in a lot of online spaces and that's the type of content you enjoy watching, you're probably more likely to have your mind changed by an online debater than you are a protester. If you're somebody that engages in like mutual aid or community-driven groups, you're probably more likely to have your mind changed at a meeting of, like community people rather than seeing a YouTube video or a video essay. Some people watch a lot of long-form video content on YouTube. They might see a ContraPoints video or a 2-hour persuasive argument on, somebody's YouTube channel. They might have their mind persuaded that way. I think everybody's persuaded in different ways. It just depends on the arenas you inhabit and the types of topic you're trying to change somebody's mind on.
Okay. Any thoughts on that before I give my piece? If you guys want to respond to that, feel free.
Yeah, I don't think that's really all that dissimilar to what I was saying about like lived experience being like the biggest determining factor in how people reach conclusions about things. I guess my pushback on that would be the people who are most persuaded by online debate shit are people with not a whole lot of lived experience because they're like online all day, and that's why their perspective is easily shifted by things they see on the internet, especially like dunking and debate bullshit. And if those people go out into the real world and have real experiences, those will motivate them way more than anything they learn about online.
I'm not saying you're doing this, but one worry for that is I feel like people will say that people learn well from lived experiences as long as they learn the things that you want them to learn. I'm not using you in the specific in a general sense. For instance, there's a lot of people in, say, Sweden that are developing really negative opinions about people that immigrated to the country after the 2013, after the Syrian refugee crisis, because of how immigrants, function in southern Sweden. There are people that get robbed by a person of a certain skin color, or a woman who will get assaulted by a man who will develop negative opinions about a whole group of people. I think that we can make the argument that somebody online who has their mind changed by a debate can just as easily have their mind changed by another debate, but people in real life that have their mind changed by a real life experience can also just as easily have their mind changed by another real life experience. So everything has its place, but everything has its limits as well.
Totally. I think that's why the most effective means of turning lived experience into like coherent positions is education. Way more than online debate for sure. I mean, like using your example. So, like, you're in Sweden and you're seeing this big influx of immigrants. So, you go online and you watch like a Fuentes stream or something, and then suddenly you're like a mega racist, right? Versus like someone who maybe they have these experience with immigrants and then they go to school and they learn about, the causes for the refugee crisis and so on and so forth and ways of resolving it. And they come out with a totally different position on the matter.
Yeah, they
Well, I
might.
think
And then they might go online and see a video of a guy in like New York who advocated for more, immigrant integration, gets stabbed to death by, a black dude, and then their whole life is destroyed. I agree that like education can be a way to change people's views, but that's like it's a very high level thing that not most people are going to go by like what is most visceral to them. So seeing like dramatic videos, hearing like big debates, like having big personal experiences, having somebody close in their life, like I think depending on your proximity to these things, these are going to be the things that change your mind the most, and it can be for the better or for the worse.
Kevin was trying to
So
get in there. I wanted to make sure.
No,
Kevin-
I forgot what I was going to say. No, it doesn't really matter.
Not a good
Wasn't
remember
intended
either,
big.
huh? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Shout out to the guy who's come on Destiny stream earlier. I guess for my opinion, if I may interject, I know Origin hates it when I interject my opinion, but I'm going to anyway. I think that these are tools, debates specifically, that should be used hand in hand with other tools, right? So when I talk to people online, when I have these panels, I'm not usually doing it with the goal of convincing the person I'm talking to. I recognize that there are a lot of reasons why they're disincentivized to change their mind on this. There's a lot of things that go on in this space that kind of lock us in, audience capture, all these things. However, one of the things that I have noticed is that by interacting with another audience on these, often my arguments can plant seeds in the hearts of those who are listening, whether they be seeds for good or ill. This is a power, it's like any other tool, it could be used for good or evil, right? And their lived experiences and their other interactions that they have can water that seed and help it grow. And so while we may not see this sprout to fruition in a month or two, we may see it happen in a year or 3. There are times in my life I can think back to, right, where I was arguing with someone, was I debating with someone, not necessarily online, but there's some happened online as well, where at the time I was unconvinced. But then my lived experiences helped me to kind of put into context those arguments, which I remembered, and change my mind on things. A good example of this, the Second Amendment. I used to be very much, I thought it was outdated. I thought it was something we should get rid of. I thought it was leading to too many bad outcomes. I was like very anti-Second Amendment. But over the course of months, if not years, and the conversations I've had both online and off, has convinced me and persuaded me, right? In online debates, watching online debates has persuaded me that I'm fairly pro Second Amendment right now. So I guess, again, to the debate deniers, and I know you guys don't like that term, again, this is changing minds. It's changed my mind. Is my lived experience not valid?
Do you own a gun?
Yes, I do.
Did you purchase that since this shift?
Yes.
Do you use the gun?
Not usually, but I have it in case, right?
Like, do you go to the range or anything like that?
Not usually, no.
I mean, I guess, I'm not saying that people can't be persuaded at all. Like, that's a good example. But I guess my argument would be something akin to, how much time you spend online is probably directly proportional to how influential this stuff is. So if you're spending, and this is not meant as an attack, Wick, but it's going to come across that way. If you're spending like an absurd amount of time online engaging in this stuff,
I got my
it
money.
kind of stands to reason that you could be persuaded by it rather easily. And you might be persuaded to purchase firearm even if you have no intention of ever using the firearm.
Well, this is. I remembered the point I was going to make actually. Part of the danger, I think, and I think it goes to the point that a friend was just making there about people being too online with this stuff, is that I think one of the dangers of debate as like a tactic, as a advocacy method, is that, and this isn't necessarily even an individual's fault. I think it's an algorithm thing amongst other factors. I think actually political change often seems to be people becoming more extreme, going into more niche politics that they might not have otherwise, because of
Well, you know
the
why that
online
happens.
milieu being pretty toxic,
Or
unfortunately.
even like, well, this happens in real life too. Look at how many people are protesting the Israel-Palestine stuff who know nothing about the conflict, who say from river to sea, Palestine shall be free without knowing what river to sea they're talking about. Like these happen in real life areas, not online.
No, it's not just ignorance. It's people becoming extreme and
That's extreme. That's an
hived
extreme
off.
point of view as well. Yeah,
No,
how many
no,
people
but
support
hive,
Hamas or how many people
but
deny
hive,
like Israel's right to
hive.
exist?
All right, chill the fuck out, dude. People becoming hived off from society was the kind of the path they're being pushed down. Whereas at the very least, the one thing a protest is a public forum. They're interacting with other human beings, and it's more difficult for it to be an echo chamber in that situation.
How is it more?
That's not
very
true at all.
least.
Hold on, wait. The protesters are literally trying to keep people out that they don't. They literally locked themselves into
Yeah,
a
and then the
library.
police come in and fucking beat the show. They're interacting with the real world around them.
Once
It's
they
not
start
like
breaking
it's
rules and
not just
laws, yeah.
people. It's just people. Again,
I'm just
dude,
saying that like the
I'm not
idea
here
that
to argue the fucking protest with you. I'm
you don't
arguing
have
that
to
they're
argue the
not.
protest. I'm saying that a
They're
protest
not
can be just as much an
arguing.
echo
They're not
chamber as an online place, obviously.
right, but they're interacting with the real world. They can't just. There's outside stimulus in a way that there isn't if it's just 12 borderline fucking neo-Nazis in a Discord chat or something.
I think,
You know
but
what I mean? Like,
I mean, you might have a higher
more
chance of running
external
into.
stimuli there.
You might have a chance of running into other people, but there's also way more social pressure you can apply to get people to believe in just your thing as well in real life.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
I'm gonna
social
go into
pressure is one thing, but I mean, we're talking about like, I mean, Nazis grooming people, basically.
Okay, yeah. So, like, as an example, I went and I talked to some kids at UT. I talked to a guy who had a wonderful conversation with me, and then afterwards, everybody in this particular group shamed him so hard. He came back to talk to other people and say, "Don't talk to this guy. He's a pro-Zionist. He's gonna clip you out of context." Like, and this guy sat alone for the next like 2 hours in the middle of this place. Everybody was so ass mad at him. Like, yeah, people can apply this type of pressure in real life situations and in only online situations. In fact, I would say you're terminally online if you don't know that people can apply this pressure in real life. It absolutely happens.
I
Only
think the
anecdote.
point here is that it is a lot easier to insulate yourself within online communities than it is within real life communities. Because even in the example you gave, if that group of people was more or less exclusively online rather than having been congregated in a particular place, that conversation between you and the other guy likely would never have happened. So the fact that he was even exposed to the ideas that you had, yes, the social pressure obviously had an impact, but the fact that he was even exposed to those ideas is, I think, an argument to say that internet spaces are far more isolated, generally speaking, than real life environments.
You can, I mean, that can go either way, though. You can say that in an online environment, somebody could have a conversation like that and nobody else would even know, so they wouldn't be able to apply that social pressure. So they do have the freedom to explore more things without being harshly judged for it or pushed into a certain echo chamber.
I think in this context, I think the issue is the people who are more online who focus in on these issues are probably going to be a lot more insular, closed-minded, and are just going to be very zealous when it comes
Wait,
to
why?
if they see someone. What?
So you say the people who are online are going to be more zealous, more closed-minded? Was the word you used?
Yeah.
Why?
Or at least very zealous against the popular streamer or whoever it
but
is they see
why?
they want to be defended. Because, like I mentioned earlier, when you watch certain people and you have a big audience, they're going to largely going to agree with a lot of the stuff you argue for, and they're going to be very outspoken to want to defend them in every context they see available. Like if you see, like Destiny, I haven't seen this, but I'm just going off of what you said, that you went to a university, you talked to a guy, you had a nice conversation, but then people went to him and said, "Oh, you don't need to talk to this guy. He's anti-Zionist. You need to like." That's what happened. You said, Destiny, like
Basically pro-Zionist, but yeah.
yeah. So the people who said that to him are most likely people who are aware of you online and focus on these online things. So they went to him and was like, "Don't listen to him. Don't talk with him." That's the what I mean. Like it's a lot more zealous with the people who spend most of their time online paying attention. This versus someone who came to you open-mindedly and wanted to talk with you. So I see that from all these fan bases, whether it be your fan base, Hassan's fan base, even though I don't interact with him because I don't watch his stuff.
I just wanted to address the response Destiny gave. You said that like in an online space you can have that sort of conversation and no one would ever know. The issue there is that when people engage in discussions online, when they do go outside their insular bubble, they tend to be more resistant to different ideas. When you look at places like Twitter, Facebook, even here on Twitch, people tend to be more resistant to opposing ideas, at least in part because they're being watched, but also there's a certain level of anonymity, whereas that face-to-face interaction forces you to let your guard down a little bit, because now you can see the face and the body language and the mannerisms of the person to whom you're talking, as opposed to just reading the text that someone wrote online. I think that there is a decent amount of evidence, at least anecdotally, to indicate that people tend to have better discussions when it is in person, face to face, than when it is anonymized via the internet.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think the people online tend to be more radicalized. I just don't think it's necessarily because like one is online and one is in real life and one lends itself to like only echo chambers in real life that doesn't happen. I think there's huge problems in both areas where it can happen. And I don't think it's like unique to any particular space. Like there are examples where online, especially like in the early Tumblr days and stuff, like trans people or other types of LGBT people, if you live in a state where you don't have any of these other people around, being able to go online and find people like that to talk to is really nice because otherwise you'd have no way of doing it. And if people found out, you could be in huge fucking trouble. And then in other cases, like online stuff we've all seen can be horrible in a ton of different ways. And then same thing with real life stuff as well. Like you can have a lot of interflow between different cultures and people interacting with each other, or you can have people at protests or in schools that are bullying each other to only believe in one thing. I don't think it's unique to a particular space.
Fair enough.
No, if you had
Hey,
a
Wick.
follow up, please go ahead.
I want to go back to your gun thing.
Sure.
Okay, so you said you were persuaded by arguments in favor of guns.
At least
but,
in
like,
part, yes. That was a integral part of the persuasion process. It wasn't only that, obviously, but that was the hearing the arguments made, and reading books about it and watching debates about this, both again and having conversations about this, both offline and on, changed my mind. Yes.
I mean, the data shows that just owning a gun makes you less safe because you're more likely to use the gun on yourself, have it used against you in an armed robbery, or shoot a loved one than you are to ever use it in a defensive position. So, how was
so the
to me, it
persuasive
seems like
argument? Are you asking what persuaded me? What argument persuaded me? The idea of the ability to protect oneself and one's property, right, from those who might come against you, as well as, right, the fact that one of the first things a tyrannical government will do is to take away the guns of its populace. And that's one of the reasons, right, it's much harder back in the day for a black person to own a gun than a white person, right, like me, to own a gun, is because they didn't want these people to have these guns because they knew if they did, there'd be a possibility that they could resist the tyranny that was given. And I'll see your argument that, yes, there are cons to gun ownership. There absolutely are. But I think the pros, at least for me, outweigh the cons. But yeah,
I would encourage you to at least go to the range because like the data shows if you are well practiced with a gun, you're more go to a range.
Oh yeah, sure. If I'm more practiced, no, I agree with that. That's probably something I should do. It's just time and
range stream.
You need to be a well regulated militia, motherfucker. Come on now.
One of these times. Okay, let me read the rest of these super chats. And then do you guys want to take callers for the last? We'll get to closing statements, and you guys want to take some callers till about 10. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds good.
Sounds good.
Sure.
Okay, sweet. So yeah, if you're watching this and you want in, join my Discord, jump backstage, and I'll.
Well, I would also wait before we do final, just as a final call out. Is there any Because I hear there's so much, like, I only do rhetoric, I only do sophistry, whatever. Is there a single, like, incorrect or single argument that doesn't seem believable? A single thing that, just one thing, because this impression is so strong. It's so interesting to me that it exists so strongly without any actual factual examples to back it up.
Once again, I feel like that's a straw man. That this impression is so strong of you, and also it seems very self-important.
I am important, thank you. And it is a strong impression. Thank you.
Any arguments? Anything?
I mean, I don't think every argument Destiny makes is sophistry. It wasn't even my statement, but I just feel like nobody's responding to it, so I should say something. But yeah, I mean, I think Destiny does research and all that kind of stuff and whatever. I just think it's the style of debate and discussion that it's not even so much the sophistry, it just gets into like insults and bullshit. And, I understand that that's entertaining. Like there are times where that's very entertaining and whatever. But I just don't think it's very useful in persuading like most importantly, maybe normal ass fucking people. It's funny for us like online people to watch and giggle about and whatever, including me, but I don't think it's persuasive at all and, whatever. But in terms of like fallacious arguments and all that, and not having enough information and I don't know. I mean, I think everybody who engages in debates has probably made fallacious arguments, used rhetoric, not had enough data to back up their points, all that shit.
Absolutely.
Okay. Let me get through these super chats, so we'll get to closings. Because again, unless someone has an answer for Destiny's question here, I don't know where else to go from here. Okay. $10 from Justice35. How can Kevin Logan attack Destiny, but not give any fact of the matter knowledge on Israel-Palestine, or does he just repeat lefty talking points?
Yeah, I just repeat lefty talking
Thank you
points.
for the
Move
$10.
on.
Well, I'll chime in and I'll say that like Destiny made a comment about like all the rockets coming from Hamas, but like the number of rockets coming from Israel, the number of attacks on Gaza from Israel far outnumber the supposed rockets coming from Hamas. So why is one more important than the other?
Do you want an answer to that?
Go ahead if you want to answer it.
Sure. Every single rocket launch from the Gaza Strip into Israel is by definition breaking international law because the rockets are unguided, and the purpose of firing those rockets is to terrorize the population, not to secure any sort of military advantage. And almost every single one of those rocket attacks have happened outside of any sort of established armed conflict. So
What about all
regardless
the
of how,
violations of international law that Israel has committed?
which
Killing
ones?
doctors and journalists.
So killing a doctor or killing a journalist is not necessarily a violation of international law. It would depend on the circumstances.
No, they were targeted. Abu Akleh was targeted.
I don't want to get too deep into the Israel-Palestine.
Into the territory of Israel indiscriminately is a violation of international law.
I don't, because I believe that there is a caveat for people who are oppressed.
Okay, there's not. There is no caveat to indiscriminately attack civilian populations, but it's interesting that you think so.
When you are being held in an open air prison, how you rebel is taken into account, I do believe, but I'm not that familiar with it.
Fair enough.
You think you can rape somebody who's oppressing you? Is that defended?
No.
Okay, but you think you can kill them?
If you're fighting back against your oppressor, yes.
Is a civilian an oppressor?
A civilian in Israel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. International law disagrees with you, but for the
fair enough. Let's get through these. $5 in Seattle. I have converted many people like Ancomscicom to my position. Too bad nuclear is a boring topic. Thank you for $5.
To be fair, I actually corrected him there. I was already pro-nuclear before I met him, but we did bond over that fact.
Well, I'm glad you had some bonding experience. $5 from Tachyon Blue to say, in my research I found that pluralism is the solution. We need to have conversations with one another. As Destiny pointed out, debate is just one part of the political process, but it is an important one. I would love to talk with Destiny at some point about my research. Thank you for the $5. You'll have to talk to Destiny about that. I can't. I'm not his booker. $2 from Bobby Johnson. Easy Destiny win. $2 from Zach. 5v1, and this is the best you can do. Ouch. $2 from Justice35. Amazing. My super predicted. Massive Kevin L. $5 from Antonio Cunningham. Thanks for hosting this week. Even if I suck at debates, I still think they're a net good. It's a great way to share information. Thank you for $5. Thank you for the compliment. $10 from Jack's Wasted Life to say Destiny research on January 6th changed my mind on Trump. Biden 2020. Ugh. Biden 2020, like that's gone. I think you mean 2024, but fair enough. $5 from Darasum Skira. Obviously, cracker can be a racial slur. Get the fuck out of here. Thank you for the $5. $10 from Dur. Destiny recently said Palestinian prisoners aren't a fair exchange of hostages. Are you aware thousands of prisoners held without charges or trials for years, according to the BBC, NPR, and does this change your position? Does it change your position?
I don't believe I said that. I said that a prisoner is not a hostage. You wouldn't consider that like a hostage. They might be unfairly detained or people might be arrested. You can argue for reasons that are unfair without due process, but you wouldn't consider them hostages.
Fair enough. $50 from Lawson Harrison. I think the forming relationships was a good point. What are the panelists' thoughts on Daryl Davis? Any thoughts?
That's the guy that converts KKK members,
Yep, goes
right?
in and befriends them and persuades them, allegedly at least.
I feel that it shouldn't be his responsibility to have to do that, and that we as a society should have long since nipped it in the bud.
Okay.
Nipped it in the bud. How?
That's not for me. Like, it's weird that he has to go and convert white supremacists. You know,
I mean, it's weird that we have soup kitchens for homeless people, but that's not really answering the question of should soup kitchens or Daryl Davis exist, or were they doing good?
I mean, clearly he's doing good, but like, he shouldn't have to be in that position. People in a minority group shouldn't have to defend themselves and fight for representation.
You should write a letter to him. I bet he'd be in tears that you're taking so much pity on him. Thank you.
Okay.
Once again, that's another straw man. Like, you are ascribing things to people.
No one's ascribing. You ask, like, is somebody doing a good thing, or do you think do we swear this? He's like, well, he shouldn't have to. This poor black man, he shouldn't have to do this. Like, but it's not the question. Nobody cares.
I just think if Daryl Davis was an online debater, he wouldn't convert anybody to do anything.
Maybe not. $2 from DJ Addy Pupils. Wick, tell Destiny I said hi. $5 from Lost in the Sea. Kevin's name fits well. And $2 from Jack Wasted Life. I meant Biden 2024. I know that, buddy. Thank you. Gang, we're going to give each of these lovely individuals. And first of all, I want to thank all of you for being willing to come on. There are a lot of people I invited on this who just didn't have the stones to come on and, actually confront Destiny on his takes. They were content to talk shit from the sidelines, the peanut gallery, if you will. So each and every one of you who are willing to come on is a cut above, in my opinion. So thank you for being here. I want to give each of you concise, please, because we got a lot of callers backstage. I want to get to as many as we can. Concise closing statements. Tell people where they can find you. We're going to start with Ancom, and we're going to end with Destiny. Ancom, go ahead.
You can find me on Twitter, Blue Sky, all the various social medias at Ancomscicom. That's about it.
Oh, no closing statement? Fair enough. Let's go. Kevin Logan, thoughts?
Firstly, is it okay if I dip out before the calls? Because it is like nearly 3 in the morning. And I am very tired.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah.
You're not this isn't an open air prison, okay? Right.
No, but I don't want to be rude and just like
sure.
drop out or something. That'd be awful. Final thoughts. Yeah. I don't think debate is particularly it's online debate anyway is particularly efficacious. It's a part of a much larger political discussion, but so is people talking in a pub or whatever. I don't think it's particularly effective. It's largely entertainment. I think the term kayfabe from wrestling springs to mind. It's just entertainment for the most part, and people who have a financial vested interest in telling you how efficacious it is, should be side-eyed, frankly. But anyway, that's enough about Wick. I'm joking. I'm playing. Yeah, and thank you for having me on. You can find me at KFLogan1875 on Twitch or Kevin Logan on YouTube. Much love.
Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Non-smoker, go ahead.
Yeah. Twitch.tv/non-smoker, non_smoker. Yeah, I mean, I think online debates are silly, dumb, and a total waste of time. And with that said, if anyone would like to have an online debate with me at any point, I'd be happy to welcome you to do so.
Well, thank you. And gang, check them out. Appreciate you. Origin, what you got?
All right. Online debates are pointless most of the time. The vast majority of them are peopled with unlettered laymen who haven't procured the necessary education to accurately discuss the highly specialized and complex political and social topics constantly addressed in these spaces. It doesn't help any audience or viewer to fully grasp the intricacies of these issues when they're going off the words of other laymen. And this especially doesn't help when the most popular streamers garner the most zealous and outspoken fans who merely regurgitate everything said streamer confidently spews. So simply stated, online debate is a gyre of regular people just repeating the biases and presuppositions of regular people. And my name is Origin of Logos. That's my YouTube channel name, and that's pretty much it.
Those fucking commoners always talking, yap, 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 and all those unlettered swine. Let them eat cake, right? Well, thank you for being here, Origin. Really appreciate you. Justin, freaking, what do you got?
Quick, thank you for having me on. I've been riding your balls for weeks, months now, and
I'm aware.
I respect the fact that you reached out to me and had me on. I do want to point out, like, I didn't even know what the setup was until a couple of hours ago, and it was yesterday when you asked me. This would have been much better content for you if you had a bunch of Destiny hate watchers that were more familiar with, and could give you good examples. And I couldn't really fill that spot for you, so I apologize for that. I'm JustinFREAKIN on all the social medias: Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook. Just JustinFREAKIN. You'll find me.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. And last but not least, final thoughts from Destiny.
Yeah, I mean, there are people that say that the online debates are bad because they involve laymen that do little to no research, or they'll say that the people involved are only engaged in sophistry, or they'll say that the debates are ultimately not persuasive, so it doesn't matter. And I feel like there may be arguments that could be made that further any of those 3 points, but the reality is all of the people that make those points are guilty of every single thing they accuse online debaters of and more. So, for instance, I have never had a persuasive person run through a debate of mine and say, hey, because this guy engaged in poor debate research, he was wrong on X, Y, and Z points. This basically never happens. All of the same follies that befall online debaters also befall online video essayists. They also befall academics. They also befall politicians. They impact literally every single person that participates in any kind of persuasive anything throughout all of society and in all of history. It's just endemic to having debates with people or arguments with people. Sometimes one side does less research than the other. I also notice that the people that say that debates aren't good because the people engage in sophistry all the time themselves always engage in sophistry without fail. Every single time I confront somebody saying like, oh, you think that online debaters only do sophistry? Can you give me an example? They then engage in sophistry. It happens every single time. You can choose to engage in sophistry, or you can choose to engage in rational, logically coherent arguments. It's up to you. You can do this in debate or outside of debate. And when people say they aren't persuasive, literally nobody believes this, because the exact same people that claim that debates aren't persuasive all said that my entire audience and everybody else will be turned into Nazis if I have Nick Fuentes on my stream eating waffles for an hour. So clearly somebody is being persuaded, or at least people are worried about them being persuaded. And we see that people were persuaded because things like the Donald on Reddit or the politics board on 4chan led directly to things like Charlottesville. And we saw that things like the online, left movement led to things like the BLM protests. And we see that things like QAnon and everything online and Donald Trump's social media accounts led to January 6th. So I think that people argue in different places. And as we said earlier, it's part of a larger political thing, including activism or voting or politicians speaking to each other or nations taking actions, whatever. Like, all of it serves its purpose. All of it has a role. All of it can be done well. All of it can be done shittily. If you don't like the way that it's done, then encourage for ways to do it better rather than pretending that people won't do it at all.
Well, thank you for being here. People can find them at YouTube. Just type Destiny into the YouTube search bar. I'm sure you'll find them. Gang, this has been great. Remember, if you want me to do more of this, you have to like the stream. You have to subscribe to the channel. You have to give me money so I can continue to do more of this. I like money. Keep giving it to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I will say you were a good moderator, Wick. I've enjoyed this.
I appreciate it.
On that note, I'm gonna
I know
go
you
to
gotta
bed,
dip.
everybody.
If you guys
yeah.
wouldn't
Night, my
mind, the
friend.
rest of you though wouldn't mind staying for
night.
at least another 10 minutes, I do have a few callers that might be interesting. Right?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's bring them on. I'll do one at a time, and we'll try to get to as many as we can. We won't take too much time. I want to respect everyone's time here, but I think it would be interesting content, so we're gonna do that. I'll pull in, and I think the order that they arrived. This won't be perfect. Don't yell at me. You're live. What do you got?
Oh, Rob wasn't
it's
first.
me. Oh, it's me.
I think so. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Let me mute the stream. Hey, what's up, everyone?
Okay. go
Rob
ahead,
here.
Rob.
How are you?
Doing good. Threw in a super chat making fun of all the anti-Destiny people here. I just think most of you aren't that good at debate, and that's what the sour grapes are. But to be serious about it, a couple things, because I know there's a lot of people. I think the whole conversation about this sort of online echo chamber thing sort of misses the mark, because that would be existing with or without the debate community. So let's just take Destiny's community as an example. I'm a right winger. I go on and debate Destiny. And even though the vast majority of his audience isn't going to agree with me or like my point of view, I have a better chance of talking to his audience than I would someone that doesn't debate people like me, like Hassan. So you have all of these, and I'm sure it exists on the right as well, but the bigger streamers are left-wing streamers that don't want to have any interaction with anyone of skill or talent or expertise that's on the other side of the debate sphere than them. And so the argument that Non-Smoker was making, it was like, well, the problem is that it's sort of touch grass and be out in the real world. Of course, no one should terminally be online, but all of that stuff's even more of a problem in communities that do online stuff but don't debate. When you go back and you look at like the right-wing sphere of the 2014, 2015, when you had the Mile Yiannopoulos or the Sargon of Akkad's, before they were doing debates, it was more of an echo chamber than when they started debating people that actually had views that differed for them. And the other thing I'll say real quick, and then if Wick wants to keep me on to respond to people, is I think that you're also missing the point when you talk about persuadability and what type of things are more persuadable. I think as a one-to-one thing, of course, an individual conversation with someone will be more persuadable. But when persuading large audiences, I mean, I think the proof's in the pudding. The fact that you have people like Destiny that has such a big audience, and that his audience, as he would admit, a lot of times will go along with what he says, shows that him going out and debating people has helped grow his audience exponentially and has helped persuade people. And the other thing is, it's not just about persuading them. A lot of the criticisms that people are making here about sophistry and thing, I'm sorry, I've debated some of you. You're far worse offenders than the people you claim are debate bros. And it seems like you're just projecting what you believe upon other people.
I'm going to have to let them respond.
I will, real quick, I'll finish real quick, I promise. I can't speak for Destiny, but I'll say this. I absolutely have engaged in sophistry. I'm not perfect. I've been petty. I've been an asshole. All of that's true. But when I debate someone who's actually interested in facts and actually having a good conversation, very rarely does it devolve into just name calling and stuff like that. I've debated Destiny many times. Wiki verified last night. I debated an economist named Noah Smith. There wasn't like name calling and stuff. It was a substantive conversation. So I think a lot of this is just sour grapes of people projecting their own bullshit onto people like Destiny. And yeah, you're right. When you debate him or you debate me and you come with sophist bullshit, then yeah, we're going to make fun of you and come back with you and reciprocate that same energy.
Okay, responses to Rob before we let him go.
I mean, just on the point he made on my argument in particular, like if he's trying to say that, you know, Hassan's community is stupid, and, you know, they're insular and so they're not persuasive either. I mean, I'm fine saying that too. I think all the online political sphere could be grouped into a lot of the arguments that I made. Yeah.
And Rob, I would recommend you be more specific on who you're addressing in here when you said about the people in here talking about sophistry, because the way you framed it as if we were all arguing for that when it was just, I think, Kevin Logan and what was it? What's your name again, Justin? I think it was just you two that were doing that. Yeah.
Those are the two I'm talking about.
really
Those are the two I've
mentioned
debated before.
Yeah, you should specify that instead of, because the way you framed it was as if it was all of us doing that, which that's another issue when we debate people in these areas and we make broad assertions. Be sure to specify that.
I will, but let me say this. Like, I think a lot of this is coming off as a little.
We gotta move on.
Okay,
here.
it comes off as a little snowflakey. I mean, come on, there has to be some sort of entertainment value for anyone to want to be educated, and a lot of this is just like kind of pissing in the wind. Like, who gives a shit? Yeah, okay, I didn't say these specific two people, and that's sort of indicative of a lot of these criticisms I've heard of Destiny the whole time. When he asked for specific things that he does that are objectionable, I'm hearing very little. Just because he's someone who could be fired up and be entertaining, while at the same time having opinions that he thinks, you know, are correct. He even, like, both me and him and anyone who's worth their salt probably enjoy these debates and we learn from them. And that's the other thing. It's not just about educating an audience. It's about educating myself. And when I get educated more, if I'm able to influence people, well, that influence will be better and more correct if I'm educating myself more. It's just like boxing. Like, you could train on a heavy bag all day, but you're going to learn more from actually engaging in a boxing match. That makes you a better person. The same is true with intellectual debating and sparring.
Just one thing before I let you go. I think that to piggyback off that, a lot of the talking points you see in protests, right, and a lot of talking points that they use on media and television and CNN and stuff, a lot of them are workshopped, right, based on arguments and debates, right? Maybe not online ones, but people testing their ideas against each other, figuring out which talking points are more persuasive, which talking points have less ways to attack them. These things matter just from a training perspective, I guess. But thank you for calling in, Rob. I appreciate
Thanks,
you.
Wick. Yep, fun as always.
I just want to address that. Like,
Go ahead.
I couldn't bring any examples of Destiny because I don't know anything about Destiny. I was just invited on here
To talk about
yesterday
debate. I
and was hey, to talk about debate. I didn't know it was specifically supposed to be, bringing receipts on Destiny. I might have done
You didn't have
a
to,
little
but you
different
did-
research.
You did take shots at him about the cookie thing, right? You opened
You did.
that
I did.
door.
That's the only clip I've ever seen of him, really.
Okay.
So, but I do want to say I do not piss
Might
in the
be.
wind. I would rather piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. Give me that eye pussy, Representative.
Caller, you're live. Go ahead. What do you got? Make it brief.
Hey guys, so I was just kind of like wondering what the point is of this particular conversation if we're going to be having the position that debate doesn't actually do anything, then why debate whether or not debate actually does anything?
For the lulz.
It's entertainment.
Is that really it?
Yes.
And you're doing it, I mean, not to be entirely offensive to Wick here, but you're doing it on Wick's channel of all channels?
That's what
To
we
be fair,
Well,
he asked
yeah.
all of us to come on to talk about this, so
What do you
I feel
mean?
why did you
You're doing it on
accept?
Wick's channel of all channels. My
I'm
channel's
just
a great
saying
channel.
because I'm a
that-
shit stirrer, son.
I'm just saying that Destiny's channel is a bit bigger and they can potentially get more attention there. I'm just saying.
Well, I'll say for me, one, Wick asked me if I'd be interested in this, so I agreed. And second, the topic itself is, are online debates like pointless? Do they matter? So I don't think you have to be necessarily an expert in, like, I don't think there's such a thing as I don't think there's such a field as like you learn how to be an expert in debate as like I don't think there's a degree for that. So I don't think that necessarily fits
Philosophy.
in this context. Well, I mean, philosophy is not just about debate. That's like one little area. Like, mostly philosophy is broken up in like metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, like
all of those are
ontology,
debated,
those
by the
kind
way,
of branches.
hardcore in philosophy.
Of course,
This
yeah,
is,
I agree.
It's like one of the
But
main
that's-
things that philosophy does. Is they write papers to
Okay,
each other saying
so-
you're wrong.
Of course, but that's not like the main thing of philosophy. It's not like it's called debate and that's it. Like, debate can be anything, so that's why.
Okay,
Well,
so
that's where you
and I
learn
think
logic
the
and
format-
practical reasoning and stuff.
I think the format also matters. Like, having a debate within academic literature is going to be a very different format and have very different results than something like this, where we're all on an internet stream and just more or less casually talking to one another. Now, yes,
Exactly.
some people may be able to bring better facts, better rhetoric, etc., but I think it's not going to be as impactful as something like the field of scientific or philosophical debate being had in literature, where it's something that everyone can see, almost everyone can contribute to, and it actually does help find a consensus. Very rarely do you end up with the sort of shit slinging competitions that I tend to see on Twitch debates in academia.
hold on. What? Hold, no,
Not-
no, no,
not
no, no,
saying
stop,
they
stop,
don't
stop, 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 stop. Do we
Not to say they don't happen.
Are
but
you
it's
talking like
far less common.
this idea? Okay, in academia, they go at each other all the time, right? I've talked
They
to
have
people
their
who
own
publish-
academic ways of insulting each
Yes.
other. Like it's
You may not
it's a whole
understand it,
language.
but they definitely have huge issues, huge discrepancies, huge debates, and hate each other in a lot of ways that are on different sides. But is there
Yeah.
anything else from the caller? Because I
Yes,
do
there
want to
is-
make sure that we.
There is one other
You have a
thing.
But
sexy
they're not
voice, my
online.
man.
Thank you. I am a voice actor, so that makes sense. Thank you very much. But anyway, the other thing that I wanted to
Last thing, by the way.
ask is
And those
no,
guns.
sorry, last thing. Sorry, the last thing I wanted to ask was, do you think that when it comes to debate, that it has to be like one or nothing? Like, can debate not simply be one part of a greater whole of people changing their minds and being persuaded in various different directions? Is that not also like a valid way to look at it, instead of saying that either it changes people's minds or it doesn't? Is that not a better way to look at it?
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, it just
I
depends on,
guess.
like I said, how you've. It depends on who is leading the debate, who's making it, like who's streaming it and who's providing the guests, and how they pick their guests and what the topics are. I would say it all depends on context and how you structure it. So if you're talking about a very serious issue, a very complex philosophical debate, you should probably have actual scholars and philosophers who know their stuff talking about this, and not just some random people. Whereas it's just a fun, silly topic, then you can just have anybody on for fun. So it just depends.
Okay. Well, thank you
Okay.
for calling in, dear sir. and
Thank
I
you for
will
having
see
me on.
later. Probably one more caller, and then we're going to call it quits, gang, because I got a new puppy that I need to take care of. And
Can we see Puppy on stream?
Where is Lola? Lola, are you around?
What kind of puppy? Out of curiosity.
It's a rescue puppy. I got her recently.
Okay.
She's part poodle, part something else. But let me bring on one more caller.
Even
while I
more
look at
respect
this.
for you than Wick.
Oh, you're welcome.
Now let's do three. Let's do three.
No, we'll
make them
do one
quick.
because then I have to go. Okay.
I understand, Puppy.
Rashad, you're live. Come on, buddy. Undeafen. See that you're here. You're deafened. You're muted. You gotta undo that. It's on your end, buddy.
Well, if he's deafened, he
Rashad,
can't hear
okay,
you.
Okay,
yeah.
there we go. Diversity. You gotta let the black. You know what I'm saying? Diversity for diversity's sake.
About time. All these crackers on this stream.
Whoa. So I wanted to talk about you know, if debate does nothing, I'm genuinely curious as to what the alternative is. Because as I'm seeing as I'm seeing echo chambers kind of dig deeper, misinformation spreading and stuff like that, I'm genuinely curious as to what the alternative is actually going to be for solving these issues, like solving these disagreements. If we're not debating, I don't see any other alternative. I've heard people say mockeries like a
That was me.
tactic we can use. Which I don't see how people are gonna actually like change their mind or actually want to hear from the opposite side. I mean, we tried mockery with conservatives. We tried censorship with conservatives. We've literally thrown every single tactic of the book at them, and none of them have worked at all. I'm genuinely curious as to what the alternative is.
The problem with right wingers is they don't feel embarrassment.
I mean, do you
Right, which
think
one?
that? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Do you think that people generally are more or less politically polarized than they were like 10 years ago?
I'd say they're more nowadays.
Yeah. And so I guess my response to your point would be like, I don't think that online debates are responsible for that. But I also think that we have seen a massive proliferation in online debate culture, and it's done almost nothing to resolve differences between people.
How do we know? How do we even measure it?
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
like
like, how
a
do you
weirdly
measure
like
that?
absolutist statement.
I
Especially
can't
since
measure it, but that's why I asked if you feel that we're more or less polarized than we were 10 years ago.
Well, that's why I brought up the fact that we've done nothing. Like we've literally tried nothing else. Like debate is literally the only humanizing option I can think of. Especially since nowadays, I mean, the whole narrative was liberals never want to debate. Liberals always run. Then we have a guy like Destiny show up and debate literally everyone in sight, which I would say has done a pretty good job of humanizing the left. Because I'd say for the majority of the time, we've kind of been this big horde of BLM, trans, this. XYZ, anti-white, and now like we have someone who's debating everybody and is generally a normal dude, not really all that radical. I'd say that in a hyper politicized and hyper polarized space that we're currently in right now, I'd say that debate is really the best thing we can ask for, because we have misinformation about Ukraine spreading and all this other shit. And if no one's coming in and saying, hey, I'll debate you on the facts and I'll actually call you out man to man, one to one, point by point, I can't think of a better alternative that humanizes both sides, unless you can and you can bring something up.
Give him a chance.
No, I actually think that's a valid point. My argument would be, okay, then there's a problem with the way that we're doing debate. because it doesn't seem to be resolving the differences between people.
But I mean, we're only just getting started, like, generally speaking. I mean, most debates on CNN are like, what, 5 minutes long? Like 15 minutes long. Nobody really gets to get their point out. But as far as I can tell, this debate's gone on like maybe like 2 hours.
I
So
also,
yeah,
yeah,
this is
I also
kind of the
on
beginning.
what was just said. I super agree with what the teacher. What was your
Crenshaw.
name?
Non-smoker.
No. Non-smoker.
Non-smoker.
Yeah, okay, non-smoker. Yeah, I super agree with the non-smoker said that the focus should be on fixing the debates, because like I think that anybody that honestly agrees or anybody that honestly participates in these agrees that most of them are dog shit. Like people ask me like, "Oh, you do online debate? What are the good debates you about?" I'm like, I don't know. There's like 2 in like 10 years. They're absolutely fucking horrible. But the problem is that the people that call them absolutely fucking horrible contribute to their horribleness and like contribute to like the overall degradation of the environment of even being able to have any good debates. Not to be personal, but I will because I'm a huge online debater. Is like if I look, for instance, after my huge debate with Finkelstein, every single person on the left celebrated his conduct in that debate, despite the fact that it was some of the most deplorable debate behavior that I've ever seen literally my entire life. It was fucking embarrassing.
Mr. Borelli.
Which is
Yeah,
another point, like the worship of like fucking appeal to authority. How many
yeah,
fucking
exactly.
PhD bums have we seen get torn up in debates? I mean, we saw fucking Peterson sit there and say, Destiny has its need to be right. But if you watch the debate, Peterson comes out guns fucking blazing in the first 15 minutes. It kind of reeks of like confrontation shock, if you ask me, which is another barrier that needs to be broken down. This like cocksucking of PhDs and fucking paperwork. If you can't debate your points, like what's really the point of you being in the conversation?
I
Like,
will
I don't know.
say the behavior of people like Finkelstein and Peterson in that sort of way is also kind of odd. I think they're trying to adapt to this type of online debate, like how people interact
Okay,
in these areas,
Origin,
and that's
that's
why they'll
not.
come off like that.
No,
That's not.
wait.
That's not
Hold on,
odd.
wait.
That's the
No,
norm.
wait. That I would kill, I would slaughter whole villages of people if I could get even an ounce of that level of charity. That for a scholared, well-educated man to step into a conversation and like an absolute fucking toddler screech ad homs for 5.5 hours. For me to do that and somebody to describe it, well, that behavior by Destiny was kind of odd. It wasn't kind of odd. It was fucking humiliating and fucking embarrassing. Like, that's the kind of performance that if you have that against somebody who is self-admittedly a Wikipedia retard, you should kill yourself. How fucking stupid would you have to be to take 4 decades, supposedly, of academia and scholarship and walk into that debate and come away looking like the lesser man? That's unbelievable to me. To have that described as, like, kind of odd, that is wild. That was, like, an embarrassing performance. But that was just my
Okay,
perspective.
last point from Rashad, but then Not So Erudite has bullied me to come on, and I guess we'll do one more. So we'll get Not So Erudite as our closing statement. Rashad, last point. Last thought.
Oh, no point. Y'all are doing great. I'll be out.
Rashad's
Rashad,
cool.
you the man.
Rashad is a regular Wicker. Okay, he comes on and he debates on my show all the time. So if you liked him, right, tune in to more of me and tune into him. He has a great show, Tana. So see you later. Okay, and last but certainly not least, you're live. What you got?
All right. First of all, I did not bully you to get on. That's fucking
Totally true. Totally true. Not so
salacious
Erudite.
and a lie.
But go ahead.
I'm just super curious, Justin. Okay.
Hey, what's up? I wouldn't be mad at you if you did bully to get on.
Um.
That's how I got on here.
Okay. I'm super curious your thoughts on therapy. Do you think that CBT therapy is an effective method for treating like mental health?
CBD therapy? Is that what you said?
CBT, yeah, cognitive
Cognitive
behavior.
behavioral therapy. Yeah.
I don't know anything about therapy. I don't like I self-medicate with marijuana, and I don't really. I'm not in that world, so that's not my area of expertise.
Sure. I'm not asking for your like expert weigh-in. I'm just asking if you broadly would guess that therapy is effective.
Therapy is a good thing for people. Yes, absolutely.
Cool. Non-smoker, I'm curious if you'd have a similar answer. Do you think CBT works?
Yeah, I mean, generally, I think CBT has been demonstrated using evidence that it is effective.
Yeah, but there's also other therapeutic methodologies that work really well too that are different from CBT, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so wouldn't it be reasonable to conclude CBT kind of uses like thought challenges, and there's an element of essentially like an ideological wrestling that like occurs between you and your therapist, where your therapist is constantly trying to outline errors in thinkings. This is especially common in CBT's predecessor, which is called rational motive behavioral therapy, where there's this kind of more wrestling. They try to really challenge you on your different thoughts, which is highly effective. But some people fucking hate CBT, and they do a whole lot better with things like ACT therapy or other forms of therapy. And so I feel like when you just assume that debate isn't effective, you're just essentially saying that like these pants don't fit me, so they can't fit anybody else.
Yeah, so let me respond by saying this. I totally agree, different strokes for different folks, right? Second to that, if my therapist ever acted like an online debater, I would kill myself.
So I don't know why you would say that I'm saying that a therapist would act like an online debater. Like
I
obviously,
condemn all this suicide talk.
I mean, I think my point is more that, like, there's nothing wrong with the idea of challenging someone's perspective. I thought you were trying to compare CBT to debating because it involves, like, the clashing of perspectives or something like that. I don't know if that's where you were going, but I'm not against debate. It's
sure,
just the
yeah,
way that we do it online. It's a major
right.
fucking disaster.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be the first one to agree with you that like most of the people that come into debate online, particularly are bad faith actors that broadly tend to be like decently uninformed. The issue is that like that doesn't matter. I'm comparing it to CBT because the wrestling does seem to work for some people. However, if there's anything, for example, this thing has been really effective at showing me that like you should probably just like own your positions and like not be a pussy about things. Like these are really good things to learn. If you watch like other debates, for example, from Norm Finkelstein, it makes you go, oh, well, just because somebody's an academic, it doesn't actually mean that they're like knowledgeable, respectable, or worth listening to. I think the same thing is what a lot of people have learned from watching Jordan Peterson. And so just because not all debates are perfect and the greatest example of Socratic dialogue, it A, doesn't mean it's ineffective. Do you know Chris Hitchens?
Yeah, I know Christopher Hitchens. Not to divert or take you away from your point, I think the problem I have is that a vast majority of the debates are ineffective.
Yeah, sure. I would agree that the vast majority of them are ineffective, but just like the vast majority of philosophy papers that are written probably don't amount to much. Most academic papers get like 3 citations and then fade into the things. Like, of course, this is true, but this is the true for all things. This isn't unique about debate. So it feels like what you're doing is like you participate in a lot of like low energy, kind of low quality debate. And therefore, again, you say, well, my pants aren't very effective, so they can't ever be effective anywhere else, which is like this really weird projection of your success versus like, if you look at like Chris Hitchens' entire fucking career, it's obvious that online debate specifically was hugely effective at boosting the entire skeptic movement and blasting young Earth creationists dominantly off of the internet through mostly online debate.
Well, he was doing more of a formal debate thing pre-debate bro internet. They were aired on YouTube, yes, but
sure.
Yeah.
Do you think that being aired on YouTube was part of the benefit? That it went so far and so wide?
Well, sure, but they were still formal debates.
So are you saying,
yeah.
so now it's just wholly different from anything that's done online because it's structured in a university hall?
Well, it's structured. That makes a big difference. I think this has been somewhat more productive because Wick has been an effective moderator. And so there is structure here.
Okay, I feel like you didn't watch a Chris Hitchens debate if you feel like they're just like these, like there's nothing
I have
compared.
read all his books, ma'am.
I didn't
I know
say
you're
have
trying
you
to
read
come
his
in here
book.
and come in with a hitch slap.
I didn't say you haven't read his books. I said that you haven't watched his debates. If your takeaway is that they're just so different from online debates, like this obviously isn't true. They're pretty
formal structured debates.
Okay.
Kind of.
Well,
Are they? Have
I don't know. Yeah, I think we're
debates
gonna
than
circle
you?
the drain, and I do have to go. Gang, thank you.
I want to see
for
the puppy
all
before
this.
you go.
I can't find her, and I'd have to leave. I don't want you guys staring at my blank screen. It feel weird, right? But
I want to see the
I'll
dog.
entertain everyone.
Well, pictures in Discord.
There are
That's all.
pictures in Discord.
Pictures
There'll
in-
be pictures on
Okay.
Twitter. And if you tune into my channel on Friday, tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, when I am
Good plug.
debating Josiah from Pondering Politics and Econoboy alongside Lactoid, right? And we're going to be talking about the Alito flag situation. I think people are making this into something way bigger than it is. I think that Supreme Court justices should be able, and their families should be able to have political opinions and speak on those opinions and not have to be disbarred, right, from Supreme Court. But we'll talk about that tomorrow. Tune in 6 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, everyone, for coming in. Wave bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye.